Welcome everybody to Yas Marina for what is the 10th edition of the Gulf 12 Hours here. And what a fantastic circuit it is, which over the course of the last 9 runnings of this event has seen some wonderful, wonderful racing at this iconic circuit. We are blessed as ever with nice warm weather here in the Gulf this time of year, and on the build-up to our 10th edition of this running, we are going to see some fantastic racing over the course of the 12 hours, broken into 2 parts. Mark Werrell chatting to you now, but bringing us some news and the excitement as we build up to this race down there on the circuit. Both David Addison and Alan Hyde.
Good morning, Mark. Good morning, everybody. And yes, welcome to my home for the next day, because here we are down in pit lane. All of a sudden, as soon as the support race completes, and that's the Ferrari Challenge race we've just enjoyed, it is a frenzy of activity down here in pit lane, getting ready for such a prestigious race, a race that so many drivers and teams look forward to. Welcome to racing in 2022. For many, David, the first motorsport event of the year. We haven't had much opportunity thus far in 2022, and what a way to do it.
Well, absolutely, because a grid of GT cars is always fantastic, and a race like this that is a standalone, it's not part of a championship, is a great way to kick off the season. And it's got a different format, as we know. It's got this 2 6-hour elements to it with a break in the middle. There are these so-called imposed timed pit stops. That's nothing new, but the fact that you've got to do 4 within each 6 hours is going to be interesting to see how the teams break it up. And of course also you've got this mix of drivers of the bronze grade, so you've got gentleman entries, pro-ams as well. And the nature of that means that cars are going to rise and fall up the order depending on who's behind them. So there's an awful lot to look forward to. Now, cynics will look at this and say, oh, well, it's not the biggest of entries. But you look at some of those drivers and some of those teams, it's still a quality entry. And that means it's going to be a very good, very interesting race.
It is. It's a fascinating race. It always is. But one of the things that is such an attraction, historically, it's just preceding Christmas. This year, because of the situation we're in globally, it is just at the start of the new year. But it's not just a motor race. We all do motor racing because we love it. But it's a glamorous event. We've got the water, we've got the boats, we've got everything about this beautiful circuit that is an attraction and a great way to start the year.
Yeah, I mean, it depends who you're aiming this at, because if you're aiming it at a manufacturer, you can treat this as a really good way of testing a car. If you're aiming this at a driver who wants more GT experience, it's brilliant because you've got all of this track time. If you're aiming it at the AM, you sort of build your grid from the back and you look after the AM because they're paying. You bring them to not only a fabulous facility, but it's a Grand Prix circuit. You can legitimately say next time you're down the wine bar that you've raced on a Grand Prix track, and here's another of them. And they don't get much better than an almost futuristic place like this. So it ticks many boxes for lots of different people within the entry. And then for all of us, it's just a great race in itself. And of course, for this year, you've also got 1 or 2 tweaks to the circuit, which is another element. You've got people that are new to the track and or new to this configuration and or haven't been here for quite a long time. And although they've been here over the week testing, people are still learning about the circuit and its nuances, and they get quicker and quicker every time they get behind the wheel.
We've spoken to some top drivers. You mentioned some of the top drivers that we've got here this weekend about the changes to the circuit. 100%, it is a big tick.
Absolutely, because it's got everything in it. It's got fast bits, it's got technical bits, it's got slow bits, which mean like 6 and 7 you can overtake. You've got that slow, almost stop-start element to the chicane. And we've just seen in the earlier Ferrari race, turn 9 now, it gives you different lines. Aren't these masks are so-and-so? It gives you a real variety of lines. You can go in wide and try and get the slingshot tied out of the corner, or go in narrow, cut off that inside line, but you risk pushing out wide. It's a bit like a banked corner at, you've seen it at Zandvoort, for example, now. And I think that's going to give more scope for overtaking there. Plus you throw in the traffic, you also throw in the possibility of full course yellows, all safety cars. GT racing has everything, and you magnify that over 12 hours. I can't wait.
No, can we? And we are about to get the chance to hear from 2 of those top drivers that we spoke to earlier on in the week, who took us through their thoughts about the changes to the Yas Marina circuit.
in general, much nicer flow to the circuit. You don't have as many really low speed changes of direction, chicanes, which we had before.
The way the braking zones are so much more open and the track's quite wide, so it encourages overtaking not only on the way in, but then the overlaps that you can get that run all the way down the big straight down the back as well. So it's some great changes all round. The first sector after turn 3 that used to lead down into a first chicane, should we call it, now is a much more open hairpin. So that hairpin allows 2 different types of lines. You can go in deep, cut back, get a good run onto the straight, or if someone's coming down your inside, you can let them come down your inside, take that middle line, get a late apex. So it really encourages different types of lines and with different categories of cars.
Straightforward approach, fast approach, very wide, stadium atmosphere, which is great.
Coming into this turn 9, it's a hugely open corner. On paper, it looks like a wide hairpin, but actually it's hugely fast, especially in a downforce car like a GT3 car.
Much more flowing now, nicer flow to the circuit, whereas before you had this triple chicane, so left leading into right, left.
On the entry, you carry a lot of speed in. You've got to really wait as you come under the bridge above you before you can commit to power, because it's so much longer than you think on the exit. We might see a few mistakes there running onto that very high curve towards the exit of turn 9. The hotel, visually to the eye, looks like it's not really been changed, but as a driver, when you actually get to the apex and realise how much room you've got through there, it's really opened that up, which means we can stay closer to each other all the way through to turn 14, the second to last corner.
I'll be honest with you, that section for me is the one you noticed the least. It's very subtle changes, but it's a nice section through underneath the hotel, and it's very grippy with that new tarmac, so it's nice to drive. For us, from the driver's perspective, what's always really interesting is the tarmac, obviously, because that produces the grip level, and they age. You know, as time goes by, the tarmac changes, and from one year to the other, that's why it's also interesting when you get new tarmac down, which is grippy.
Yeah, it's great. The braking zones, especially into 5, the hairpin, into 9, into the long, wide sweeping hairpin, should we call it. You can really attack the entries. So over 12 hours, I think it's going to be harder, but certainly more entertaining to watch.
Into what it's like around this Yas Marina circuit, just under 5.3 kilometres, so slightly shorter than the previous events here, and that is all because of those reconfigurations to the corners round through turn number 5, turn number 9, and then of course the complexes, they come underneath the Yas Hotel where the corners are that little bit quicker now. But fabulous insight from Ollie Weber, former European Le Mans Series champion in the P2 class back in 2014, and of course Mauro Engel we heard from, who was hugely successful in the Blancpain Endurance Sprint Series where he became the champion in 2018, former Nürburgring 24-hour winner as well. So you can see the cars are there on the grid. We were talking about the quality entry. Well, it looks as though all bar one car has made it onto the grid. You could see they're parked at the end of the pit lane there. That was the Audi, so that's the Attempto Racing Audi, which in the qualifying yesterday, we did have a few laps removed from the number 99 car over the course of qualifying. In Q1, Dries van Tor attracted the attentions of the stewards and had several laps removed because he transgressed the circuit limits, which did mean that whilst one of his laps was ultimately counted, it maybe didn't mean that Audi was going to sit quite on the grid where it needed to, and it looks as though either the team have had an issue, and therefore that is why the car has not made it out onto the grid before the pit lane has closed, or they have opted to start that car from the pit lane. We were talking about the quality entry, David Addison, who comes up to join me in the commentary box now. We have got the winning teams of all the previous races here in the Gulf 12 Hours at Yas Marina, and of course the winner of our Gulf 12 Hours at Bahrain, bar one single team, and that is Black Falcon Mercedes, who won it in 2013. So yeah, a quality entry. I think we'll head back down into the pit lane where we can have a chat to Alan Hyde, who's managed to catch up with somebody.
No, I mean, in fact, I'm just going to take you on a walk of what is a very, very beautiful scene down here on the grid. All Mercedes lock out, of course, on the front row of the grid. That's perfect timing. Just as I'm standing by the number 75 Mercedes, Mauro Engel has come out. It is the car of 75 car Kenny Habul, who will be starting the car, but we might just get a chance to have a quick word with Mauro Engel, who is having a word with Kenny at the wheel of the car. Let me see if I can get a word with him. just dive in. Hey Mauro, you arrived just at the right time. I was looking around to see if I could get a chat to some drivers that aren't starting. Just a couple of words for Kenny about the start. What were you advising?
No, just asked him how the car feels on the lap to the grid. Said all was good, and yeah, looking forward to getting this race started.
We've just seen you talking earlier on in the week about the changes to the circuit. It makes it a slightly more exciting start to the race, doesn't it? Because you've got something new to do.
Well, we've got turn 5, which will be exciting for sure. It's pretty wide. It's a hairpin, long straight after that. So personally, I think the track's got a much nicer flow, so it'll be fun.
Wish you very good luck. Thank you, Mauro. Great to have a chat to you. Let's carry on and walk down. Mauro Engel on the outside of the front row of the grid. I think Ben Barnicoat has already been chatted to by David Addison, but I'm sure that was probably about F1 stock car racing. Can I have a quick chat to... I do apologise for my co-commentator who presumably... Oh, are you getting something on your ear?
Yeah.
Don't unplug. I do apologise for my co-commentator. Presumably he was talking to you about F1 stock car racing, was it?
Actually not, no, he was asking me about how many laps we could do on a tank of fuel, so I managed to, we're here, we're both here, we're racing today, so yeah, really looking forward to it.
It was great stuff, of course, yesterday to take pole position. You were slightly personally disappointed that you weren't able to top your own session, but hey, that's not what the race is about, is it?
No, exactly. It was still good. At the end of the day, I did the same lap time as Mauro Engel, who's been in these cars a long time. So yeah, I was maybe a little bit critical on myself, but like you said, we're on pole. Happy to be here. Best place to start. Hopefully, have a nice, clean start and just get into a good rhythm and yeah, hand it over to the guys with a little bit of a lead. If not, they're more than capable to keep it here in P1. We've been very strong all week.
Ben, you race around the world at the very top of the category. It's a different feel to this weekend, isn't it? There's a rather nice enjoyment aspect of the weekend that maybe isn't around during the year itself.
Yeah, I mean, look, the championships race during the main season are very high pressure, high stress. We're still here to win, so that pressure's still there. But I do really enjoy doing this race. It's my third time. It's an amazing way to start the year. Just nice easy way to get yourself into it. My next race is Daytona 24, so here's it's still a long race, plenty of practice, long stints. Yeah, it's a great way to kick off the year.
Brilliant, Ben. Good luck. Thank you very much for having a chat to us. Good to have a chat to Ben Barnicoat down on pole position. I'm not too sure how much more time that I've got, but we've got the Mercedes on the front row of the grid. We've got, of course, Ferraris on the second row of the grid. And what I'll do, if I just carry on walking down the grid so you can see the cars, Ferraris on the second row of the grid. Now, just to my right is the VR46 car, third overall, the last time we were here at Yas Marina for the Golf 12-hour race. Of course, Valentino Rossi, one of the drivers on that occasion, not with us this weekend, but super sub David Fuminelli was drafted in at the last minute. Only this week did David find out that he was going to be driving in the car. He's speaking to the team at the moment. I'm just wondering if I get a chance to dive in and have a few words with David. Let me see. Can I just have a quick word with David? Can I have a quick word with you, David? Last minute call up to drive this weekend and a good qualifying as well.
Yeah, it was great. Yesterday I topped my qualifying session and we managed to start P4 overall. We got a bit unlucky in Q1 with the red flag, otherwise we could have been P1 in class, but long race ahead, looking forward to it. My teammates are doing a very good job, so let's go for it.
Thank you, David. Thanks for chatting to us down here on the grid. Well, good to chat to three of the drivers down here ahead of the first segment, if you like, of the Golf 12-hour race. 6 hours in prospect and a wonderful atmosphere down here on the grid.
Alan, thank you very much indeed. The atmosphere builds, the tension mounts, the grid is formed but for the Attempto Racing Audi, which may be a tactical move to start from the pit lane and be behind everybody. We were discussing whether that was going to be a thought yesterday, Mark, because at least that way you can keep out of any strife the first couple of corners, especially if you're starting your AM driver. Murad Sultanov will go first in that car. And yes, I mean, we can double check over the course of the next few minutes whether or not it was a a problem that has kept the car there, or whether it's deliberate on the part of Attempto. But there is an argument to say that given that you've got 6 hours in part one, and really the main aim of part one is not to have problems and stay on the lead lap. You can afford to start from there and keep out of trouble.
Absolutely, yeah. Most of the drivers that I've been chatting to over the course of the weekend are absolutely on that same page of the book as you've just suggested, is that stay out of trouble, let the first 6 hours tick through, make sure you are on the lead lap, because when the checkered flag falls, then you will start part two with those numbers of laps. Let's just guide you through the starting grid. 2Cs Motorsport, Ben Barnicoat starts from pole position, and alongside will be the SBS Automotive machine in the hands of Kenny Habel for part one of the race. Row two is Alexander Cozzi and David Fuminelli. It's Mauro Calamia and Ian Loggy that line up on the third row of the grid. As we head on to row number 4, it is Konrad Grunwald that has Murad Sultanov sitting alongside, but we know that Attempto Motorsport car will be starting from the pit lane, so there will be that gap on the grid. Dominic Baumann, also drafted in late, starts alongside Tommy Lindroth, I should say, on row number 5. And it's Ben Ricci and Francesco Zolo that sit there on row number 6. On to the 7th row of the grid, British driver David Holloway. He is the first of the cars that is in the GT4 category, with Ian Campbell alongside. And John Corbett sits there for Century Motorsport in the second of their 2 cars, but the BMW on his own on the 8th row of the grid. So, as you suggested, David, the impact of COVID-19 still being felt as well. We've had a few driver changes. We've got a slightly lesser grid. But you look at what's gone on over the course of the last few days, not a great deal to choose between the top teams, not a great deal to choose between the teams in GT3 Pro-Am or GT3 Am, and GT4 has been all rather close as well. So that fantastic race, I'm sure, we've got ahead of us.
So much can happen, as we know. It can happen on the first lap, it can happen on the last. Think about how races in British GT have been affected in the last 12 months with dramas at the first corner or off the line at Spa. Think about how the Spa 24 Hours was won, in the last 10 minutes of the race with changing track conditions and tyre choice and the like. So much can happen in long-distance racing, and every car in this, at the end, is going to have an entire story about it, because no one's going to get through trouble-free, surely. We are taking a step into the unknown, and with a really quality entry and battles in all the classes, it is going to be a very, very good race, no question about it. And you've got the Audi there having to come up from what will be the rear of the grid. That's another element to the opening stages. There is Ian Campbell, the relatively inexperienced driver, but aboard the GT4 McLaren. This is going to be a perfect opportunity for him to really get proper mileage, because there are regulations about how much time different graded drivers must do within the course of the race. And so the emphasis is on to give those amateur drivers enough time to make a difference in the car, and of course they're going to gain experience and improve themselves as drivers over the course of the race.
Absolutely. There's many of them that have never been to Yas Marina before. Those that have, of course, have got to learn the circuit with those changes that you were alluding to. We've got other drivers that are learning their trade in more powerful sports cars as we get another onboard view. This is Alexandro Cozzi's car, the number 51 car that will line up third on the grid. And then we've got other drivers, and for me, a bit of a star of qualifying. We've not really mentioned him too much over the course of this weekend, but he's behind the wheel of the number 66 2Cs Motorsport car. We'll see him in that car later on, because it's going to be started by the Scotsman Ian Loggy. But Casper Stevenson, British driver, only 18 years of age, has been racing single-seaters, did a bit of Ginetta Juniors, but he's making his sports car debut and was very, very impressive in qualifying.
And again, mileage. They've had the tests, they've had the free practice. Through qualifying, every time a driver does a lap, they learn a little bit more. And 2Cs is a proper team as well, and there's a lot of experience within there, whether it's from other drivers, whether it's from the Brains Trust operating the 2 cars. So it's a great opportunity to be a sponge, soak up all of that information.
And defending champions 2Cs Motorsport, yes, they might have won it in the Gulf 12 Hours Bahrain, the one-off event that we had in January of 2021. Yes, that might have been in a McLaren.
Yes.
But they've got, certainly in one of their Mercedes, the car that will start right towards the sharp end of the grid. They've got the same driver lineup as won the Gulf 12 Hours Bahrain.
And the thing about the Mercedes, and the Audi is another example of this, and there are other brands, but they are very much a turnkey GT3 car. So the Ferrari as well. But the manufacturers over the last few years coming into GT3 and GT4, which is represented here as well, have had to work out not only what a good GT car is going to be, but what the customer wants. And what the customer driver wants is to be on the track, not in the pits. And therefore, there has got to be a turnkey car that's reliable, it's got good support, and it's also user-friendly, and the Mercedes is that.
So, as ever, to pose the question, as we are heading in towards the formation lap, final formation lap for part 1 of the Gulf 12 Hours, who's your money on?
I think the smart money has got to be on Mercedes number 1, but also don't discount 75 lining up alongside. The interest is going to be the relative pace of Issa Al Khalifa in number 1 and Kenny Harble in 75. And we don't see them going toe-to-toe in the opening stint. So I think you'll find the cars split apart over the first stint, and then depending on who drives next, we'll get a better idea. But cars are going to ebb and flow over the course of the race, and it's only going to be, I reckon, in the last stint at the end of the day that we get a true idea.
And of course, it is just worth pointing out, because I think we sort of handed down to Alan in another interview, the way that it works is that when the checkered flag comes out at the end of the 6 hours, it is the total number of laps completed that counts. So in other words, it's almost as though you could deem it as though that's sort of a safety car that's been thrown, because any gaps that exist when that checkered flag is thrown, the only full laps will be counted. So we start part 2 with the completed laps from part 1 in that grid order. So if you are 1 3/4 laps off the lead of the pace after 6 hours, you start part 2 just 1 lap adrift, because it's complete number of laps that get carried over to part 2.
And all the gaps come down as well, because you were starting from a rolling start.
And the other thing I like about this, and I think you sort of alluded to manufacturers using it for testing, is that when we see the checkered flag for part 1, the cars are only briefly held in Parc Fermé. The 2-hour gap between checkered flag for part 1 and start of part 2 of the race, cars are returned to the teams. They can work on the car. Any problems, any damage, they can service the brakes and the tyres and everything else and get the car back out for part 2.
Look after the customer.
Yeah.
Give him the track time. Why
exactly
wouldn't you? If you want to go off and do a different type of race with more draconian sets of regulations, that's absolutely fine. This isn't that race. This is about giving people a good race at a great venue.
There's the number 46 VR Racing 46 Ferrari with, I'm sure, a very frustrated Valentino Rossi, who was not able to travel from Italy to take part this year. But what a hired hand that they have found, haven't they, in David Fuminelli, who we know was always going to be quick, hugely impressive in qualifying. He did compete in the Gulf 12 Hours at Bahrain in 2021. He was runner-up in the Porsche Carrera Cup Italy back in 2020 as well. David Fuminelli jumping on board to partner up with with Luca Marini and Alessio Salucci. But that is a car that we have seen finish on overall podiums here and came class win in Pro-Am in the past, haven't we? So they head underneath the Yas Hotel. We're soon about to get the first 6 hours underway of the 10th ever running of the Gulf 12 Hour.
Part 1 then coming up. Number 1 with Ben Barnicoat at the wheel of it, 75. Kenny Harble, the American-based Australian who's got a great collection of modern GT cars. He's a proper petrol head. He's got one of the Mobile-backed Holden Commodores, the ex-Peter Brock 1987 Bathurst winning car in his stable that he took up the hill at Goodwood a few years ago. He's a good character, is Kenny Harble, but he is up against Ben Barnicoat as they come towards the line, and the safety car is going to stay out for one more lap. And the reason for that, as the clock starts, is possibly because the order was a bit messy, and partly because the race director feels that another lap to get some warmth into tyres would not be a bad thing. We haven't had confirmation that it was going to be an extra formation lap, but the clock has started. But given that it's a cold morning, I suspect that it is a deliberate decision just to give them another lap to get a little bit more warmth into the rubber before they are let loose. Also, just worth mentioning that the Audi has been allowed from the pits and is therefore going to start at the back of the grid. So it's on track. It isn't going to be held in the pit lane. It is on track, and of course the beauty of that now is that it doesn't go a lap down.
No, absolutely, yes. Had it have been held in the pit lane, then yes, it would have instantly have gone a lap adrift. So Murad Sultanov, who will start behind the wheel of that car, allowed to join the queue. And it shouldn't take him long to pick off the 3 GT4 cars that we've got in the field. But once he gets to the GT3 cars, of course, it'll be ever more difficult to try and squeeze his way through. But when you've got 12 hours in which to do so, the key to it all is just, as we've continually said, keep your nose clean, particularly on the first few laps. You made a very good point about the fact that whilst it's certainly warmer conditions than we would have back in the native UK at this stage, it was slightly chilly for the Middle East this time of year last night, wasn't it?
Yeah, people, the locals we're talking to, were all saying, God, you can't believe you're in a T-shirt or you're in your shorts. It's really chilly. I mean, to us, it's very, very warm indeed, but it's really for the tyres that the concern, I suspect, is now. So, again, you've got lots of AMs on this grid. Just give them a little helping hand. Let them get a bit more warmth into the rubber. And Murad Sultanov, of course, is there now at the back of the grid. So this is going to give us the number 1 Ben Barnicoat Mercedes to start on pole position. Kenny Harble is going to be with him on the front row as the cars now make their run up round turn 9. Now, a word about GT4, Mark, as well, because it's sadly tempting to overlook it a little bit, because the cars are never going to be up the front, but they're going to have their own battle. You've got, of course, Century Motorsport running 2 different types of car, which is quite interesting in itself, plus the McLaren in there for good measure. And GT4s, again, are plug-and-play race cars now. They will be there at the finish, and possibly, I know they've got a different pit stop formation for this, but gaining good places overall.
And the great thing about GT4 that we've seen so far this weekend is that the relative pace of individual drivers and the combined pace of all of them have been so evenly matched in GT4. So whilst they're not going to be featuring towards the front, I do hope that we will concentrate on what I think will be a fantastic battle in that. Amazingly, looking through the stats, part 1 of the Gulf 12 Hours here at Bahrain, we have never once gone green all the way through part 1 of a Gulf 12 Hour.
There you go. Mark said it was a warm part of the world, and he's got his anorak on. So up they come towards turn 15. This time around, we are set to go racing, because the grid gets itself in that 2x2 Noah's Ark formation, ready for the start of the Gulf 12 Hours, part 1, the first element to it, the first 6. Kenny Harbour is on the inside line in the Sun Energy SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes, but on pole, number 1, the 2Cs Mercedes. The pink mouth is on number 1, the yellow mouth is on 66, if you want to tell them apart. Ben Barnicoat behind the wheel. David Fuminelli, I think, in the Ferrari, is going to be on his toes when the lights change, as the cars make the way now at the end of the first lap, effectively within the time. The lights change, the lights goes out, we go racing. Ben Barnicoat makes a good start, and the Ferraris try and crowd up the inside of Kenny Harbour there in the Mercedes, who's just been able to fend them off as they dive down towards the first corner. Ian Loggy in 66 makes a ripper move round the outside, and that puts him up into 3rd place. Brilliant bit of driving. Ian Loggy let the Ferraris squabble on the inside. The road opened up for him, and boom, through he went.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from him. And in the early stages of GT4, Ian Campbell, I think, has managed to get himself ahead of the Century Motorsport Aston Martin of David Holloway. So it's the McLaren that leads GT4 in the early stages. So up towards the braking area for the reprofiled turn number 5. Fantastic start from Ian Loggy. And as they charge their way out of turn number 5, the front 4 actually have already just started to open up a little bit of a gap. It's sort of 5th place backwards, isn't it, where they're all busy towing each other and slipstreaming as they head in towards that heavy braking area for the twists and the turns at the chicane, almost the complex, isn't it? Turn 6, turn 7.
I've got a good Ferrari challenge race going on, haven't you, there? Because Fuminelli in the VR46 car has got himself ahead of the AF course, and then the Kessel Racing entries. So 51 of Alessandro Cozzi, 61 of Conrad Grunewald, and then Francisco Zolo also in the mix, plus Roberto Pampanini in the 11 Kessel entry. So Mercedes 1, 2, 3, Ferrari 4, 5, 6, 7. Ben Barnicoat, as expected in fairness, edging away, because remember, the 2 Mercedes behind are putting their AM in first, effectively, whereas Ben Barnicoat very much a pro, as there, Grunewald gets up on the inside line and goes ahead of Cozzi. Change of place at AF Corsa.
Yep, so change of place for AF Corsa, and now Grunewald looking as though he's coming under pressure, might lose a further place here. No, couldn't quite manage to squeeze its way up the inside the number 11 cars. They headed into the braking area, so Roberto Pampanini for the moment will just have to keep his powder dry and sit behind the car that lies ahead of him from AF Corsa. So it looks as though sprinting away is going to be Ben Barnicoat, of course the reigning Gulf 12 Hour champion, because of that one-off event that we had at the Gulf 12 Hours of Bahrain. Through and over the start-finish line, he will thread his way very, very shortly. There he goes. Lap number 1 completed. Second position is the second of the 2 Mercedes that sits there in second position, the number 75 car in the hands of Kenny Habel. And then Ian Loggy, that fantastic start, as you suggested, very, very brave was Ian Loggy, right the way round the outside, got the grip whilst the Ferraris were squabbling, which means it's Mercedes 1, 2, 3.
Indeed so. So Ben Barnicoat is the man in the lead as the cars then accelerate their way towards us, but also further down the order you can see that the David Fuminelli Ferrari is now having a good go at Ian Loggy. So David Fuminelli target. So David Fuminelli looking strong, as you might have anticipated. His last lap was a 59.5, so he is lapping quicker than those Mercedes around him. He's not brave enough, surely, to make a move. Yes, he is! Comes up the inside of Ian Loggy into the turn 6, 7 sequence. Well, Ian Loggy has been around, certainly, British GT block many a time, and he's raced here quite a lot in Radical, so he knows the circuit, and he also knows how to race, and he knows how to defend. And David Fuminelli came up there against what I think he might have anticipated would have been an easier move. Ian Loggy not taking that.
Absolutely, not sitting down and taking that. He came from a long way back, David Fuminelli, and the door was open there, and that dropped him back into the clutches of the AF Corsa number 61 car of Conrad Grunewald. So they remain in the same order. Now David Fuminelli and he might be able to have a nibble EB into the braking area for turn number 5. McLaren that leads GT4 in the early stages.
Yeah, Ben Barnicoat now starting with warmer tyres and a slightly lighter car. New personal best laps, 152.829, as Ben Barnicoat tries to build that gap, I think, as the field accelerate through now. In second spot still is Kenny Harble, and then you've got in third Ian Loggy. Now fourth, David Fuminelli, pressing on. So pressing on in the Mercedes, but David Fuminelli up the inside line and goes for third.
To second position. Also need to keep an eye on what's going on behind as well, because Conrad Grunewald was looking to try and also do what David Fuminelli had done and try and work his way through and past Ian Loggy's Mercedes, which has now dropped down into fourth position. He's made it stick, so Kenny Habel now down into third position. So great start in the early stages for David Fuminelli, who now moves the Ferrari up into second position. So it's Mercedes, Ferrari, Mercedes and Ferrari again now, because Ian Loggy has lost a further place, hasn't he? The number 61 car in the hands of Conrad Grunewald has gone through up to fourth.
Yeah, I mean, again, it depends how teams are looking at this, doesn't it? On the one hand, there's that element, if you're fighting for overall honours, to need to be fast and flat out all the time. If you're thinking about a class win, keep out of trouble, do good lap times, wait for your pro, in the case of a Pro-Am entry, to take over. So drivers will be getting instruction from the teams, from the pit lane, and trying to drive to that programme. Ben Barnicoat goes through. He's now 10 seconds to the good. Another improved lap time there, a 1:52.536. And so, although David Fuminelli is up in a second position, only now does he have clear real estate ahead of him. And there's a rather smoky Ferrari that has just gone across the line. Now it's a quick Ferrari. Which one was that? That is 33, I reckon, from the Kessel Racing team that has gone by. 33 is Francesco Zollo, but the left rear looked a little bit smoky. Now, he was in a battle with 99 Audi of Murad Sultanov. And
yes, and
Alan, yes.
And the team have been sort of standing by, not on full standby, but certainly there's activity around the Kessel garage which would suggest perhaps the car is coming in.
Right.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, it looks as though it's front left that is the problem. Kenny Habel is about to lose a further place there as the Ferrari of Conrad Grunewald goes through. So the number 61A, of course, Ferrari now up into what will be third position. Kenny Habel being picked off by a further car there, dropping down into fourth position. So the Ferraris, they might have started a little bit slower, David, but we're only a couple of laps into this race, are now starting to thread their way through the order. Tyres are nice and warm now. Drivers are settled in. Any sort of nerves that were jangling in the case of some of the AMs, the pros will just get on with it, we know that, but the Ferraris just starting to creep their way through and ahead of the Mercs.
Alan, also, just while you get an opportunity next time around, if you can crane your neck at the Audi for me, because I just wonder whether the damage and the smoke picked up by the Ferrari might have been contact, and the car around it was the Attempto Audi of Murad Sultanov. So we'll try and keep an eye on it from up here as well. But if when they next go past you, you can be a damage assessor, just see if you can spot anything on either of those. It might help tell the story, I reckon.
I most certainly will. I think there'll be a couple of stories to tell down at Audi anyway,
okay.
As we are now standing by for a Kessel stop. And as I say, the team have been standing by for this for a little while, but now they're properly on standby. So I think the car is coming in this time.
Right, the Audi goes through in its sort of camo colours, and as yet the Kessel Ferrari has not appeared. It's in the pit lane now, Alan, so yeah, heading towards you, our first stop of the race, and it's an unscheduled pit stop as well. So 33 comes in. I've got to say the smoke has subsided for the moment, but it's lost a big chunk of time. And now, Mark, the problem is that they're in danger of dropping off the lead lap.
Yeah, that's the really difficult thing to do. That car will come to a halt. I think we might have a shuffle in the order as well. I think Benjamin Ricci might have lost a place there as well at the wheel of the number 64 car. So we see that Ferrari in the pit lane. They are, maybe, Alan, this might not be as bad as expected because this is so early on in the race, albeit it's going up onto the dollies, but they can classify this as one of their potential mandatory stops.
Yeah, so they've done the regular stuff. They've fueled the car, but now, as you say, it goes onto the dollies. He's pulled back. It looks very, very sad on the left-hand side, doesn't it, as they all scramble to get the car into the garage as quickly as they possibly can, and immediately the car arrives, they go to work on the left-hand side. Off comes the wheel, the shredded left front. They go to work behind that. The bodywork is pretty damaged as well on the left-hand side. But at the moment, he remains at the wheel while they work on the bodywork.
Right, thanks, Alan. So, contact somewhere. Shredded tyre. The car has just gone a lap down because number 1, Ben Barnicoat, storms through. So the Mercedes goes by, and then we look for Ferrari 46 and David Fuminelli in second place. They might well do a full new set of tyres on that car. There's no limit on the numbers of tyres that you can use. Really, only your purse is the limiting factor. So a new set of Pirellis goes on to Francesco Zolo's car, but yeah, it's going to be a big ask from here to claw back that lap, even for a class result.
I'm sorry to say that I think they're going to lose a little bit more than just the one lap.
Yeah.
But damage on the left front is reasonably significant as far as the bodywork is concerned. That is, as you rightly say, what caused the puncture, and they are working underneath the bodywork to try and push everything away and then apply tape as well. But it's going to be a good couple of 3 laps, I think, before the car is going to be released.
But what have we been saying, Mark, about keeping out of trouble early on? You know, this old cliche, there's a long way to go. It is true, and here, within the first 4 laps, an unscheduled pit stop and a car that's lost at least one could lose more laps.
Yeah, it's sickening, isn't it, really, for the whole team, for the drivers. They've had all of that track time on the build-up to this one. Incident between car 33 and 88, the contact taking place at turn number 7. Race control have looked into that, and no investigation is necessary, is what we are receiving.
The bodywork, the car leaves pit lane now, so is that 2 laps that the car has lost or just the 1?
It will be 2 laps that the car has lost, Alan, yeah. So all of that hard work, the build-up to the race, it all comes undone rather early in the race, but at least the car is back in there. We go on board now with the number 51 Alessandro Cozzi Ferrari, and we get a real good driver's eye view, David, of this fantastic circuit and how fast some of these corners are. Nice wide circuit. The reprofiling of it makes it a quicker circuit. It's a shorter circuit, but fantastic onboard views.
Also, just to sort of tidy up the story, that moment that you mentioned, the incident between 33 and 88, no investigation necessary, well, that does finish off the story of where the contact came, doesn't it? Because it wasn't the Audi, it was 88 Mercedes, Valentin Pierberg, that somewhere got involved with the Ferrari. The officials say there's nothing to look at, no investigation is necessary, it's just one of those things. But for Francesco Zolo, of course, it's cost him 2 laps. We're also getting a driving standards flag for number 51 Ferrari, which is the 7th placed Alessandro Cozzi AF Corsa car. In the meantime, Ben Barnicoat continues to hold sway, and his advantage now is 12.3 seconds over David Fuminelli. Another rather slow Ferrari just coming onto the pit straight, number 91, which is the Baron Motorsport car of Tommy Linderoth, which is dropping back a little bit away from the rest of the pack. Ben Barnicoat, in the meantime, continues to storm on, and with 4 of these imposed mandatory stops within each 6-hour part for the GT3 cars, the interest is going to be how they divvy that up, because you can't therefore do it on the hour mark because you're 1 short. So how do they do it? Do they go to 1 hour and 20, but that gives you a slightly shorter final element to the 6? Another part of the strategy, which is going to be interesting to watch unfold.
Yeah, absolutely. When you consider the number of mandatory stops that they've got to do, and you consider the minimum driving requirements or the maximum driving requirements, depending on the grade of the driver, it needs an element of choreography from the team, doesn't it, to make sure that they comply with all of those aspects, because if you don't quite tick every single box, then you're in breach of the regulations, and therefore there will be some sort of penalty issued. And we have seen that before, I think, where another driver who thought he'd finished his stint was literally a matter of seconds short, had to get back in the car again. It's another pit stop then that you have to take.
Yeah, and you can also see a driver just do a self-imposed drive-through.
Yeah.
to stay in the car and do another stint and reset the clock. And we have that quite regularly as well. A tank of fuel for some of them will take you to around 37 laps. Now, quite often it's shorter in the first stint because you've done that lap to the grid as well. So you get a better idea in the second stint. But something like 36, 37 laps would be a GT3 type of benchmark, I reckon. And Ben Barnicoat right now, 12.6 seconds to the good. We're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit talking about the mandatory pit stops, but it's worth just factoring in, especially as we've already done 7 laps of the race.
Yep, 7 laps of the race complete, and that's sort of based on, I think that the team that information came from, that would be a normally aspirated car. Of course, the Ferrari being a twin turbo could be very different, couldn't
Absolutely.
it? Yeah.
And of course, if you're not quite so quick, then you're going to be able to go further
Even further.
on fuel. But of course, you're losing time relative to the others because of the pace of your driver. It's one of the things we love about GT racing, and especially the way that you have these different driver lineups. Ferrari's at play then. AF Corsa takes on Kessel, but out of turn 6 then, number 61, Conrad Groenewald, still looking quick. 51, Alessandro Cozzi up ahead of Roberto Pampanini. And further back in the pack, Valentin Pierberg also trying to make progress. One of the Audi, 10th, is where Murad Sultanov currently is. Back down to turns 6 and 7. You think this was the last lap, wouldn't you, the way the two Ferraris are going at it? But number 51 then hangs onto the place, just Alessandro Cozzi. Now that he's ahead of Pampanini, trying to escape, not being allowed to. The Mercedes arrives on the scene.
Absolutely. I think Valentin Pierberg now might pick off the Ferrari that was looking to try and regain the place again, but I think it is now going to lose out. So Roberto Pampanini under pressure from the Merc, but it's on the outside line, David.
It is. It's Benjamin Ricci, in fact. That's the ACA ASP car, which has therefore gained ground over Pierberg. Benjamin Ricci back into a GT3 car, having spent last year in GT4 with his dad. The Ricci's are the ACA, and Jérôme Policon is the ASP bit. This is how it all fits together. ASP is Autosport Promotion, which is Jérôme's very successful team. And there, way out wide, goes Alessandro Cozzi. He was thinking, that's a nice yacht. Missed his braking point, I think, there. Ran deep, and that means that the gaps have all come down, so you've got a concertina effect. 4 of them as one now, heading up towards turn 15.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. This is a squabble that's going on for 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th position as they turn their way up towards the conclusion of the lap. And coming from a very, very long way back was the Mercedes of Benjamin Ricci. Couldn't quite pick off the car that lies ahead, but they're going to head over the start-finish line in the order of Alessandro Cozzi now ahead of Roberto Pampanini, who is coming under increasing pressure from the first of the 2 Mercedes that are queuing up behind him, of which Benjamin Ricci is hugely keen to try and unlock the door. All 4 of these over the course of the last lap have got themselves together. All seem very evenly paced, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely right. And again, you've got a good mix of drivers in all of this. Valentin Pierberg is a relative newcomer, but has done a lot of racing and a lot of miles in a short space of time and has come on a pace. He's become a really quick am. So Valentin Pierberg, I think you can expect more from. But again, you know, we're talking about this battle. We're looking for places to be changed. There are 5 hours and 40 minutes of the first part still to go. There is a long, long way in the book yet to resolve in this race as the cars now come down towards turn 9. Benjamin Ricci has a look at the inside. Now, yeah, granted, you don't want to be stuck in traffic and losing time that you're going to need for later on in the race, but equally you don't want to get yourself in jeopardy. And as has been proved already by the car of Francesco Zollo, lose chunks of time.
Lose chunks of time, or maybe overwork those tyres because you're in the middle of a battle and are pushing as hard and maybe pushing the car a little bit too hard. Look after the car, look after the tyres, and the race will come to you. And it is frustrating. It is a different mindset, isn't it? Most of these drivers have that endurance racing experience, and it is a different mindset to as we've seen from the Ferraris, a 30-minute sprint race. You've got to switch your mind. Better if a car is catching you sometimes, let it go through, because whilst you are similar pace to them and you could hold them up, they might be on a different page of the book to you, and work to the strategy, work to the deltas and the program that the team want you to work through.
If you're the pro driver, you have got one aim, and that is to go flat out for your customer. But if you're the am in that pro-am car, you've got to keep out of trouble but not lose too much time. And of course, lots of the pros will tell you that it's the am actually that makes the big difference.
Yeah, it is,
The pros can pretty much run at the same pace all day long and do so season after season. But the am, if you can bring him on, can get faster and faster. That's why people like Johnny Adam are so good. They invest in the am. You know, he's got a great track record himself and a great track record of bringing on his co-drivers so that they are quicker than the other AMs and therefore able to make a bigger input.
I mean, the way that the balance of performance works on all of these cars as we look towards Benjamin Ricci, this time is up the inside of Roberto Pampanini and should be able to squeeze his way through. Job done So that is place gained for the ACA ASP Mercedes of Benjamin Ricci. He'll now set his sights about Alessandro Cozzi. But back to my point, yeah, the way the balance of performance works, whether it be a Mercedes, whether it be an Audi, whether it be a Ferrari, balance of performance means that any pro could jump in any one of those cars and they'd all be within a whisker of each other, wouldn't they?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
So
Exactly.
absolutely, case in point again, as you were suggesting, that time is from the AM.
Yeah.
That's where you make the time up. And you mentioned Johnny Adam. I was mentioning yesterday how I thought coming on so well was Morgan Tilbrook in British GT last year. Bearing in mind, first race of the season, crashed on the outlap going to the grid at Brands Hatch. And in stark contrast, final race of the season, won the race overall.
Yeah, total bookends.
Yeah.
Indeed. Just going back to the Kessel Francesco Zollo Ferrari, it is therefore 2 laps down, but he's now doing personal best laps. So Francesco Zollo out of traffic, and of course with a fresher set of tyres than anybody has got, is pressing on, and now we need to start to monitor over the course of 6 hours whether that car can start buying back places. Won't happen yet, but over the course of 6 hours, if anybody else hits trouble, it is a possibility. Also in GT4, of course, those cars already being lapped, but within the GT4 class, it is Ian Campbell in the Greystone GT McLaren taking part in the race for the first time. Relatively inexperienced driver, the helmet livery designer. He is ahead in GT4, and then it's Century second and third. David Holloway in the Aston ahead of John Corbett in the BMW.
And those two for second and third in GT4 are a whisker apart as well, the two Century Motorsport cars. So it might be an Aston and a Beamer, but there was just 0.5 of a second between David Holloway's Aston Martin and John Corbett, the long-time Radical sports car racer, who sits there in the third position in GT4. So Ben Barnicoat continuing on his merry way over the course of the 10 laps of this race that have been completed so far. He has built a 12.7 second advantage between himself and David Fuminelli, who is in second position. And David now has a 7-second lead almost between himself and the third place car of Konrad Grunwald, who sits there in third position. Best of the fights at the moment, David. Fourth and fifth, isn't it? Ian Loggy under pressure from Kenny Habel.
But don't rule out Grunewald, because his last lap was actually quicker than the two race leaders. Now, it's only by fractions, and you could put some of that down to finding a GT4 car ahead of you that just slightly affects your lap time. But Konrad Grunewald, I reckon he's doing a pretty decent job there. He's an experienced GT racer in the States, whether it's been in GT World Challenge America or in the IMSA GT and the United Sports Car Championship. So he knows what he's doing, even if he doesn't know the circuit that well. But Konrad Grunewald doing a decent enough job, and Benjamin Ricci is still pressing on as well in the ACA ASP Mercedes. They're in 7th place overall.
I would say doing a fantastic job, Konrad Grunewald, because that's one of a few 4-car teams that we've got. But more importantly, that's an AM class car, isn't it? GT3 AM or GT3 Guest. So 4 bronze drivers partnered up with a silver means that it drops into the AM category, and he is ahead of several Pro-Am cars in that category and is pushing hard. So Ben Barnicoat just about to flick his way through. You can see the relative gaps and how they've ebbed and flowed over the course of lap 8 through to lap 11 that's been completed, are coming up and going down again as they push through various parts of the circuit. Alan.
Just while you were talking about the AF Corsa car, I'm watching Mark Cavan watching on TV. Things are going nicely, Mark.
No, things are going really well. Conrad's doing a fabulous job, and we've really put together a nice team here. We're really looking forward to it, and the whole track and the whole situation's been fabulous under kind of difficult situations.
Well, for everyone, I know, very, very difficult. Amazing to get this event happening, really, isn't it?
It's totally amazing, and I got to hand it out to obviously the guys here at Yas Marino and the promoters, and I can't thank AF Corsa enough. I mean, these guys have done a killer job, and we were having some issues with getting the containers here on time and a whole bunch of other stuff, and it was a very difficult situation, but we're out there having fun, and it's a long race. We got a long way to go, but we're looking forward to it.
Normally being in the garage and sitting in a deck chair watching the start of the race is the most nerve-wracking thing for a driver. Bearing in mind all that we had to go through to be here, it's probably the least stressful part of it. It's the relief.
Oh, I got to tell you, yesterday's COVID test was the most stress I've had. Please be negative. Please be negative. And after that, the race is easy.
Enjoy. Thank you so much, Mark. Brilliant. Thanks for having a chat to us. Mark Cavan down in pit lane. I think he probably reiterates what we're all thinking.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got that same worry to make sure that we can catch our flight home at the end of the day. So great to hear from Mark Cavan. did hugely well in Super Trofeo North America last year. He was a champion, wasn't he, out there?
Yeah, and he was one of the drivers that came to Misano at the end of last year with the North American fraternity. New circuit, and Mark Varma delivered well, won his class in the championship. Yeah, good guy, and a big enthusiast as well. Ben Barnicoat then, race leader, and the advantage he's now got is 13 seconds, and we are currently working lap number 13 right now.
I think the car that we maybe need to just keep an eye towards is the car of Kenny Habel, who I think is starting to get caught again from cars that were behind him. No, he's now got his foot down again on that lap, so it was a slower lap from the number 75 car running in 5th position, the SPS Automotive Mercedes last time through, but he's back to the kind of pace that we expect again on that lap. So I think the car of likes of Benjamin Ricci, who is now up into 6th position, has got himself ahead of the number 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Cozzi that time through. Maybe we don't need to worry too much that he's getting caught, but I'd still keep an eye towards what's going on for 5th and 6th place, because with that shuffle and Benjamin Ricci now gaining one more place at the wheel of the 64 car up to 6th place, he seems to have done a chunk of overtaking in the last few laps. He's now got clear track ahead of him and should be able to push on again as we watch Ben Barnicoat turning his way through the Marina section and starting to head underneath the hotel. He is about to chalk lap number 13 into the book. We've had almost the first half hour of the race. David, where's that gone?
Absolutely. Just looking also at the Kessel Ferrari, we've got that car having now gained a place because 88 has gone missing somewhere, and Valentin Pierberg, I fear, is off the road. Now, that's a glitch on the timing screen, but 88 Mercedes all of a sudden has gone to the foot of the order and is not, for the moment, circulating, I don't think. The Kessel Ferrari lost 2 minutes and 47 seconds in the pits. It could have been a whole lot worse, actually. So that was good pit work by Kessel, another very experienced team, Ronnie Kessel's squad, to get them back out on track. But now 88 will try and find where that car is, but that I'm a bit concerned about because it was looking strong early on. It was part of that Ferrari-Mercedes quartet battle, wasn't it? But I can't see it around the racetrack now, Mark.
No, and it is looking as though it may be towards the end of the lap. We're going back on board with Alessandro Cozzi, who is involved in a good little squabble of trying to hang on to 7th position. You can't quite see it, but tucked right on his exhaust pipes is Roberto Pampanini for Kessel Racing in a similar car, just isn't going away. And now, whilst those two are starting to squabble, it is allowing cars behind to catch up ever more. Here's David Fuminelli. This is the car that leads GT3 Pro-Am at this stage. David Fuminelli, who is a very late addition to the VR46 squad, following the confirmation that Valentino Rossi was not able to travel, the 9 times world motorcycle champion, to this edition of the Gulf 12 Hours. And what a fantastic job he's done. I know as soon as the announcement was made on social media, David, he was so grateful for the opportunity, wasn't he?
Oh, absolutely right, because he wants to go GT racing, he wants to go sports car racing. Let me just quickly say, Valentin Pierberg's Mercedes, we understand, has stopped under the hotel. So it looks like it's a mechanical problem that has stopped that car, and it's already lost more time than the Kessel Ferrari did in the pit. So that's really bad news. But yeah, Valentino Rossi, we've seen him race here, we've seen him race in Europe in the past. He's done the Monza Rally, you know, he's always had a 4-wheel interest. And now that he's called time on an absolutely amazing 2-wheel career, like others before him, 4 wheels beckons. And I think we are going to find an awful lot of Valentino Rossi on GT entry list for the next few years, and hopefully a lot of fans coming to watch him as well, because those that have followed him on 2 wheels now can come and look at GT racing, Alan.
The last time he raced here, David, it was a really cool week for him to have done so, because in the week running up to this event, it was the week that he had swapped Lewis Hamilton's Mercedes and his own bike. So he was absolutely buzzing when he was racing here at the weekend, and very keen to talk about the experience, which he thoroughly enjoyed. And I think Lewis enjoyed that experience equally. It was a great week to have the Gulf 12 Hours.
He's also an honorary member of the BRDC, Valentino Rossi, and there are very few overseas members, and I'm pretty sure he's unique in an overseas motorbike racer.
Yes, lifetime membership.
Yeah.
And rightly so. And not wanting to go on too much about somebody that isn't here, but
sure.
It's almost the modern equivalent of a John Surtees, really. You know, somebody that's achieved so much in motorcycle racing, and now, without question, he's going to be a front runner in cars. And we've seen him out, as you suggested, in WRC before. Did Rally GB, and did he do Rally New Zealand as well?
Can't remember.
He did a couple of WRC rounds, didn't he?
Yeah, he also did the Monza Rally Sprint quite regularly as well. So yeah, I mean,
He
looking forward
did,
to seeing him.
when he did the Wales Rally GB as part of the World Rally Championship, I was the guy that was doing the interviews at the start ramp, and all of the drivers were told they would get to the top of the ramp, get out of the car, have a quick chat to the commentator, and get back into the car. So his car came to the top of the ramp. And I looked around to see if he'd got out of the car. No, he was just reclining in the driver's seat. And I was told, that's fine, he's allowed to stay in the car. Just go over and chat to him there. It was just the king of cool.
Yes. 88 Mercedes, he says, just nudging us back to the plot ever so slightly. We think it actually was a transponder glitch. One report said that it was slow under the hotel, but it's now put itself back to where it was, which was in 9th place. So I think for a lap or two, the transponder was crying for espresso, and the car has now got itself back to where it should be. So the good news for that is that it is on the lead lap after all, and it's still competitive, and therefore the panic is over. Right, David Fuminelli, we were talking about in the context of the VR46 Ferrari, second, but losing time now. 15 seconds he's fallen back from Ben Barnicoat. Ian Loggie's Mercedes 66 running in 4th place, and that in turn is second in the Pro-Am category.
Yeah, and Ian Loggie is going to be a busy chap in 2022. We saw him out racing in the Radical Gulf Championship just before Christmas, where he had mixed fortunes at Dubai circuit. But not only is he concentrating on doing the Radical Gulf Championship for this year, Ian Loggie, he's also racing next weekend in the Dubai 24-hour. He's racing in British GT. He's likely to take in some races in GT Cup. Chatting to him, it's something like 80 races he's going to be competing in over the course of 2022. A very, very busy man, and not just lots of motor racing. The man's a lunatic now that he's sold his business and got a bit more time on his hands. He's going to be doing the amateur version of the Tour de France. It's still the same route. It's still 3,500 kilometres he'll be cycling, taking place a couple of weeks before the main Tour de France. So he's a busy man, isn't he now, Ian?
Why not? Yes. Great enthusiast. He's come to motor racing late in life, but has always been successful, from Britcar to the Blockpad Endurance Series Championship, and he desperately wants to win British GT this year, as do lots of other people, which makes it a competitive championship. He's always gone for good co-drivers as well.
And I think that going back to his exploits in the amateur version of the Tour de France as well, he's doing it for Cure Leukemia. You remember the car he was racing this year in British GT was supported by raising funds for that as well. So yeah, he is one of many drivers that want that British GT title. But yes, it's going to be a hard-fought championship. The same as it's going to be a hard-fought race here as well. Ian Loggie at the moment, 4th on the road, 2nd in Pro-Am.
And this is where the interest comes, because in that Pro-Am car, he's the Am. He's a quick Am, but he's up against David Fuminelli, who is the Pro. So you think, oh well, that Ferrari is storming away, but put different drivers in, and the whole complexion in the next stint will look very different. And like I said earlier, it's only really when you get towards the end of part 1, or definitely the 12th hour, that you start to really see how all of these plots knit together.
It's that sort of that cliffhanger of the race, isn't it? It's only when you get to the final chapter of it that you actually understand the story and how it plays out. Yeah.
Well, right now, Ben Barnicoat done it because he's gone storming away. 88 Mercedes you're looking at. That was another car, just to touch on this. Valentin Pierberg at the wheel of it now. But even yesterday afternoon, there were driver changes because of COVID tests and the like. And Dominic Baumann, who just happened to be here, just happened to get on board, and the car moved up into the Pro-Am category. Well, saying that Valentin Pierberg is quick, very definitely so is the Austrian Dominic Baumann. So that's another car that you should not discount, 88, within Pro-Am. And that's just going to get better and better, I think, as the race goes on.
Yeah, I think once the Austrian jumps on board, that car will work its way up through the order. We know that Valentin Pierberg is more than capable as well. He is a back-to-back International GT Open champion back in 2019 and 2018. He is still, for the moment, though, bottled up behind the 2 Ferraris that sit ahead.
We're watching this battle, as you say, Mark, but can I just throw a note of caution into the mix here? Because number 99 Audi is about to go a lap down, and it's not because of a problem, it's because you've got an Am up against a Pro. Murad Sultanov's pace is nothing like Ben Barnicoat's, and the car now is a minute and 19 seconds away from the leader, and a lap is, 1 minute in the 50s, but it ain't going to be long before number 99 is lapped, and it falls off the lead lap, because we've still got round about 20 laps before they need to think about putting more fuel in.
Yeah, and that's that car sits in the Pro category, but that's purely because of the combinations that they've got. You've got a gold driver, which is going to be Dries van Toor. You've got Alex Akker, that's a silver, and whilst Murad Sultanov is a bronze, and therefore understandably the slower driver, because you've got that combination of drivers, therefore, in terms of regulations, it sits in the pro category.
Right.
You could argue, because you've got Murad in there as a bronze, maybe it ought to be a pro-am, but them's the rules, and therefore that's where it sits.
Yeah, and equally, Murad Sultanov is not a slow bronze, and he will get quicker as the race goes on, as he gets a little bit more confident. But right now, with Ben Barnicoat, who might not know the Mercedes inside out, but he knows what a GT3 car is all about, he is just storming on, and that gap between them, Audi and Mercedes, for the lap to shift over, ain't that far away. So the worry here for Attempto is that car drops off the lead lap, and I wonder whether, therefore, they will try and short stint Murad as best they can under the regulations to get a faster pace out of the car as soon as possible.
Yeah, and that's another sort of dice that they can roll. They have so many mandatory pit stops that they need to put in. If there were to be a safety car in part one of the race, or part two, any pit stops that you do under the safety car, such the way the regulations are written, do not count. So any pit stop made under full course caution or safety car period will not count towards the imposed pit stop time total, and therefore is not subject to a minimum time, is the way the regulations are written.
That's right. But right now, Murad Sultanov is doing what he has to do, which is do consistent lap times, keep out of trouble. How's our Ferrari fight getting on between, there you can see number 51 of Alessandro Cozzi, the red, yellow and black AF Corsa entry. Number 11 behind is Roberto Pampanini, and then you've got Valentin Pierberg next in the queue in the Mercedes. Currently these Ferraris are working their 18th lap as they head round the marina here at the Yas Marina circuit. Underneath the hotel they come. Valentin Pierberg brings down that gap as they come back into the sunshine, head towards turn 15-16, that right sequence up towards the end of the lap, pit into the right-hand side, but through they now turn. Francesco Zollo has actually gained a place on pace, by the way, but that's getting up through the GT4 traffic ahead of David Holloway in the Aston Martin. But this little fight gets more tasty, doesn't it now? Three of them together.
Yeah, absolutely together, as they have been for several laps now, turning their way through turn number one. But it is still Alessandro Cozzi that is the front of the queue. Roberto Pampanini looking to both attack and defend in that dichotomy, rather, because he's got Cozzi ahead of him. He's got Valentin Pierberg in the Mercedes that sit behind as they sweep their way through turn number two, over the crest, and start to descend downhill through turns 3, 4 and up towards the braking area. I think in two minds there, whether to maybe either close the door on the Merc behind or attack the Ferrari ahead. There was Roberto Pampanini. As it was, they still remain in the same order as they charge their way down the hill. The pit crew as well also thoroughly enjoying what's a fantastic race. Just back to GT4 as well, whilst we look at this continuing battle going on for 7th, 8th and 9th position. Leading GT4 is the number 23 Greystone McLaren of Ian Campbell. Second in GT4 is the first of the Century Motorsport cars. That's a number 42 car, which is the BMW of John Corbett. But he is still not that far up the road from the second of the two Century Motorsport cars, David Holloway, who is back for his second ever Gulf 12 Hour. We saw him out here a couple of seasons ago doing a race.
And somebody else learning about GT racing all the time, doing the mileage and getting quicker and quicker and quicker as Alessandro Cozzi versus Roberto Pampanini come through. Now, out of the way that the cars started, of course, it was 51 on the second row of the grid on that average, which was how the grid was formed, of three drivers' times. And again, 51 goes out wide, door opens, Pampanini goes through. So there, that was made very easy. Alessandro Cozzi making the mistake, running out wide, and Roberto Pampanini did not need a second invitation. Through he goes. So the Castle Ferrari now up into 7th place, and straight away he starts to extend that margin. Valentin Pierberg now comes up to apply pressure as well and looks for a way past the Ferrari as they dive down to the last corner.
Yeah, he made a mistake there, an identical mistake as he made very early on in the race,
right,
didn't he?
yep.
Which was through turn number 12. Need to be careful that you stay within the confines of the circuit. We saw several laps removed over the course of qualifying, but there is a reset available, isn't it? It's the transgressions at beyond the circuit limits are per driver rather than per car, as we perhaps alluded to yesterday. And there is a reset from part one of the race to part two as well.
Yeah.
So now that the job is done, what can we see in terms of this Ferrari starting to pull away? That's just gained the place equally as much. Valentin Pierberg is desperate now to also try and unpick the car and see whether he might be able to squeeze his way through it ahead of Alessandro Cozzi, who again was sort of slightly ragged, wasn't he, coming out of turn 5 there?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those sort of not quite red miss moments, but you lose one place and you're eager to defend the next, and therefore the line isn't quite right because it was wrong at the previous corner, and it does take a couple of corners to settle down once more. Plus, of course, you determined to keep that car at bay that's got a lot closer. There's the race leader, Ben Barnicoat, still looking dominant, having now put the lap on the Audi. So only 9, and the last of them is Pierberg on that lead lap, with now Murad Sultanov having gone a lap down. That puts the pressure on Alex Arca and Dries Vanthoor to bring that car into the mix, but you could argue they would be able to do that up against Issa Al Khalifa, because he's going to be the slower of the 3 in number 1 Mercedes. So what Attempto have lost in this stint, they might gain back. I thought for a moment the Mercedes was going slowly there, but it's purely the effect of seeing it on such a long straight. It's not moving, but Ben Barnicoat very definitely is, because the gap that he's got, 15 seconds right now.
Yeah, more than controlling the race. Ben Barnicoat, who is a former winner, as we say, of the Gulf 12 Hours. That was the Bahrain edition. Other championships he's secured, well, not that many in terms of overall championship. He was a Formula Renault Northern European champion, and I think prior to that the other championships all came back in karting for him. Hugely successful kart racing, wasn't he, Ben Barnicoat?
Yes, indeed. Just quickly, Mark, 51 has a 5-second time penalty before work can happen at the next pit stop for exceeding track limits. So 51 is the AF Corsa car of Alessandro Cozzi, and because he's been running wide so often, a 5-second time penalty being given that's got to be served before anything can be done on the pit stop. Yeah, back to your Ben Barnicoat point, you're quite right. It was very good in karting. He was part of that Racing Steps Foundation.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that Formula Renault North European Championship title came by not turning a wheel, because the cars got to the grid at the Nürburgring Sunday morning, early, fog, race never happened, and therefore, because he was ahead on points ahead of Louis Delatraz anyway, he got the championship.
Oh no, right, I hadn't realised. So yeah, Ben Barnicoat making the switch, as so many drivers have done, from single-seaters into sports cars, and it doesn't matter what you put Ben Barnicoat in, he is a quick driver. We're looking at David Fuminelli now. He's about to head over the start-finish line. This is the VR46 racing Ferrari in the hands of the Italian that sits there in second place. You can see that the car that's behind him is the Attempto Racing Murad Sultanov Audi, which, as David alluded to, has dropped off the lead lap of the race, but with Murad Sultanov being the slower of the drivers that are entered amongst that car hopefully should be able to pick its way back up through the order. For our race leader, though, Ben Barnicoat, he is having to thread his way through a little bit of traffic, which is what Ian Loggy is also doing. So that is the number 66, the second of the two C's Motorsport Mercedes, picking off Ian Campbell. That number 23 car there, the McLaren, that has just been passed by the number 6 Mercedes, is the leader of the GT4 category. Despite the fact that Ian Campbell is a relative newcomer to motorsport. He'd done a lot of track days, which is what Greystone GT generally do, is track days for customers with high specification sports cars and supercars, but they've brought so many drivers through from track days in their supercars into circuit racing, and Ian Campbell has been a force to be reckoned with, himself and Ollie Webb, who are not just partnered up for this weekend, but were partnered up in the GT Cup Championship back in the UK. And he is thoroughly enjoying his time here at Yas Marina, that car leading GT4 at this stage.
And McLaren, again, you know, doing what all these manufacturers are now doing, which is finding more customers, producing GT3 and GT4 cars. And the 570S has had great success in different championships. So it's going to be another car I think you can anticipate to have a good result come the end of this race within the GT4 class. And if trouble hits the GT3 cars and the GT4s keep going round and round and round, then don't be surprised if we don't get a really good result out of them come the very end. Right now, though, there is 23. So Greystone GT, which again as a team is not the most experienced. So this is, talk about a good learning curve for drivers. It's a good one for the teams as well, isn't it? Because here you are with a great facility out of which to work, and it's a good place to come and learn about a long race, about pit stops, about strategy. And I know it sounds simple, but about reading the regulations, because different championships do different things. And if you get through this, you get it all right, knowing what the penalties are, knowing what you can and can't do, like you've talked about pit stops, when you can and can't take them. It's useful for all the brains trust within the team as much as the guy behind the wheel.
And for Ian Campbell as well, bearing in mind what he's done in the past, the longest stint he'll have ever done in a car is 25 or 30 minutes. Well,
what GT Cup?
Yeah. Here he's going to be tasked with a much longer stint, which not only physically is tougher, but equally as much it's trying to maintain that focus and maintain that consistency. You don't need in a long 12-hour race to be the fastest car out there. What you do need to be is just consistent and just keep ticking in the laps at a similar pace. And if you do that and you stay out of trouble, you find yourself creeping up through the order. If you are starting to slow up, or your concentration lapses, which is the case, warm cars, some drivers might have cool suits in, some cars will be having the air conditioning on as well, but it's still a warm environment to be in, isn't it? And Ian Campbell will be learning lots from this, lots and lots. And
of course, what the temperature is now is going to be very different from around about midday, and what they have to start part 2. So there's all that to factor in as well. How the tyres are going to behave in the temperatures will be different as well. The car that Ben Barnicoat is in now, I would suspect, feels rather different from what it will be when he next gets into it later on in the course of the morning.
Very much so. So over the start-finish line has come Ben Barnicoat. 23 laps now completed by the 25-year-old British driver, who is leading by 15.2 seconds now from David Fuminelli. Looking back through the order, this is the squabble that's still going on, isn't it, between Alessandro Cozzi, Roberto Pampanini and the Mercedes of Valentin Pierberg. So we've still got this great fight going on for 7th, 8th and 9th position. And this is for 3rd, 4th and 5th in the GT3 Pro-Am category by the look of things. And Pampanini is looking to try and open the door here and squeeze his way back through. Oh, big accident under braking. Off goes the Ferrari and makes contact not just with the barriers on the inside, then makes contact with the barriers on the outside, Roberto Pampanini. And he'd got the run, he was looking to try and open the door, and then all of a sudden, mistake, car snaps to the left, heavy contact with the barriers. And I do fear, David, that not only is that going to be a very lengthy pit stop for the car, that could potentially bring out our first full course caution. We'll have to wait and see. We'll see the car busy smoking away. Damage is largely to the front.
Safety
door
car
opens.
deployed.
Yeah, not surprising that the safety car is being deployed. We can see the door is open, so the one good thing is that the driver of that number 11 Kessel Racing car of Roberto Pampanini closes the door, looks very disappointed. Off comes the gloves, inspects the damage to the front of it.
Best they can hope for now is to get the car back and get it out for part 2. Let's have a look at what he did. So there is a gap on the inside. He's not fully alongside. They get to the corner. Pampanini on the inside line drifts across, hits the brakes, and the car gets away from him under braking. That was all self-induced. Hits the barrier, and the AF Corsa Ferrari of Alessandro Cozzi was fortunate not to get involved in that. But I think Pampanini just left his braking so late that as he did eventually brake so hard, it just grabbed and fired him off, didn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure whether, because he was getting quite close towards the side of Alessandro Cozzi's car, whether once he was on the brakes, he maybe thought there might be a little bit of contact, and maybe as he was braking, he put the tiniest bit of steering input in, and the rear wheels were unloaded, and maybe that was what did it. But unusual for the car to snap sideways. If it did at that point, then there might be a braking issue with it. I would say more he was on the brakes whilst he was putting in a bit of steering input in, and that was what pitched it to the left.
Yeah, but either way, I would argue it was self-induced.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I agree with that.
Certainly no contact. And like I say, Cozzi was pretty fortunate not to get wiped out as that car spun across the front, so got out of the way. But yes, a lot of damage done there. Poor old Kessel not having a good start.
Not having a good start, no. And you could also see that it did cause some damage to the barriers as well as it went in there on the left-hand side. You could see that it sort of affected the barriers. Let's hope that it's not infected the integrity of those barriers. So the safety car is out there. I think I said earlier on that we've never not had a safety car in the first part of the Gulf 12 Hours. I'm going to retract that slightly because I think 2014 part 1 did go green all of the way, but that's the only time in part 1 we've gone green all of the way. You know, with a shorter circuit, David, I think the most laps we've ever completed here was back in 2019. We did a record of 316 laps, which is a fantastic result of what was the year that Temto Racing won. Shorter circuit, you know, if we have less safety car periods, understandably, we could be on for a record in terms of the number of laps.
You've got 3 things to worry about here. One is the car, the other is the barrier, and the third is the debris. And you can see how much of the front of the car is now scattered across the circuit. So the car needs to be moved out of harm's way, given back to the team. Then you've got to sweep the circuit. and then they'll have a look at the barrier damage as well. So again, Roberto Pampanini, not an inexperienced driver to the inside line. You will see that he's never fully alongside, and at about this point he thinks, oh, I'm getting a bit close. He's on the brakes, they don't touch, but there the car just gets away, up the inside, big hit to the barrier, slides across onto the runoff area. Does it get as far as the barriers on the outside? It does. Kaboom, another big impact. I mean, having said all of that, could have been a braking problem, so that when he did stand on them, there wasn't quite what he expected. But either way, it certainly wasn't a touch between the cars that have put him off the road, but there's a lot of damage. And once the team gets the car back, Alan no doubt will chance his arm, see whether he can get a word out of anybody about exactly what caused that, whether it was a driver error or whether it was a mechanical issue. But the net result, sadly, is that the second Kessel hit of the first hour is a really serious one, and that has put that car effectively out of the race. I mean, even if it does rejoin, it will have lost so much time that it needs many others to have similar problems to buy back the laps.
Absolutely, and it's in the Pro-Am category as well, for which there are numerous entries amongst them as well. So yeah, any chance of even a podium, I suspect, has largely evaporated, and that's an enormous shame for Kessel, who without question have been the most successful team here at the previous iterations of the Gulf 12 Hours. They claimed their first Gulf 12 Hour win back in 2015, but that put them on course then for a fantastic run of overall results, with further wins coming in 2016, 2017, 2018. Of which Davide Rigon would have been behind the wheel of the race-winning car for many of those, the most successful driver we've had in the Gulf 12 Hours. There you can see the damage to the barriers as well that was caused when the Ferrari made contact with it. It has damaged largely the middle set of barriers, but you can see they're not fully in the vertical position as well. So again, that will need inspecting by the circuit and the race officials, and they'll have a look as to whether they need some adjustments there to the circuit furniture.
And of course, he was braking so late that there was a lot of speed, obviously, in that hit, therefore a lot of energy. So yes, I think this could be quite a lengthy period, if only because of the barrier damage. Tiziana Siviero there with her back to you will be studying all of this and trying to work out how they can get the car back as quickly as possible. Right, well, it gives time for a glug of coffee, all of this, doesn't it, for some? Cars behind the safety car then. Down they come out of the turn 5 hairpin, and the safety car with its lights are flashing for the moment neutralises the race, but there you can see the debris scattered across the runoff on the inside and across the racetrack itself. Now, Ronnie Kessel of the Kessel Racing Squad, watching this, Alan, no doubt, pretty much soul destroyed already.
Well, in the first hour, Ronnie, what a disappointment. Really, really hard work.
Yeah, it's a pity, also because we had a little crash already during the free practice, but we managed to fix the car, so thank you to all the guys who have been very reactive. I would say it's a race accident, probably even not his fault because he was releasing, letting the other car pass, and probably 1 second later it wouldn't happen. But that's race, that's why we love it.
It's so difficult for such a hugely successful team at this event to start a race and then you realise the highs and lows of motor racing are alive and well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And to be said that this race has been particularly complicated also because of the, the pandemic overall. But we're happy that we're here, and we still have 2 cars for the race. So
thank you, Ronnie. Thanks for talking to us. Thank you very much indeed. There we go, Ronnie Kessel, just down at the garage.
Alan, thank you very much, and you're quite right. It is so hard to, as a team, as a driver, pick yourself up, isn't it, after an incident like this so early. We're getting the replay again of what happened. So Roberto Pampanini to the inside line and brakes as late as he dares, realises the move isn't on, gets close to the AF Corsa car, but there was no contact, and then as he comes to the braking area itself, the car just suddenly goes sharp left into the barrier and up the escape road. And then actually the second hit, I know it's into a different barrier, but that was a fair old whack as well, because it brought the car to a dead stop.
It did bring the car to a dead stop. And yeah, from first impact to second impact, there wasn't a great deal of speed scrubbed off. The brake lights were on the car all the time, weren't they? So yeah, maybe there was sort of some kind of issue there. I'm sure at some point we'll get further information, and Alan will be, once the car is back and the team are inspecting, I'm sure will be further reports as to what they think might have happened. But yeah, I would say either some sort of braking issue with the car or as I suggested. I still think it's a possibility that, yeah, just the rear wheels were unloaded and he put a tiny bit of steering input in to avoid the contact, to avoid the fact that those two cars, himself and Alessandro Cozzi, were getting so close to each other. So an enormous shame. Safety car is out there. That bunches up the pack. And of course, for Ben Barnicoat, who was leading the race and had done all of that hard work to build an advantage, as is always the case in sports car racing, it evaporates before your very eyes.
There's the other Kessel Ferrari, which is sort of back at the races. It's still 2 laps down, but it's got itself up now ahead of all of the GT4 cars. So in terms of an overall position, it's moved up. And of course also now, number 11, which is the car that's caused this safety car period, has done the fewest number of laps of anybody, so that's officially last. They're the race leader, and with no traffic between Ben Barnicoat and David Fuminelli, what was a very healthy advantage is now just 4 seconds. And a little bit of trim hanging off the front.
It's a Pirelli sticker.
Ah, okay.
It's not trim. Yeah, I think it's a sticker that's just come off on the Ferrari.
Right, okay. So I don't think that's going to be of huge concern. The incident between those two Ferraris, 11 and 51, is under investigation, but I'm not quite sure what there is to investigate.
Yeah, because one car is damaged, they probably just want to have a double check of it. We've had the opportunity to look at the replays. Race Control will now want those opportunities. No, it is a little bit of damage, isn't it? It is.
Yeah. You're right, it's a sticker, but it's sticker on the trim.
Yeah.
It's on the front.
I thought it was trim to start with, and then I saw it said just Pirelli, and it's the same shape as the Pirelli sticker, exactly the same size, but it is actually a small amount of trim. And is that a little bit of debris there on the circuit as well?
Yeah. That little bit of trim, of course, is on the side that they were working on in the pit lane after the contact earlier on. So it might be that on the next pit stop there's a bit of tank tape to be
a bit more tape there. Yeah, it just looks as though it's sort of a part of a dive plane or something that's just come detached as a result of that contact. So will affect potentially the handling of the car still. Alan.
I can confirm that when they repaired the first of the cars to come in, they only used red tape.
Right. Okay. Do they have other colours available?
My point being, it looks like it's black that's hanging off.
Yes.
So it's not part of the first repair, which is hanging off.
It's fresh damage. Yeah.
It's fresh damage. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. One of your favourite bands, weren't they? Fresh Damage.
They were great. The Marquee years.
Yeah, that's right.
I remember well.
Yes. Bits kept falling off the vinyl. Yeah. So we've got the cars under the safety car then coming up underneath the hotel, with the top two within the Crocodile being on the lead lap. Then you've got number 33, which is effectively 2 laps down, and so frustrating. Another car that's not been able to buy back a lap on this is the Audi, of course, which not only is behind the leaders but has got shuffled back in the queue. I just wonder whether anyone's going to think about the length of this safety car period, because we're heading towards the hour mark, and start to think about pit stop. But even if you do it under the safety car, as Mark made the point, it doesn't count as one of those imposed ones. So strategy now goes out of the window.
Yeah, it does to a degree go out of the window, but there may be a few that could come in. They could just sort of top it up with fuel again and get it back out there if that's what they wish to do. But yeah, certainly as we are under safety car, then any pit stops will not be classified. So during the race, the minimum time will be imposed on a specific number of pit stops. That's called the imposed pit stop time, and the number of imposed pit stops for each car are set at 4 in each 6-hour part of the race for GT3 cars, making it 8 overall over the course of the 12 hours. But for the GT4 cars that we've got there, they have to make 5 pit stops in each 6-hour part of the race as well. So in other words, 12 over the course of the race. And that's the way it works out. And if you do them under safety car, doesn't count.
And for GT3, it's got to be 110 seconds line to line as well. And of course, that data offered up to the race officials. And if you're short on the pit stop, then there are penalties depending on by how much. You're allowed 1 joker pit stop under the regulations for the entirety of the 12 hours, which is 1 second's grace. You can use that once, but after that, depending on the amount that you are short by, then there's a sliding scale of penalties. But we'll worry about those if and when we get to them.
And for GT4, it's a slightly longer pit stop, isn't it,
right.
for GT4 as well. So whereas GT3, you mentioned it was 110 seconds, it's 140 for GT4 cars. And again, the regulations dictate, and this is part of this learning curve for the teams, as you mentioned. I think it was Greystone that you were using as the casing point. The team's refueling crew is made up of 4 or 5 team members, depending on the fuel filler arrangements of the car as well, including 1 car controller. So again, there's only a certain number of people that can work on the car at any one time.
And 2-part pit stops as well. So part 1 is the fuel and driver out, and then nothing else can happen until the fueling is done. Then you can do tyres and the driver change and anything else if there's a little bit of trim that needs some sticky tape putting on it. But these two-part pit stops.
And again, teams that run championships around the world again, that's not exactly the same in all four corners of the globe as well.
Correct.
That's what we're used to in Europe, and that's the way it works for the Gulf 12 Hours here in the Middle East. But if you go and watch IMSA racing in America, for instance, regulations are different. They don't have to turn the engine off. The driver doesn't have to get out while they refuel.
That's right, and it's knowing your rule book as well. And it's interesting as well how often a team is caught out because they've had one too many people on the car or in the fast lane. We had it in a race at Paul Ricard a few years ago that during the wheel changed, wheel was loose and a mechanic stepped forward to steady it, but he crossed into the fast lane. Penalty. And it's just knowing so carefully. And it's not just the team manager, it's making sure that everybody involved in the pit stop knows what they're doing, because then you don't commit an offence like that. It was done with the best of intention. Oh, loose wheel, I better stop that. But actually, it did more harm than good. Safety car stays out, of course. The format between this you are familiar with. When the lights go out on top of the safety car, that's the indication that it will peel in at the end of the lap, but I think we are going to be a good few laps. The safety car came out on lap 24 and we're currently on lap 29, so that gives you an idea of the length of the clear-up operation. Of course, in part, Mark, it's always a delayed start to the clear-up, because only when you've got all the cars behind the crocodile, and therefore there is one train, can the race director give permission for marshals to cross the barrier and go trackside in order to clear it up. So just because the safety car is deployed doesn't mean you're going to see people straight away. You've got to get everybody in a line first of all, and then we can have the cars going through, and then track workers are allowed out there. So it is, at the moment, I think track vehicles leaving the scene, but marshals still sweeping, marshals needing to go back on post before we can get things back underway. And it has tipped us to the end of the first hour of the race as well.
It has, so let's just run down the order. Then you can see there to the left of your screens at the 1 hour mark, because nothing will have changed under this safety car period. Leading the race under safety car, the number 1 Two Seas Motorsport car in the hands of Ben Barnicoat. Second is the number 46 VR46 Ferrari of David Fuminelli. So Ben Barnicoat leads GT3 Pro, and GT3 Pro Am is being led by the car in second place. Third place is number 61 AF Corsa and Konrad Grunwald, who is the leading car in GT3 Am. So we've got 3 different class leaders inside the top 3 because of the hard work that Grunwald has done in the early stages of this one. Fourth is 66 Two Seas Motorsport, Ian Loggy. Fifth is number 75 SPS Automotive Performance and Kenny Hable. And completing the top 6 is car number 64 ACA ASP and Benjamin Ricci. Seventh place is number 51 AF Corsa Alessandro Cozzi, who I want to come back to in a few moments. Eighth place is SPS Automotive Performance Valentin Peerberg. Ninth is number 99 Attempto Racing Murad Sultanov. And 10th place is number 91 Barra Motorsport and Tammy Lindroth. I'll leave it at 10th because we're going to head back down to the pit lane and Alan Hyde.
Just to get a quick word with Dries Vanthoor, it's been a difficult weekend so far, hasn't it? Last night was tricky for you in qualifying. Challenges there. Challenges at the start of the race today. Can you help us as to what happened?
Yeah, well, I think Murad lost the time a bit and was a bit late. But he was actually here on time, that's not the issue, but he wasn't ready in the car when the pit lane was closed, so very unfortunate, but I mean, it's lucky now that there's a safety car. We're still already a lap down anyway, but it's a good thing that we can come back hopefully from that.
How are things panning out now? How do you attack this when you're right at the start of a long race, a 12-hour race, and for the whole team, it's a bit of a kick, isn't it, at the start of the race?
Yeah, especially when you start from the pit lane. But no, it's good that we have a safety car now. We can come back. We hopefully try to get our lap back and fight on from there. I mean, the Mercedes who's leading is quick. They have 3 good drivers on it as well, so it will be tricky. That's for sure. But the rest is still open, so hopefully we can fight for that.
Thank you, Dries. Thanks for having a chat to us. Dries Vanthoor down at the back of Attempto.
Well, if anybody can bring that car back into the mix, Dries Vanthoor is the man, because not only is he a star, he is one of, if not the, fastest Audi drivers around these days. He's very much your go-to driver to make an Audi R8 fly. Yeah, absolutely, as has been shown in the GT World Challenge over the course of the past couple of years as well, where he secured back-to-back championships in GT World Challenge and sprint category, wasn't it, where he was
hugely successful. I got to 10th, hadn't I? So let's just carry on down through the rest of the order whilst we remain under safety car here in the 10th running of the Gulf 12 Hours at Abu Dhabi here at Yas Marina Circuit. In 11th place is number 33, the troubled early on Kessel Racing Ferrari of Francesco Zollo, still with that small amount of damage on the front left dive plane. 12th place is the leading GT4 car, number 23, the Greystone Ferrari in the hands of Ian Campbell, going beautifully well. Had built up quite a sizable lead or a comfortable lead in the early stages in the first hour of the race between himself and the other cars in GT4. 13th in the race and therefore second in GT4 is number 42, which is the first of 2 Century Motorsport entered cars. That's the BMW of John Corbett, the Australian. And 14th is the car that completes the GT4 podium in reality, which is the number 15, David Holloway driven Century Motorsport Aston Martin GT4. So that is all of the cars that are currently still running, of course. The recovery of Roberto Pampanini's stricken, damaged, accident induced Ferrari is, I think, almost complete. I think it's left the scene of the crime now. It was. You've got to feel so sorry. You know, we heard from Kessel Racing. You know, for the team that has been so successful here, to have both cars hit issues within the first hour of the race must be soul-destroying in some respect. But as was indicated, you know, they know motorsport inside and out. Some days you've just got to roll with the punches and make the best of a bad job almost.
Yeah, I mean, Kessel runs a good ship, but does seem more than any other Ferrari team I can think of to have just the worst luck. You know, not only what you've seen in the first hour and a bit, but for season after season, if any car is going to have a drama, it seems to be a Kessel one, and it comes out of nowhere. But they do very well in one make, in different GT championships. They do run a good ship. And in fairness, that wasn't a team problem. That was a driver, and Roberto Pampanini, who, as I say, is no dummy, just making that little mistake. So, as the clear-up operation continues, gaps come down, and the Brains Trust up and down the pit lane throws away one set of figures and starts to now recalculate when a pit stop can come, how much fuel will be needed, and how this first pit stop is going to fit in with the other 3 that they need to make within now less than 5 hours.
Yeah, and you were suggesting earlier on, sort of, you know, around about lap 37, if we went green, was where the pit stops would take place. The number crunching that needs to be done now is, you know, do you still pit roughly when you thought you would, because you know you've got to tick off those imposed pit stops, or do you, because the car will now do more laps because we've been under safety car and therefore the fuel burn is less, do you push the pit stop out a little bit? And that's the difficulty that you've got to do. You push the pit stop out, then you've then got to compress the rest of the pit stops because you've still got so many to do in the first part 1 of the race.
But also what you've got to factor in while you're trying to do the fuel figures is your driver time figures, and make sure that because of a safety car, if you think of going longer on a tank of fuel, what you're not doing is keeping somebody in the car for too long and therefore using up more of their drive time than is allowed, or indeed preventing somebody from getting in so they can't do their minimum. If it's a bronze driver, for example, because there's a minimum time that they must do. So you've got to calculate all of these figures as well. There's also an element that would suggest that if it's a very long safety car period, you put in your bronze driver, because that's an opportunity to get that stint out of the way with it not losing too much time. But of course, you've got to sort of, under these regulations, preempt when a safety car could come, because you can't do it, as Mark's been making the point, as a regulation stop during a safety car period. So if you see an incident and you've got time to scramble the car into the pit lane, you might just get lucky because the safety car might come out after that. But it's a roll of the dice, I accept. Under these regulations, you can do it in other forms of GT racing. Well, there is a rather shorter 488. That's a sort of 487.5 really now, because number 11, I don't think that's going to rejoin the race at all, looking at the front damage, because that is much shorter than Ferrari intended it.
Yeah, that is far more heavily damaged than I thought at the front, now that we've seen that picture of it, so it may well be done for. But of course, until it's back and the team have had a look at it, you know, some of that crash structure at the front is meant to absorb the impact. They'll have a look at it. If there's a chance that they can get it back out for part 2 of the race, I'm sure they'll endeavour to work, because not only is it going to be a disappointed team if they can't go to work, there's going to be another couple of disappointed drivers, aren't there? The likes of Mauro Calamia and Stefano Monaco, who are sharing that car with Roberto Pampanini this weekend.
And have paid to race it.
Yeah,
the Kessel team also has been responsible for a red flag over the course of practice sessions, so they really have been up against it. As Ronnie Kessel was saying, the team has worked so hard. But I mean, here's another element to a race like this. It's not like being in Europe, where you can load everything into the truck and drive across the border. You've got to work out what you're going to take, what you're, if you like, prepared to spend to take, to then freight it out here. And it's not as big a spares package as you would have at home.
No, absolutely. A very valid point indeed. Back to sort of minimum driving times. We've alluded to the minimum driving times, but just to sort of put a bit more meat around those bones, it's all largely based around the minimum times that the bronze drivers must do. So in other words, if a car is in GT3 Pro-Am, the bronze driver or drivers must complete a total combined time of at least 3 hours 20 minutes each. In GT3 Am, the bronze drivers must drive for a total combined time of 9 hours and 20 minutes. That's because, of course, in GT3 Am, you're going to have more bronze drivers. You might have a silver in there as well, but the bronzes of the 12 hours must drive for a combined time of 9 hours and 20 minutes. And in GT4, the bronze driver or drivers must drive for a combined total time of 4 hours. So it's all around the amount of times that the bronze drivers have to put in the car, and that's to ensure that, you know, not only do the bronzes, who ultimately are largely paying the bills, get the correct amount of track time, but it also evens it out as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, because what championships races don't want is for the bronze driver to come and pay the bills, but then only do a lap. Therefore it becomes the pro drivers taking over, which is not what it's intended to be at all. So yes, make sure that a significant part of the race must be done by the bronze, the Am driver. There's number 75 Mercedes. We've not really touched on the Kenny Harbaugh car too much, but Kenny is on the lead lap, 5th, and of course the gaps close up. That's brought that one back into the mix. So the race order, as Mark was saying, number 1, Ben Barnicoat ahead, number 46 Ferrari 2nd, David Fuminelli. 3rd, having done a really good first stint, Conrad Groenewald in the 61 AF Corsa Ferrari. Ian Logie 4th, number 66 Mercedes. 5th, number 75 Kenny Harbaugh's Mercedes. And 6th, 64 Benjamin Ricci, who also, for somebody having to readapt to the GT3 machinery, has done a good job in this first stint, as there you've got the barrier repair, so that section of the barrier needing to be made flat, and also the supports behind it needing to be in place as well.
Yeah, it's a lot more vertical now than it was after the impact, but they just need to make sure that those barriers are in as vertical a position as they can be, and you can see it looks as though there's probably some additional bracing just being put in behind as well. So until the race officials and the circuit here at Yas Marina Circuit are entirely satisfied that those barriers are where they need to be, then we will not see the safety car peeling its way back into the pit lane. But I think we are nearly there.
Done, isn't it?
Yeah, the activity down there suggests that they're happy with it as well. So last few members of the circuit staff just leaving the scene. And then
bits of Ferrari behind the barrier there, look, big chunks of the front of the car. Yeah, I mean, the first impression was that it was lots of bodywork ripped off. When you saw the car, it looked rather different. So this, again, is what happened. It's all under braking. I mean, in fairness, Pampanini was never alongside. I think he was a bit optimistic in all of that. He braked as late as he dared, just steered out of the contact.
Yeah, I was looking at it at that time, and Alessandro Cozzi had his wheels right the way over to the right-hand side of the circuit, and at the point that there was the squeeze where the two cars got closer to each other, I think, and it's not suggesting that he was at fault at all, but Cozzi's wheels did move away from the very edge of the circuit towards the left-hand side. So there was a change of direction there, and maybe it was that Pampanini reacted to. So
the other thing that might have caused it, given how close they were, was a sudden change in the aero.
Aero, yeah, because they're ever more aero-dependent now. You think of how GT3 has evolved. Safety car peels its way into the pit lane by the look of things, so we're about, David, to get the race back underway.
Yeah, safety car in this lap, and David Fuminelli comes in. So as soon as the safety car period ends, 46 down the pit lane, so Alan, on your toes. Here you've got one of the significant stops of the race. David Fuminelli for VR46 down the pit lane.
Yeah, down pit lane. I think all the teams were standing by for the safety car to come in, because it is now huge activity in pit lane as everybody was... I just wonder, certainly with the GT4 cars, whether they were beginning to scratch their heads about how fuel was going to look with the cars staying out behind safety car. But now, a lot of activity. The Grainstone McLaren just coming to a stop and taking its fuel on board. So too the Aston Martin, which rather suggests the GT4 cars were rather thinking about fuel sooner rather than later, please.
I think you're right, yeah. So 88 Mercedes in as well. Whether we get driver changes out of them as well as these regulation stops, the imposed pit stops cycle through. What this means, of course, also is, as you see there, the Greystone McLaren, that we're going to have a bigger lead gap now open up over the opposition from the Mercedes, because the second place car is into the pit lane. It's going to be Conrad Grunewacht, number 61, who moves through up into second spot now as the screen is cleared on the GT4 McLaren. The Greystone GT entry will go back out in a moment or two. Kessel, in the meantime, having its damaged Ferrari return to it, and the damage assessment will go on. Kenny Harbelman continues to pound along. Benjamin Ricci comes up in the Mercedes there to have a go at the Ferrari to try to work his way up past. Is that Grunewacht or is that 51 of the Alessandro Cozzi entry? There's 46 down the pit lane. So David Fuminelli came in and he's just going to drop off the lead lap because Ben Barnicoat goes through. So that illustrates that under racing conditions, a pit stop is a lap pretty much. So back into the race goes 46. Alessio Salucci now takes over that car. So Salucci in 46, and more of them, Mark, come pouring down the pit lane now.
Yeah, not surprising at all, is it? Some opting to come in as immediately that the safety car peeled its way into the pit lane. Everybody else, if they didn't do it on the first lap after the safety car disappeared off, they are largely coming in at the end of this lap. There's one that is staying out, though, and that is the Century Motorsport BMW of John Corbett, the number 42 car, staying out on circuit. And also Ben Barnicoat has stayed out as well, hasn't he? So the race leader is staying out. There we can see the number 99 car in. That's the car that was driven by Murad Sultanov in part one of the race. Attempto Racing, of course, were the last team to win the Gulf 12 Hours when we were here at Yas Marina Circuit in the 9th edition of it. Work going on with refueling having been done. Driver change in the process of taking place. Quick clean of the windscreen. New set of either brand new stickers or, by the look of things, yeah, brand new sticker tyres going on. It's not a set of scrubs that are going on. Team going to work. And again, you know, we've spoken about the teams. There is time within these pit stops to take your time to a degree, but again, the teams need to be at their very best, making sure that they conduct these pit stops as quickly as they can, because of course, you know, you can lose time in the pits, and whilst it's not a rushed stop in that respect, if you don't quite get it right, if the tyres aren't quite where they need to be, and the call is made late to get a car into the pits, they need to dive to the back of the garages, David, where the tyres are in preheated ovens, aren't they, to get them on, so they go on warm onto the cars. And all of a sudden, if that's not all done and choreographed correctly, and they will have practiced these stops, and again, the car can lose time, and it's far more difficult to make the time up on track. You can make the time up in the pit lane, but of course, you know, you can't go any shorter than 110 seconds from pit in to pit out.
No, you're right. I'm hesitating because where's Ben Barnicoat gone to? Has he gone through, or is he overdue in the Mercedes?
He's overdue by about 20 seconds now over the start-finish line.
Lots of cars are overdue. We have just had a glitch on all the timing screens, so I'm just wondering whether it's the screen that's having a moment. Lap there for Ben Barnicoat as there the Ferrari rejoins the race.
Altered because of the algorithm.
Long safety car period meaning that the fuel consumption has been better. There's still that bit of debris in the middle of the road coming up through turn 3 and 4 that he has to negotiate there, but Ben Barnicoat looking good, and right now 13 seconds clear of Konrad Grunewald in second place, also yet to stop in the Ferrari number 61, the AF Corsa entry.
Yeah, so there's still a few cars that need to peel their way into the pit lane at the moment. So, of course, those are the cars that are sitting there in fourth position. David.
And as you say, that Kenny Harble rises to your prompting, and in he comes. So 75 Mercedes, the spectacular SPS Sun Energy car down the pit lane of the Australian driver Kenny Harble.
Well, that's showing us Maro Engel and had been for a lap or so, and that car's now showing us having been in the pits twice, David. So are they trying to tick through 2 pit stops within a short period of time?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Possibly, but I'm not quite sure what the benefit of that's going to be.
It gets another one out the way.
But then can you go to the very end of the 6 hours without doing a pit stop in the last couple of hours? Yeah. Can you go far enough on the fuel?
Well, they've still got 2 more to do, haven't they, over the course of the next 4 hours? Yeah, begs the question, doesn't it? But it did show Maro Engel as having taken over that car a couple of laps ago.
Okay.
And it is showing that car as now having been
2 stops,
in the pit lane area for two stops.
Yeah, you're right. It came in on lap 34. Alan?
Well, I'm only just seeing the car leaving now. I'm seeing the car leaving pit lane as the GT4 BMW has just come in. James Winslow about to take over the wheel of that car. But I shall make investigations about the Mercedes.
Yeah, please do. It came in at 10:54, and it's coming again at 10:58. That last pit stop was 50 seconds, so that wasn't an imposed pit stop because it's not long enough.
Yeah.
I wonder whether, because we've just seen them change tyres, either Maro Engel felt that the car wasn't right and pitted for new boots, or they didn't put tyres on it and he decided he needed them.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But Alan, if you can investigate, please do, as in comes Benjamin Ricci now.
Yeah, so Benjamin Ricci into the pit lane, the number 64 ACA ASP Mercedes making its way down pit lane. We're looking at the change that's going on for the number 42 Century Motorsport BMW currently. John Corbett getting out of the car, as Alan suggested. James Winslow, who has got history here at the Gulf 12 Hours, where he has claimed a win in the prototype class in the past. Did have a very large accident, didn't he, in 2017, which he was thankfully was able to walk away from. Albeit was injured in that accident, and 12 months later made his return to the Gulf 12 Hours as well. But yeah, James, who wasn't originally expecting to race this weekend again, there was originally a 3-car entry for the number 42 Century Motorsport car. Because of a few difficulties that they've had around COVID, he was added into the driver listing, and I don't think was originally expecting to drive the car, but he has managed to obtain the opportunity to get back out again in the Gulf 12 Hours, and I'm sure he's delighted.
A much underrated driver is James, because he's done a lot of his racing of late, either in Asia or Australia. He's sort of fallen off that European radar, but he's a very courageous guy. He was awarded, wasn't he, for helping an injured driver out of a car in, I want to say, Malaysia in a race. And James, much underrated. Was there something coming out of the back of 75? Did that look a bit smoky?
I spotted something as well. It was the rear left-hand side of the car, wasn't it? I just briefly spotted something.
Hit me up, Al.
Okay, well, I've just been down and spoken to Michael Grenier, and he said, yes, we did have 2 stops. It was a suspected broken damper.
Okay.
Was the reason there were 2 stops. And
now there's a third.
The car comes back into pit lane.
Yeah.
Here it is. Here we go. And the team are going to fire into action. Are they about to put the little dollies underneath? Yes, they are. So the car is about to come into the garage. What a disappointment. The wheels are off the car. Down onto the dollies they go. Push the car back into the garage. So suspected broken damper was what Mikhail said to me ahead of this stop, but how very, very disappointing for a car that started on the front row of the grid, without a doubt, potentially a race winner, and now they go to work on the back of the car.
But here we come to the point, don't we, Alan, don't we, Mark, about the team that spends the least time in the pits is the one that's going to win. There's a top team, good driver lineup. That debris on the inside of turn 3 just clipped by the Ferrari. I think it's been hit again because it's sort of rolled off the road, hasn't it? But others go past it.
Yeah, it's right on the apex, isn't it? That's turn 3, isn't it? So it's one of the
plastic bollards, but it's now rolled out of harm's way, thankfully. Well, there is Maro Engel, who's just got to take this on the chin. and sit there, wait for the team to do what the team can do, knowing that it's possible that others ahead will strike problems, so there is still a long way to go. 4 hours and 35 minutes of part one alone.
Yeah, well, Mara Engel, 36-year-old German's been around racing long enough to know that, yeah, just be patient. So hopefully the team will get that car sorted. Back into the pit lane, coming for his first stop now, is Ben Barnicoat. So 2Cs Motorsport race leader Ben Barnicoat heads down pit road for the first time now. 2Cs Motorsport are at pit lane entry, and to the pits comes to a halt does Ben Barnicoat. The team are poised and ready. In goes the fuel. Now, it looks as though they are fueling that car with Ben still in it, by the look of things. Haven't seen him get out as yet.
No, because he's going to stay in for another stint, by the look of it. So, double stint your driver. Or does he get out now? He does get out. Leisurely.
Yep, getting out.
Yeah, okay. Languidly.
All very calm and relaxed. He was exactly the same in qualifying yesterday, wasn't he? Out of the car, closes the door, walks away from the car. A fist bump with driver 2, and now the word is given once the fuel goes in that everything becomes a little bit less calm, because they sprint back over to the left-hand side of the car. Our cameraman takes a wheel to his back.
I'd be interested, Alan, to know whether that was always the plan, that Ben would get out, because it looked as though he was going to stay in, and then almost like somebody said, no, actually, we will do a driver change, so out you get.
I shall ask him when I get the opportunity, because as soon as the fuel had gone in, it was all systems go. I think it was always the plan.
Okay.
Maybe just Ben Barnicoat is just too cool.
Yeah.
And just gave us the impression that, no, I'll just chill here for a little while, and that's exactly what it looked like. But all of a sudden, it was all systems go, and now it's all systems go for the number one car. Down pit lane it goes, about to rejoin, and we'll see. Ben's at the back of the garage, all smiles, but Ben normally is all smiles, isn't he?
Yes.
Very often he is, and pops his helmet back in its little holder at the back of the garage, and I'll see if I can get a quick word with him. I never like to dive straight in and speak to a driver, but I've got a feeling that I probably will. And I'm pleased to say that the mechanic that bashed my cameraman with a wheel has just apologised, and they're all friends again. Well, that's good to see. Ben's still having a chat to the team, and I'm standing by. He's such a professional. As soon as he spots me, he says, "Oh, mask, I need a mask." Somebody offers to give him a mask, which is not what he wants. He wants a brand new one, quite rightly. And he's hunting high and low for a face mask. He'll be with us in just a couple. I know. He just indicates to me, no, I'm just looking for a face mask, and I'm not going to talk to you before I get one, which is really good news, because not only will he get in trouble, but I'll get in trouble as well. So now he's just gone out to the back of the villa. Somebody's brought him a mask. He will run through the back of the garage, and here we go. We're about to get a chance to 10 out of 10 for persistence there, Ben, to get a face mask. I'll tell you what, they don't teach you this when you're doing cadet driving, do they?
No, a bit different, but, got to make sure we keep safe in these tough times and whatnot. So I'm under strict rules, COVID regulations here are part of it. So if I get caught without one, we might get a penalty, and want to avoid that.
And the worst thing is when someone offers you one to be kind, but you just wonder whether it's a used one.
Yeah, exactly. Better safe than sorry, right? I want to be able to get home and get back to America in a couple of weeks.
That was always the plan, to get out of the car, was it, to hand over?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it went a bit longer than we expected, actually. We expected about an hour and 10, hour and 15 of running, and with the safe car went to like an hour and 22, 23, so that's great for us on strategy, just pushed everything a bit further. Obviously I had a nice big gap and we lost that, but that's just part of the sport. Sometimes you win some, you lose some.
Everything had been going beautifully well, eh?
Yeah, great. I had a good start. I had a couple of AMs between myself and Fuminelli. He was kind of my danger man. He was very quick yesterday, but I got a good gap already. Then, I even extended the gap when he was in P2. So I think he caught me a little bit at the end. We were doing a bit of fuel saving, but it was going really well. It was nice to get a good long run in the car, you know, a few laps consistently, one after another, helped me just learn and gel, feel right at home now, and yeah, looking forward to getting on with the race.
What you're talking about is getting into a flow, and this circuit now is easier to do that, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, before with the corners it was much more stop-start, which was good and bad. You know, it created some overtaking opportunities, more heavy braking zones. But you know, I really like the new turn 5 and turn 9. They're great corners, especially turn 9, super long, bit of camber in there. It's a really good corner. So kudos to everyone at Abu Dhabi for designing them.
Kudos to you as well, Ben. Great first stint. Thank you very much indeed. Ben Barnicoat down here in the garage.
Alan, thanks. That is turn 9, the Marsa corner as it's now called, and there is number 1. So it is Martin Kodrich that has taken over the car that did lead. Now, we've also had 66 in. That was the noise in the background as Casper Stevenson blasted away. But 61, the Ferrari of Konrad Grunewald, has stayed out. So that is the only car that's still circulating that has yet to make a pit stop. And fascinating to see how long it is going. This is 61, then the leading car currently.
Yeah, big moment as he came out of the final corner, out of turn number 16. So Konrad Grunewald just almost seeing the tail end of the car get away from him with that little bit of power oversteer coming out of the corner. There's one more car that hasn't pitted for a driver change as yet, and that is, it is showing as having done one pit stop, and that is Francesco Zollo, who of course came in with that damage early on, and that car has only been into the pits once, so it's come in for its fix of damage. In comes Konrad Grunewald, so into the pit lane comes the driver that had picked up the lead of the race, so the number 61 AF Corsa heads into pit road. So now that leaves only one car that hasn't had a scheduled pit stop as such.
But they've done that work anyway, because they've had a pit stop of 110 seconds.
Yeah.
They took on fuel. They've done it.
They've not didn't do a driver change, did they? That's the only thing they haven't ticked. Yeah.
So 61 then comes in. This will have a driver change. Konrad Grunewald, I suspect, to bail. And the two-part pit stop has the fuel to go in first of all, and then that car will go through, the team will go through the remainder of that process. This gives you an idea, doesn't it, of just how much fuel the car takes on board, because this bit seems to go on forever. So new tyres, new Pirelli boots go onto the car, and then in a few moments that's ready to blast out. Driver change is the next part. Interesting how for some teams the driver change is always done by a mechanic, and in others it is done by the outgoing driver.
Yeah, as we saw, I think Ben Barnicoat, wasn't he, when he was jumping out of the car, he ran back to it to make sure that Martin Kodrich was strapped in as well. You know, drivers can't strap themselves in these multi-point harnesses that they've got, making sure that the hands device, the neck support, that the seatbelts go over that. Of course, you've got drinks bottles to plug in, you've got comm systems to plug in as well, you might have a cool suit to plug in as well. So there's, you know, a whole raft of things that need doing just to make sure that the driver is comfortable. Seat inserts to put in as well. Out goes the number 61 car, so good stop by AF Corsa. Konrad Grunewald out of the car, and as it heads down pit road and is about to rejoin the race, we'll be able to tell you who has jumped on board that car. It is Martin Gvam that has jumped on board the car, so it's the American that heads out there onto track. We spoke about him earlier on. Alan managed to catch up with Mark earlier on, who, as we say, had a great season last year in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo North America, where he became champion. And we'll see as to what he might be able to do over the course of his stint that is coming up. So that is still showing as in the lead, of course, but it will drop back down through the order, and normal service should be resumed as far as 2Cs Motorsport are concerned. Martin Kodrich should pick up the lead of the race, the 24-year-old Croatian, say winner of the Gulf 12 Hours of Bahrain, back for that one-off event that we had in January of 2021. A former champion in Blancpain Asia as well, and a driver that's got plenty of experience in, whether it be Blancpain Asia, where he's the champion in 2018. Of course, nowadays GT World Challenge Europe. We've seen him in the International GT Open, British GT as well. He's completed in the Spa 12 Hours and did some Super Trofeo racing previously in Lamborghinis, but you can see the Bahraini flag very proudly carried by 2Cs Motorsports on the rear wing end plates of the number 1 race leading, as it should be very shortly, car of Martin Kodrich, once we've cycled through all of these pit stops.
Was he not a winner for 2Cs at Silverstone in British GT? He and Hunter Abbott did a one-off race, didn't they? And
I think you're right.
There was all sorts of
the 500,
grumbling about the driver grading of Hunter Abbott, but it was a really good effort by 2Cs in the Mercedes. And Martin Kodrich, who won that Blancpain GT Asia Championship with Dennis Lind, who of course he then went toe-to-toe with in that Silverstone race. But yeah, Martin is another driver that's perhaps a bit underrated, but really, really accomplished GT racer these days.
So that car will pick up the lead of the race. We've got 2 cars still on outlaps, one of which is the number 61 AF Corsa Ferrari that we've just seen being taken over by Mark Vam. And then, of course, we've also got, also on an outlap, the number 75 troubled car of SPS Automotive, Amaro Angel, which I'm pleased to see it's on an outlap, because that, by very nature, David, means that it didn't take long for them to fix the problem that they had with what they suspected was a damper. So it's lost laps. It's now showing us 37 laps completed, 6 off the lead, but didn't seem really 5 minutes from when the car came in to have the issue sorted before it's back out on track.
No, the problem is the previous 2 pit stops that didn't achieve anything, because that cost them the time while it was in the pits and the drive time down the pit road, never mind being at rest. So 6 laps is going to be difficult to make up, and assuming it is a damper, interested to know why that's happened, because the end of that stint was largely under the safety car, where you're not bouncing over curbs.
Yeah, maybe there was just a curb that it did clonk a bit too much, but there are some big sausage curbs here. There aren't many of them, but particularly through turn 6, turn 7, isn't it? You get the usual sort of red and white painted curb, but if you look when we get to that part of the circuit next time too, you see there's an orange curb inside of that, and that's one of the sausage curbs. So maybe there was a bit of a clonk there that was inadvertent, and that just overloaded the damper a little bit too much. Or maybe there was a small leak on the damper or something like that that has just appeared. We simply don't know. I'm sure Alan might be able to dig a bit further into exactly what the problem was, because they thought that's what it was. But, of course, by the time they put the car on the dollies, wheel it into the pit lane and inspect, it may well be something that feels like that, but it's something entirely different. But either way, it didn't take long to get it sorted. But again, I think for that car, any chance of a reasonable result is more than gone now as well. We're looking at the number 33 car, which is Francesco Zollo. This is the car that's still carrying that small amount of damage, as you can see, to the left front wing end plate. It had that incident earlier on. You can see the scuff marks down the number board on the side of the car. You can see the gaffer tape over the front wheel of it as well, following the contact that was made between itself and the number 88 car, wasn't it? The SPS Automotive car in the early stages of the race. But just to confirm now that we've got all the pit stops cycled through, it is, as you can see on the left of your screens there, Martin Kodrich has now picked up the lead of the race, but it's now at this stage a 2Cs Motorsport 1-2, because Casper Stevenson, who, yes, he's raced, you could argue, a sports car before, but that was a Ginetta Junior. This is in something entirely different. This is a proper GT car, and Casper Stevenson making his debut in a big GT car this weekend, and has been hugely impressive, and is now behind the wheel for the first time in a race in a car which is second overall, David, and is leading Pro-Am.
If he can come out of Ginetta Junior racing, we know he can race hard then, don't we?
Yeah.
School of hard knocks, definitely. So, yeah, Casper Stevenson, who's been competitive in single-seaters most recently, Formula 3 Asia, and prior to that, British Formula 4, third a couple of years ago, now proving an accomplished GT pedigree could be there as well. So, they're 88, that's now Dominic Baumann. That car is 5th and is on the lead lap. Fastest lap of the race outright. I think Mark's been talking about this, Casper Stevenson, proving that at the moment he's just fractionally quicker than Martin Kodrich, but it's interesting, and now Dominic Baumann goes through, so we were concerned earlier about 88 and its transponder glitch, but all is good as it goes through the Marsa curve. Back onto the power goes Dominic Baumann, and his next target is going to be number 61, which was taken over by Mark Kvarma. And Mark Kvarma, that Mark has been talking about, now adapting to the Ferrari from the Lamborghini, but I suspect the pace of that car is going to drop away. And indeed, last time around, Baumann, the best part of 4 seconds faster than Mark Kvarma. So you've got a pro going after an AM, so it's not going to be long before 88 Mercedes finds its way through into 4th place.
Yeah, absolutely. So the relative lap times, should she, Dominic Baumann, pick off Mark Kvarma before too much longer at all? It was a 1 minute 57.8 from Mark Kvarma last time through, whereas for Dominic Baumann, it was a 1 minute 51.351. So 4.8 seconds adrift, the best part of 3 seconds quicker. Should be with him in, what, 3 laps? He should be on his coattails, and I don't think it's going to be too much longer then once the catching has taken place, that the overtaking will take place. We're having a quick look now at the number 23 Greystone Racing McLaren. This is the car that had been leading GT4 in the early stages of the race in the hands of Ian Campbell. Well, it's now been handed over to Ollie Webb for the second stint in this race, and it still continues to lead GT4. Ollie Webb, who we've seen as a former champion in the European Le Mans Series back in 2004. That was in the P2 category. He's finished on the overall podium places, third overall in the Le Mans Cup the same year as well in the P3 category. Also third in British Formula 3 and Formula Renault as well, and T-Cars as well, going back to a junior series, one of the very first junior series that existed in the UK as well. So that car leads GT4 as things currently stand, and just make sure that Ollie stays neatly out of the way as some of the quicker GT3 cars pass through. Now, the lead in GT4 is quite a substantial one for that car as well. It's around about 36 seconds now between Ollie Webb in the lead of GT4 in that McLaren and the number 15 Century Motorsport machine that is currently second in GT4, and that's the Aston Martin Vantage that's now been taken over by Piers Johnson, who has done very little racing over the course of the last few years, really. Piers, he's 36 seconds adrift of this McLaren. Piers, who first sort of cut his teeth in single make racing back in the UK with the likes of the Rover Tomcat series, the Rover 220 turbos, MGF Cup, but has done a raft of sports car racing both at national and international level with the likes of FIA, GT1 and GT3, having entered Le Mans and things at the past as well. So, I was talking to Piers, and this is an interesting thing really. Piers has been doing very little racing, David, and I was saying, well, how long does it take then to blow the cobwebs away when you jump into the car? And he said, well, the good thing is I have been doing a lot of coaching and a lot of out-of-car coaching, you know, where you're looking at the data, you're looking at the onboards, and he said, and it does, you know, whilst I've not been in the car for a while, doing lots of that and not driving, it does flick that switch, which means that when you do jump into the car, it doesn't take as long for those cobwebs to disappear.
No, indeed, I should think that's right. And because he's done so much over the years, he knows what he's doing. And experience, as you say, from saloon car racing, from one make events, and then for many, many years he was a TVR mainstay in British GT, wasn't he? For the DeWalt squad, for Eclipse Motorsport, for year after year with that Dayglow orange and purple, the daily sports car, and supported entry for many, many years. Right, Martin Kodrich then, race leader, heading up towards the timing line. We're not that far off the next hourly update, because this middle hour, what with safety car and pit stops and incidents, has sort of flown by, but we are about 17 minutes away from the end of the next hour as number one Mercedes booms its way up towards turns 2 and 3 over the brow, and Martin Kodrich with an advantage at the moment over Casper Stevenson, which is still a mighty one, because Casper only just now breaks the timing beam and goes through, and it's 23 seconds then between the two of them, both of course leading their respective classes, GT3 overall, GT3 Pro-Am. We've got a driving standards flag going for Dominic Baumann right now, 88 Mercedes, so more track limit warnings. Dominic Baumann presses on. He is currently in 5th spot as they're the Kessel Racing team, overseeing number 33. That, after the last round of pit stops, now 9th, because up into the top 8 has gone Alex Archer, whose last lap was a 54.9. Best he's done is a 53.5, about a second slower than the best Ben Barnicoat time. But the Audi, little by little by little, is getting back into the mix.
Yeah, it's slowly sort of working its way back up through the order, and now, as you suggested, Alex Archer bringing that car up into 8th position. We'll keep pushing on. We're just looking at Martin Kodrich, race leader, with that handy 23-second advantage between himself and the sister car in the hands of Casper Stevenson, threading his way up towards the conclusion of what will be lap number 48 this time through. So we're nearly at 50 laps. Now, the record that we've had, yes, it was on the pre-facelifted version of Yas Marina circuit. The record that we've had in part 1 of the Gulf 12 Hours was back last time we were here in part 1, where we had just a single safety car period. That was only 11 minutes, that safety car period in part 1. 158 laps we were able to complete in part 1, which is the best part of sort of 500 miles, 550 miles. Well, we're now on lap number 49 for the race leader, and we've got still 4 hours and 15 minutes to go in part 1.
And an absolute best in the sector by Alex Archer. So that Audi proving that the pace is there. I'm still slightly intrigued, and maybe this is the next one for Alan to go and entertain for us is why the
listening.
VR46 Ferrari, Al, came in as early as it did, because it was about 4 or 5 laps ahead of some of the others, and David Fuminelli, as the gun driver, I would have thought would have stayed out for longer.
It's interesting, because I was going to have a chat when we had the safety car out. I was going to have a chat to Alessio Salucci, just for someone to talk to assess the first part of the race. And all of a sudden, he started to put his earbuds in and get ready to get out on the circuit. And he said, "No, we can't talk now. I'm about to get into the car," which took me by surprise. I think maybe potentially took him by surprise as well. So I'll see if I can find out the answer to that. Can I also talk, because you've been speaking about Casper Stevenson, who went incredibly well yesterday. He's going incredibly well in the race as well. I know him from his junior racing in the UK, and I think we were all thinking that he was potentially going to carry on down this route of single-seater racing. He did Euro F3 last year, didn't he? I think that's where
he was sixth.
He was. And I said, "You're going really well. Is this where you want to be?" He said, "I feel really comfortable in this, and I think this is where I'm going to be." And he sort of doffed his cap to the amount that he was able to learn in single-seaters and then apply to what he's doing now in these cars. But I think this is a young man that we're going to hear plenty of in GT racing.
I would agree with that, and it's interesting that so many of the young guys are gradually realising that there's a career to be made in sports car racing, and it's all very different nations saying, we need to launch another junior single-seater championship, because not enough people are doing junior single-seaters. I don't think they want to anymore, to the same number, because they're realising that you spend a fortune year after year to try to maybe get to Formula One, but at an equivalent age, you can go to GT or sports car racing and start being paid. There are more opportunities.
And do you know what? It works in the opposite direction as well, because young Louis Foster, a British driver, who really from a very early age, I knew him from his early teens, and he was planning on a career in GT racing.
Okay.
And then he decided that to complete his education from Ginetta Juniors, to do a year in British F4. It was only going to be a year and a learning path, if you like, on his route to GT racing. He has taken to single-seaters much better than he thought he would, and now from an intention of going to GT racing, he now wants to be in single-seaters, and quite rightly.
Interesting, isn't it? But also, if it doesn't work out, there's plan B, I guess.
Oh, do we really have to go back at... Yes, OK.
Well, it's partly that single-seater bottleneck, isn't it? There are what?
It is,
20 places on the grid for F1, and F2 is expensive, and so on and so on and so on. Anyway, but yes, 46 Ferrari is one to keep an eye to, and also whether we're expecting it to be in quite so early, because if you look at the next round of pit stops, that would bring it in round about lap 67 if it is going to be on that same sort of pattern, whereas the Mercedes can be going almost 10 laps longer.
I will go and ask the question.
Grazie.
Thanks, Alan. Yep, so 50 laps now completed for Martin Kodrich. He continues to lead the race. Last time through, though, Casper Stevenson was about 0.4 of a second quicker than the race leader, so the lead advantage just whittled away by Casper Stevenson, and he will look to see whether he can maintain that particular pace. Now, in the qualifying sessions, of course, it was the average qualifying session that set the grid, but if we look at individual drivers, Casper Stevenson, I think in the qualifying session, was actually that little bit quicker than Martin Kodrich, was he not, in qualifying? As into the pit lane comes one of the final cars to take what I suspect is now a true pit stop with a driver change. Francesco Zollo, the number 33 car, heads into the pit lane. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what that relative gap is and what Casper Stevenson can do. And of course, as you suggested, I think a driver that we do need to watch out for in sports cars. It must be really difficult as a young driver. We've seen, I think, there's a few names that spring to mind. Single-seater drivers keep plugging away at what is, a closed door, let's suggest, or at least a jar to try and get to Formula One, and keep plugging away, and then it never happens. And then you've got other drivers like Casper Stevenson, and for me Ross Gunn would be another one, who were very much in their infancy in single-seaters, could have continued the single-seater career, but did the right thing, I think, as teenagers and at Formula 4 level, said, no, sports cars is now where I'm going. And Ross Gunn now factory driver a few years later.
Dries van Thor.
Dries van Thor.
He was part of the RACB's academy, Formula Renault, did a season of that, was okay. Had to go in an Audi, bang. He's now one of the star drivers. Right, 33 for its second pit stop then is having new tyres and a driver change this time around. These imposed pit stops are 110 seconds. What you do in them is kind of up to you. You have to take on fuel because you can't go any further on a tank of fuel if you wouldn't come in for 110 seconds otherwise. But this time around, the driver change is going to be factored in. You can see from earlier on in the race where the tyre had punctured and rubber had flailed up the side of the car, but Francesco Zolo has had a pretty busy stint, and you get the feeling for Kettle it's going to be a long day, this, don't you?
Yes, a very, very long day. They're probably already sleep deprived, but their enthusiasm will not wane at all. Whilst there's still time on the clock, you just never know, David. That's the thing, sports car racing, you absolutely never know what's going to happen to everybody. They haven't really, though, addressed that issue with that little bit of damage on the front left-hand corner. They must be happy that it's so light it's not affecting the car, but you'd wonder why they sort of just didn't rip it off if it wasn't a problem, because it is flailing outwards very, very slightly. It's not really going to increase the drag of the car. It clearly isn't affecting performance. They're happy with it.
And there are other things to do in the pit stop, so maybe next time around they might think, oh yeah, we'll just nick that off, but get that stop cycle through neatly. So we have 99, Alex Arca, and also 46, interestingly, Alessio Salucci under investigation for continued track limit infringement. So penalties might be lurking in the system there.
Yeah, the number 99 Attempto Racing Audi attracted the attentions of the officials yesterday in qualifying, where Dries van Thor was going beyond the circuit limits with track infringements, which resulted in loss of some of the lap times, most of the lap times in qualifying. Well, now Alex Arca is also potentially going to come under scrutiny at this stage. At that final pit stop that we saw for the number 33 Kessel Racing Ferrari, it is now Murat Çağlaroglu that takes over it, the Turkish driver. So he's on board the number 33 car now, and that will be out on circuit. Murat, who we have seen racing in the Gulf 12 Hours before. Good to see him back again. Murat, who competed not just in the Gulf 12 Hours Bahrain in 2021, but we also saw him here in the previous two races, the 8th and 9th editions of the Gulf 12 Hours Yas Marina in 2018-2019.
That last stint from Francesco Zolo, incidentally, because of the safety car period, was 45 laps long, which is pretty good going on a tank of fuel. But as I say, it was slightly false in its appearance because of the lengthy safety car period. And that car now, as we've been hearing, has got Murat Çağlaroglu behind the wheel of it. As you look at number 1, Martin Koderic, the race leader, 21 seconds. So the gap is coming down a little bit.
Yeah, it's just being chipped away at, isn't it, by Casper Stevenson. And of those two cars, David, I think you've got the data on that one. The 66 car pitted, was it a lap or 2 laps later than the number 1 car? It wasn't a lot between the pit stops of the pair of them, but I think it was the number 1 that came in earlier,
Certainly one was in earlier. It was lap 40 that 66 came in, and did we get 39 out of number 1? We did. It was just 1 lap between them,
I didn't think there was much.
Yeah.
So they're largely, in terms of tyre performance, then on the same page of the book, aren't they, those two?
That's right. Who did we put in 51? It was Tani Hanna, wasn't it?
Tani Hanna, the reigning Ferrari champion.
And Casper Stevenson we put into 66. Right, so track limit investigations continue. And there, number 11 Ferrari, incidentally, back into the pit. It's got to the Casper team. As you look at 46, Alessio Salucci now in 4th place. And 46... Part of the strategy to bring that car in a little bit earlier. There, the marshals looking at track limit offences. How many have been noted?
I think when the pit stop was taking place for the number 42 Century Motorsports car, Alan suggested it was James Winslow that was getting on board, but it's Amir Faisalin that's showing on the timing screen. So either the transponder's in the wrong position, or maybe Alan might be able to just confirm that So we'll have to wait and see. Right, so I think it is, yeah, Amir Faisalin that's behind the wheel of that one. So as the timer screen confirms, yep, transponder is in the correct position. So it is Amir Faisalin. So James Winslow. I did say I wasn't sure whether we'd see him drive or not. I know he was added to the list because of some of the difficulties that they had, but I'm not convinced we will see James Winslow behind the wheel. Okay. Or maybe because he's added to the list, does he have to go out?
Well, in a sense, yes,
yeah.
Because his inclusion changes the
dynamic of,
yeah, and what you can do with it. So, yeah, and in each part. So, right, 46 versus 91 here. They're on different laps. 91 is the Baron Motorsport car of Patron, Philippe Baron, behind the wheel of inexperienced Ferrari campaigner. 46, Alessio Salucci. Now, Salucci's last lap was a 1:57.
2:22.
So that car is losing about 3 seconds a lap to the leaders. So 46, you can see there, being unlapped by number 91. This is not a great stint at the moment. Alessio Salucci, in all fairness to him, is doing his best, but his relative lack of GT experience is showing against some of the others, because that car, like I say, is losing pretty big bits of time, lap after lap.
Yeah, Alessio Salucci, who we've seen here racing previously, 2019, when we saw the VR46 Ferrari not just finish on the overall podium, but finished as the winner of the GT3 Pro-Am class. But yeah, very little sports car experience. Did a little bit of Blancpain racing. Was it Monza round with Valentino was the first time that he appeared?
I've got a feeling it was the Nürburgring.
Nürburgring, was it, right?
I think it was towards the end of the season.
Yeah.
But yes, they did race there.
A bit of GT Open, bit of GT Italia, but that's
right.
About it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not a great deal.
And never a full season.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's whenever Valley's calendar has allowed it. It looks good, that car, doesn't it, in the sort of regular Monster Energy Rossi colours, but it's nice to see something other than a red Ferrari.
The other thing I love about this race as well, you know, of course, we've seen the cars in absolute clear daylight now, but
yeah.
You know, the way that the livery works on the car changes as we head towards dusk. And even though the circuit is very well lit, when we get towards full darkness under the floodlights, again, the cars change again, don't they? The way that the liveries, and particularly some of them with the metallic aspects to them, the way that the light bounces off them, they really come to life.
Do we have a Century Motorsport pit stop due as well? We've just been discussing Amir Faisalin in the 42 BMW, but I just wonder whether that's not being expected in, and if it is, it's not going to be for a scheduled stop so early, I wouldn't have thought, because number 42 was last in on lap 34, so it's not really done 20 laps yet, that car. There's 88, Dominic Baumann, who is up into third place. Now, this is interesting because, sort of unnoticed, the car has quietly glided up the order, so pro driver benefiting from the relative pace of others around him as well as his own good speed. But Baumann's last lap was a 54.2. The best he's been doing is a 54.0. He's not quite as quick as the 2Cs cars, but he's there or thereabouts, and he's bringing that car into the mix. And of course, you don't win the race in the first 6 hours. It's just staying in that leading gaggle on the lead lap for part 2.
No, absolutely, and that's a car that I think it could well sort of sneak its way come the conclusion of the 12 hours into a strong position in the Pro-Am category as well, because you know we know Dominic Baumann is quick, Valentin Pierberg very, very quick as well, and getting ever quicker as well, and Christian Lentz is no slouch, or Christoph Lentz is no slouch at all. So that's one of those cars that we haven't seen huge amounts of. You know, Pierberg picked his way through the order and was having that great little squabble, but was down in what 7th, 8th position when it was having that little fight. Well, it's now in the top 3 overall.
Now, I heard noises off in the pit lane a moment ago, which suggested that Alan had more news.
Just to say that I'm down here at the Century Motorsport garage, and they are standing by for the stop. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Al. Right. Yeah, I thought I saw the car.
In fact, here it comes.
Right.
Here it comes.
Bang on cue. Talk us through it then.
Here it comes down the pit lane. The Century Motorsport lollipop board being waved to the live pit lane. Turns right, comes to a stop just in front of me now. In will go the fuel on the right-hand side. Now, the reason I was confused that I thought James Winslow was going to be driving, that is his pit gear, not surprisingly. The fact that he's wearing his helmet and his race suit, that is his fireproof equipment to be wearing to be part of the pit crew when the car came in the first time. This time, however, he's now helping the booster seat out of the car. He closes the door, and I think once again will not be getting into the driving seat, but yeah, that's the ultimate decoy, isn't it? When he's wearing his race suit in order to be just the member of the pit crew who is helping drivers get comfy in the car, get settled in the car. The straps are just being pulled into place, but James Winslow is part of the pit crew in full race gear. So they're just popping on the tyres now. New tyres going on, driver being strapped in. Now, we're so used to seeing the stops for the GT3 cars with the one big central nut on each wheel, and the stops are so quick. With a GT4 car, 5 wheel nuts on each of the car, so the whole process is more lengthy, and you have to be quite methodical in the way that you go around. More haste, less speed for the critical time spent on these pit stops, and that is exactly what they're doing. Very methodical attempt on all 4 of the wheels. These netting is in place on the left-hand side. The driver's door is closed. Engine fires up. The word will come from the team to send the BMW on its way. So M4 down pit lane. Century, the pit stop complete.
Thanks, Alan. So, yeah, back out onto circuit goes the number 42 Century Motorsport BMW M4 GT4, and the multi-stud wheels on that particular BMW compares to some of the GT4s, which have just a centre locking wheel as well. So, in order to equalise the various wheel configurations and wheel nut configurations of the car, whether it be centre locking or multi studs. That's why the GT4 cars have a longer pit stop, because all of the GT3 cars are centre locking, so that's why they're 110 seconds pit in to pit out, 140 seconds for GT4, so that you are not at a disadvantage if the wheel nut arrangement is multi-stud compared to centre locking. So that's why the GT4 cars have a longer pit stop of 140 seconds from pit in to pit out, so as to make sure that nobody is at an advantage or a disadvantage. There goes Martin Kodrich, still safely in the lead of the race, but the gap to Casper Stevenson is still being chipped away at by the teenager. The 18-year-old British driver, Casper Stevenson, making his debut, as we mentioned, in a big GT car for the first time, is gradually bringing that advantage down. It's now down to 17 3/4 seconds. Well, it was up at, 23 seconds when he first jumped into the car. It's been closed down by another 1/4 second last time through. So Martin Kodrich will not be concerned about it. He'll be driving to his own pace. But I think, yeah, Casper Stevenson is relishing this opportunity to get behind the wheel of a big Mercedes AMG GT3 car. And you can see there on the graphic at the bottom of the screen, yeah, lap after lap after lap, that gap is coming down. So there's a Century Motorsport crew just happy now that that pit stop has taken place. Alexander Birkenstoff has taken over the number 42 BMW. So that is another pit stop that we have cycled through, which means that is the first of the cars now that has had 3 drivers behind the wheel. John Corbett started it, Amir Faisalin did his very brief stint, and then Alexander Birkenstoff is now behind the wheel.
And because I've been away trying to sort out timing screens, does that suggest that we aren't going to have a James Winslow driving it, or are they just cycling through the customers first, making sure they've all had a go, and then get into a longer run for different drivers and play around with the order?
Yeah, I suppose it gives them more possibilities, doesn't it? We know, yeah, so we'll have to wait and see. I mean, James Winslow has been actually quite fundamental in working with Nathan Freak, the owner of Century Motorsport, in bringing these drivers in as well. So he's sort of, brokered the deal in reality for the drivers that we see lined up there. So he'll want to make sure that he keeps his sort of customers, his friends, his acquaintances happy. And yeah, we'll see James Winslow, I'm sure, out. Relishing the opportunity for him to have his first few laps around this revised circuit he knows well, but of course he won't have done that many laps with the revisions that have been put into place.
No, true enough. Now 51, Tani Hanna, that car dropping away a little bit and in danger of losing yet more ground as it comes over the timing line, because there 66 of Casper Stevenson looks to try to put a move on at the end of the pit straight, goes through, puts a lap on him. Number 15, Aston Martin, 12 overall there. The car appears Johnson next in the queue. GT4 still being headed, of course, by Ollie Webb. Massively experienced a driver is Ollie Webb with the Greystone GT McLaren. Out of turns 3 and 4 comes Casper Stevenson, who is 18.7 seconds back. It's interesting to see not only what good pace he's got, but how he's just whittling away slightly, 10th here, 10th there, that gap to Martin Kodrich, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got the pace, and so far it's been a very mature stint, hasn't it? Pushing hard, but equally as much taking his time when he meets that little bit of traffic and making sure that he passes it cleanly, as he dealt with both lapping the GT3 car and getting past the GT4 car of Piers Johnson, who actually set the best lap that the car has done, the Aston Martin GT4 last time through, the number 15 car. So 2 minutes 6.178. Might not have done much racing. His first race since Snetterton 2019, but yeah, has not lost any of his pace. So we're having a quick look now at Dominic Baumann. This is the car that sits there in 3rd position, 2nd in Pro-Am. Last time through, he matched the pace of Casper Stevenson, so Casper Stevenson might be closing in on Martin Kodrich for the lead, chipping away, but in 3rd place, Dominic Baumann is not making inroads.
No, and Baumann is somebody that knows this car much, much better. You would anticipate, given their relative CVs, that he'd be taking a second a lap out of Stevenson, roughly, but he's not. You know, he's struggling to match him even for hundreds.
Given a bit more seat time, Casper Stevenson, what might he be able to do? It begs the question, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's going to go back home, isn't he? With, apart from a COVID test in one hand, but an impressive CV and a good reference for a GT season to come, because depending on his driver grading, given that he's done so little in a GT car, single-seaters, yes, he's done a bit more, but you know, he could be a real asset to a Silver Cup entry somewhere.
I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. The one thing I will disagree with is that he won't go home with a COVID test in one hand. He'll go home with several COVID tests in one hand. Might need a couple with the amount that the drivers are having to go through the process here, to make sure that we're all safe at the end of the day, and make sure that we are all complying with the circuit regulations, the local regulations here in the Middle East. So Dominic Baumann about to conclude another lap. We're heading towards 60 laps completed as well. Martin Kodrich is on lap number 60 at the moment. We've ticked over the point of which there are 4 hours to go, less than in part 1 of this race. So we're 2 hours in to part 1 of this race. And still continuing to lead is Martin Kodrich, leading the Pro class as well. Casper Stevenson leads Pro-Am and is 2nd overall. The leading GT3 Am class car at the moment that we've got is running in 5th position. That's the number 61 AF Corsa Ferrari of the American Mark Varma that is behind the wheel of that one. He's got about 30 seconds between himself and the car that's 2nd in GT3 Am, or GT3 guest class, depending on, or gentleman class, depending on what you want to do. And just to mention, the leader of GT4 at the moment has a very sizable lead, really. We were talking about Piers Johnson a while ago, but he's 2nd in GT4, the car that leads GT4, as it has been since the very beginning of the race, actually. It's had good race pace so far in the early stages. The team that makes their debut in the Gulf 12 Hours, Greystone GT, the number 23 car in the hands of Ollie Webb, has got a very, very comfortable sort of 30, 40-second lead almost in the lead of GT4 as they came over the start-finish line. In fact, no, 50-second lead as he came over the start-finish line last time through. So Kodrich chalks lap number 60 into the book. 2Cs Motorsport 1-2, and at the moment it's Mercedes 1-2-3, isn't it?
It is indeed. So over the timing line will go Casper Stevenson. The lead gap this time 16.5 seconds. That lap a full second quicker than that of the race leader. So Martin Kodrich, you get the feeling, is running to a pace, because in terms of an overall class car, there's no other one up there at the moment by way of a threat. Casper Stevenson, in turn, is building that Pro-Am lead as best he can over Dominic Baumann. So it's 2nd and 3rd we need to look at. Now, VR46 and also a Tempto are getting 5-second penalties. So this is 46 Ferrari and 99 Audi, and these are for track limit offences. 5-second penalty before work can be undertaken at the next pit stop. So number 46, which is running in 4th place, gets a 5-second penalty, and 99, which is 8th, and he's a lap down, isn't it now, is also going to have to take a 5-second penalty on the pit stop. So that's going to just cost them a little bit of time. Clearly it won't be too, but the track limit offences now net these penalties. You get the warnings, you get the driving standards flags, then the penalties come, but the clock and the penalty offence resets, if you like, at the end of part 1.
Yeah, so it's three warnings, isn't it? You get the first one you're allowed, the second one you're allowed, you get the black and white warning flag at offence number 3, and is it from offence number 4 upwards? That's when the penalties stack up. So those two cars receiving those penalties. You can see the car of Dominic Baumann working its way down the straight in towards the heavy braking area, one of the heaviest braking areas that we've got, because you're coming from such a high terminal speed, in towards the left and then the right-hand kinks at turn number 6 and turn number 7. Dominic Baumann looking to see whether he can close up on Casper Stevenson, but at this stage of the race, Casper Stevenson is the quickest car that we've got out there and is just continually lapping quicker and quicker and quicker. Remember when he first jumped in the car, it was 23 seconds, wasn't he, behind Martin Kodrich? It's now down to 15.4. As that time through, 1.1 seconds quicker than the race leader, Casper Stevenson. He's on his way, isn't he?
He is, but I still don't think Martin Kodrich is pushing as hard as he needs to, because he's a lap up on the class opposition. Don't forget that with Audi, the Attempto car having lost a lap with Murad Sultanov behind the wheel, and also 75 having lost, what, 4, 5, 6 laps effectively with its assorted pit stops and the work being done. For a class win, it's got no opposition right now. So Martin Kodrich can afford to really cruise at the moment, because unless that car has a problem, they're not going to lose a lap against the Audi. They're certainly not going to lose 6 to the number 75 Sun Energy car. And also there is the knowledge that with different drivers aboard the sister car, its pace too will start to go up. It will be a little bit slower in the hands of others. So I think right now Martin Kodrich is almost in cruise mode.
Yeah, just coasting his way around, because the other driver that we take over that number 66 car, we saw Ian Loggy start, Casper Stevenson taking over, but the third and final driver into that car will be Morgan Tilbrook, who is another British driver, just 38 years of age, and as we say, another driver which, Morgan has got a chunk of experience, whether it be in a bit of Fun Cup that he did, GT Cup and British GT, but he's not sort of been racing for years and years and years, has he?
No, that's right. And he's had to do a lot of learning fast and in a relatively bright spotlight. British GT with live stream coverage and in a McLaren, a car that's expected to be up at the front, but he got on with the job. It'll be interesting to see how he adapts to this car as well, a different type of GT3 car. We talk about Ben Barnicoat switching from the McLaren to the Mercedes. You could argue that for a driver of his experience it is easier. Morgan has spent the entire year getting the hang of the McLaren. Now, here's a new circuit, here's a new car. It's on a bit of a steep learning curve.
I did have a chat to Morgan yesterday, and he was very, very complimentary indeed of the impartment of the knowledge that he was getting from those drivers that are more experienced in the Mercedes, the likes of Ian Loggy and the likes of Martin Kodrich, but equally as much, what Ben Barnicoat, who doesn't have huge amounts of experience in this Mercedes, what he was doing. So I think Morgan and I'm sure Casper Stevenson, it's the same, have been a bit like sponges this weekend. Yeah.
And in a sense, Ben Barnicoat's almost a better person to learn from, because he's having to make that transition as well. So what he is finding, he can say, oh yeah, well I did this, and it's specific from that difference of the two cars. But it's going to be again interesting to see how Morgan Tilbrook gets on, as you see 66 then accelerating out of the hairpin. There it is with the yellow mouth, the 66 second placed car. The pink mouth is the one on number 1, the 2Cs Motorsport squad, as out of the chicane at turn 6 and 7 goes now Casper Stevenson, who is 15.2 seconds back on the lead car, but in turn continues to build the gap over Dominic Bowman. It's difficult to accuse teams of not trying, and I don't mean to, but there's still a part of me wondering just how hard people are being required to push, on the basis that it's only, you want to get to the end of 6 hours on the lead lap. You don't need to stress it because you've got another 6 hours to go. And I'm not suggesting for a moment that people are cruising round, but I'd be interested to know what the thought is of certain teams with regard to part 1 and exactly what import is placed upon it and what the plan is.
Yeah, and for me that's why I love sports car racing so much as well, because I find it just hugely intriguing as to what the strategy is, what chapter of the book they're on, and of course that dynamic also of how you approach each race varies depending on where you are in the world as well. You go to somewhere like Ben Barnicoat's talking that his next race is the Daytona 24-hour. Well, that is the way that it works there with the free passes under full course caution and getting the lap back. That is, yes, make sure you're on the lead lap, but there, if you drop off the lead lap, you can get back onto it. But the Daytona 24-hour is a 24-hour flat-out sprint race. Here, you could argue that the race, almost, as long as you're on the lead lap, it's the final 6 hours that is the race, really.
Yes, to a degree, that changes a little bit depending on the size of the entry as well, doesn't it? Because there are more places to lose or gain, and it's harder to get them back. But as we stand, interesting. But right now, we're not that far off halfway through part 1, are we? So time is flying by. They're going through is Alex Arkin. And let's just touch on the Audi for a moment, because it's still in 8th place, but it's not yet got its lead lap, or the lap back to be on the lead lap, lapping in the 55s. So actually, even though the pace is better, it's still not good enough. It's in danger of losing another lap, ultimately, because the car is still lapping slower than the Mercedes. So Dries van Thor is really going to have a big task on his hands when he gets into the car for his first stint, isn't he?
Yeah, very much so. I think most of the drivers are going to have a fairly large task in their hands because, as you mentioned, the dynamic of this race is so different with the various experiences we've got and the various driver gradings. So we will have to wait and see as to how things play their way out. So we've got 3 3/4 hours of part 1 to go. As for the lead lap between Martin Kodrich and Casper Stevenson, still being chipped away at, came down by another 10th. We're continually looking at Dominic Baumann, who lies 3rd overall in the race at the wheel of the SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes. He is now 46.5 seconds adrift of Casper Stevenson that lies ahead, but is equally as much, 31 seconds ahead of Alessio Tolucci, who is there in 4th position. So for Dominic Baumann, he's sort of, a fairly lonely race for him at this stage. Yes, there's always going to be potentially a little bit of traffic for him to deal with, but for the moment he can just sort of get his head down, hit the deltas that he has been instructed to hit by the team. Dominic Baumann, who again was another one of these drivers that was quite a late draft into the team. Benno Urtig, who was not able to compete in the end, had to step away, so in came Dominic Baumann, and a result of Dominic Baumann coming into the number 88 car, it moved from the GT3 AM class, the gentleman class, up to GT3 Pro Am, because Dominic Baumann is a gold graded driver, the former champion in Blancpain GT series from 2016. But for the moment, still the fastest car out there largely has been Casper Stevenson over the course of the last few laps, but the last lap that Casper did was a 1:54.6. The race leader, Martin Kodrich, a 1 minute 53.3. Now that could well be down to traffic, that particular lap. So Kodrich still leading, Casper Stevenson in 2nd place. Still just to confirm that the car that leads GT3 gentleman class, GT3 AM, is Mark Kvarma at the wheel of the number 61 AF Corsa Racing Ferrari, and GT4 still being led comfortably now by 54 seconds, which is the number 23 Greystone GT car in the hands of Ollie Webb.
Now, we understand that 51 is looking for a pit stop, and it's not going to be long also, I don't think, before 46 comes back in. So the second round of pit stops, depending on the relative pace of the driver, is not that far away. Of course, it's going to be slightly shorter because they've done a proper green flag stint all the way here hitherto, rather than the longer safety car bit that we had in the first stint.
The 51 coming in the hands of Tani Hana at the moment. Question for which I don't know the answer, but is this the first time that Tani Hana would have raced a GT3 spec Ferrari? We know he's done lots and been hugely successful in the Ferrari European and Asian Championship, but has he raced a GT3 spec one before?
From memory, no.
Yeah,
I think he's only done the one-make championships.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
I sort of concur. I didn't know, but I sort of concur with your thinking. Yeah.
But unless he's done a sort of random, Creventic type race or Gulf 12 Hours previously, which I don't believe he has, then I think it is his first GT3 outing.
He did do the Gulf 12 Hours 2019, 2018. So I'll have to leave that one with me. Yeah, I might even have the answer to my own question here.
Right, okay. There is 51. So while Mark delves, let's have a look at the 7th place car, which has got the Lebanese driver Tani Hana at the wheel of it. That AF Corsa entry is currently on 64 laps, so it's a lap down. We've only actually got the leading 3 currently on the lead lap, but that's going to update as others come across the timing line. The next driving standards flag has just been offered up to number 33, the Kessel Racing Ferrari, which has now got Murat Çağlaroglu at the wheel of it. Here comes 46 then up towards the timing line as you look at the teams getting ready for the next round of stops, Kessel particularly. Right, so 4 on the lead lap, and it should be 5 in fact, because 61 will be through, and that is the AF Corsa entry of Mark Kvarma, and right behind him on the road is number 1, the 2Cs Mercedes, and the leading car, that's Martin Kodrich. So Mark Kvarma will go down a lap before long, but they're 51, 7th place overall for Tanihana?
I've answered my own question, and the answer is yes, he has. Both previous occasions where he's raced here in the Gulf 12 Hours, Tanihana has raced the Ferrari F433 GT3 Spirit of the Race in 2018, where they had retirement, unfortunately. Crichton Latudis, it is Crichton, isn't it? It's the Christian name. And Rui Agua were his teammates.
Right.
And then he had better fortunes in 2019 when he returned again at the wheel of a 488 GT3 with the same teammates as well that year. AF Corsa he had switched to. They finished in the top 10.
And news from the VR46 garage is that Luca Marini has just stepped into the garage from the back of the garage where he's been watching the race and watching the timing monitors. This means he's about to begin his prep to get into the car, which will be the earbuds first of all, and then the balaclava and helmet. We've also got, for some time, the 51 AF Corsa car we've been expecting, because Giorgio it is that will be taking to the wheel of the car. He's been in helmet and ready and standing by for quite some time.
Thanks, Al. So pit stops getting ready. Our second round, if you like, of routine stops. Remember, you've got to make 4 of these mandatory, routine, regulation, imposed, call them what you like, stops within the 6 hours. So how you break those up is up to you. But this is the good bit about it, that it's 4, not 5. So it's not as obvious as stopping on the hour mark, tick. You've got to think about how best to do it. So number 1 Mercedes leads the race still. And as Martin Kodrich puts now 67 laps in the book, the car goes through comfortably in the race lead, being chased by the sister car with Casper Stevenson at the wheel of it. Their number 61 Ferrari 5th has just gone that lap down. So number 61, which currently is being driven by Mark Kvarma, somebody else adapting to a new circuit, new car for him. The Lamborghini specialist of recent seasons goes through. And as Alan's been saying, number 46 getting ready for its next pit stop, and it can't be far away, I wouldn't have thought, that car, from being down the pit road. If they do another 34 laps, which is what you might anticipate, 33 in the first stint, allowing for the reconnaissance lap, and that drama because 51 has had a moment. So we've been talking about Tanihana, and now the car's had a spin.
It has, by the look of things. That is just after it's come out of turn number 14. So Tanihana with a spin. We were just talking about Tani and his previous exploits here in the Gulf 12 Hour. Well, he has recovered the car, but he's now got third place Dominic Baumann breathing down his tailpipes as they have come up towards the conclusion of the lap. Didn't quite see the spin, Alan. It would be one that looked as though from where the car was positioned was a fairly slow spin, but let's hope that he hasn't flat spotted those Pirellis as it's gone round.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing about that is, as he defends from Baumann, is he's coming to the end of the stint anyway. Yeah. Alan, yep.
Yeah, and the driver change has been ready for some time, as we explained. So Giorgio watching everything on TV, but now instantly that happens, the team all ready for the pit stop have gone out onto the apron in front of the garage. So more imminent than perhaps it initially was.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, so here's a quick replay of the spin for Tanihana, and yeah, just 2 wheels on the curb and pitches the car into the corner, spins right across the nose of the number 75 SPS Automotive Mercedes of Maro Engel. So harmless spin, but the car just catching out, I think, Tanihana there, and should be able to continue in the race. And clearly Lebanese driver is happy that those Pirellis, for the moment, not flat spotting. As you say, you know, towards the end of your stint, you can sort of live with it, can't you?
Yeah, the damaging bit was the time lost more than the spin itself, if you like, and having to get the car back in the right direction. Yeah, so Tanihana, I mean, there's also the tyres coming to the end of the stint. Don't forget that these drivers are coping with temperatures that are higher than those that the drivers in the first stint did. So, you know, if you're an AM, yes, fitness is a part of it, but they're not going to be as fit potentially as the pros, and a little bit of fatigue creeps in towards the end of a stint. Be interesting to see whether anybody is bold enough to double stint over the course of this race, given cockpit temperatures and the like. But right now, Tanihana not far away from a pit stop.
So just over 3.5 hours still remain for part 1 of the 10th edition of the Gulf 12 Hours at Yas Marina Circuit. First ever race was held back in January of 2012. There were actually 2 races in 2012. We had one in January and we had one in the December of that year, which I suppose is very similar to going to be posed with this year. We've got this one here, and
yes,
the date for December has been announced. It goes back to its traditional date in December, doesn't it? Pre-Christmas, this race.
All being well, yes, that's right. There's 51, then Tanihana, 8th place, still circulating well.
Into the pit lane comes the GT4 class leader, which is Ollie Webb. Comfortable lead in GT4, so we'll have to wait and see as to whether that is driver change taking place again, whether Ollie Webb as the pro in that car is going to double stint. Tanihana still continuing on in 8th position. That car currently residing 4th in GT3 Pro-Am at this stage, and following the spin is about 11 seconds of the car ahead. We've got more track limits violations under investigation now.
And one is for the leader, interestingly. So Martin Kodrich, Tanihana, Maro Engel and Alex Arca, all under investigation for continued track limit violations. Now, if Martin Kodrich cops a penalty from the lead, that might be interesting. I mean, OK, if it's a 5-second one to serve at your pit stop, it's pretty much nothing. But it's the fact that these are continued violations that's the interesting part, as the McLaren then has come down the pit road. That's at the end of lap 63 for Ollie Webb to bring that car in. Alan.
And the Aston Martin into pit lane as well, so GT4 stops taking place at the entry end of pit lane. The Aston Martin coming to a stop now. Pushes away the board at the front, which is now taken out of the way. Nathan Freak, the team boss of Century Motorsport, stands in the garage. What do you think vital role he's doing at the moment? He's filming everything on his iPhone.
Right.
Watching his team working. He is lead cameraman in the garage. The fuel is going into the Aston Martin. The McLaren, I think, is soon to be sent on its way. And for the rest of the pit lane, I think they're all beginning to get a bit more ready now for the next wave of pit stops. I think it's imminent.
Yeah. Just before that wave hits you, can I ask what, if anything, is happening about number 11 Ferrari? Because we're being told it's in the pit lane, but have Kessel had a look and said, no, it's too far gone, or are they going to be able to do anything, do you think? That might be another walk you have to take.
No, it isn't, because I myself took a short pit stop and saw the rather sorry-looking Ferrari at the back of the garage.
Right.
And the thing that you never want to see at a race meeting when it's covered up in a car cover. Yeah, it's at the back of the garage, not being worked on.
Right, so it's officially out of the race. Alan, thank you very much. Right, 46 Ferrari. I know we're looking at pit stops. Let me just quickly mention this before we go back to Alan for the next wave of stops. But 46 Ferrari 4th is about to drop off the lead lap. So Alessio Salucci we've got in the car, and he is being monstered by Martin Kodrich. So a car that was on the tail of the leader pretty much under the safety car, he's going to go a lap down at the end of the next stint. Right, there's the Aston, good to go. So the car fires up. Bradley Ellis will take it over on the rotation. British GT champion. He gets his BRDC badge next to his name, whereas Piers Johnson doesn't, which is a little unfortunate. But anyway, down the pit road goes Bradley Ellis. And another experienced driver. Bradley sort of finds drives here, there, everywhere, whether it's in a GT car or a Radical, but we don't see him necessarily doing a full programme these days, but still a very accomplished GT competitor. We've got 3 hours and 32 minutes of part 1 still to go. The lead gap is down to 12.5 seconds, but as I was suggesting, as into the pit lane comes number 51 Ferrari. Won't be long before number 46 Ferrari drops off the lead lap. So, Alan, your second wave, so to speak, I think has started, because you've got the AF Corsa Ferrari heading down the pit road.
Yeah, we rather felt it was going to be imminent, and we rather felt it was going to be the 51 Ferrari, which would be one of the first cars to come in.
Yeah.
And it comes to a stop now. The team have been standing by, high jinx within the team, and they've been passing the time with threatening to use fire extinguishers on each other and all sorts as they were just passing the time before the car came in. Now it's all about the business end of doing what they do, and the car taking the fuel on board. Giorgio standing by, he's been wearing the helmet. He was consoled in the garage while sitting and watching the unfortunate spin which we just saw on the pictures. He remained seated now. He's seated in the Ferrari, gets in, about to be strapped in, and the rest of the team go to work on the Pirellis, left-hand side first of all. Right-hand side now. New tyre just going in place on the right-hand front of the car. Giorgio in place. The door is shut. A quick clean of the windscreen. And the car is dropped down off the jacks. Quick check of the wing mirrors as well. And the air guns are moved neatly out of the way. The pit stop is now complete as far as the work that needs to be done. And now just waiting for the word that the car can be released back onto the track. The engine fired up and still waiting. Team boss counting down. And word given, off goes the 51 car. So this first wave is well underway. Mercedes in, 88 Mercedes in.
And also your Audi is in, Al, as well. Number 99, the Attempto car is in. So
well, I can't see that. It's camouflaged.
As well. Ah, that's true. Yes, yes. It's like a stealth exhibition that happened at a museum, and 3,000 visitors a month never saw it. Yeah. Right, 88 in the pits. Fuel goes in, and that's going to be a driver change as well. So into number 88 now is going to get Christoph Lenz.
And the team work hard. What are they doing on the right-hand side? Pulling out some bodywork on the right-hand side. So not just simply the change of wheel, but
yeah.
Where is my cameraman? Let me bring him round onto this side. Come with me, and let's just have a look over here. Over here, at the bodywork just next to the exhaust on the right-hand side of the car. Just down at the bottom there, they've been pulling out the bodywork around the exhaust, maybe opening up the exhaust as well on the right-hand side.
Interesting, okay. Yeah, there's a little bit of damage on the front that was being taped up. We saw that on the pictures. So 88 now, Christoph Lenz, 99 right on its tail. Dries Van Thor at the wheel of the Audi. This is going to get tasty, isn't it? So number 99 there, Dries Van Thor is at the wheel of the car. And now we'll start to see what lap times that can do. 75 is still circulating. Maro Engel is still at the wheel of it. 23, Jamie Clark now at the wheel. As into the pit lane comes number 91, Ferrari. So another one cycles through. So number 91, Ferrari, the Baron Racing car, was in 7th place. That heads to the pits. And as I say, it's now Van Thor at the wheel of the number 99 Audi. So expect great things from the Belgian driver. Who else have I not told you about? I think that's it for the moment in terms of pit stops. Out has gone 88. But having been predicting that 46 was going to be in already, that car is now doing a longer stint than the first one. So interesting that they pulled Forminelli out sooner, but they've kept the slower Salucci in for longer.
Change of strategy then.
Yes, yes. Oh well, must be a plan. Whether it's to make sure that they've got Salucci's time done, and then you might want to leave as much of David Forminelli as you can towards the end, because the pro driver makes the difference, if you like, towards the end of either a part or the overall race. Because if you have a safety car towards the end, you want your gun for hire in, don't you, to make advantage. So maybe that's the thinking. Get David Forminelli to do the first stint, get the car into the mix, then let the other drivers have their time and keep him to the end. So 66 there, puts a lap on the car as well. So it means now, for the moment, only the two leading 2Cs Mercedes are on that lead lap. Which rather underlines the dominance of them right now. 91 in the pit lane. That car brought in by Philip Baron. He's behind the wheel of it for the moment. Across the line goes 88 Christoph Lenz. Now what's going on for 91? Because by the look of it, the fueling had stopped, but only now does it get away.
Yeah, can you just repeat the question, David? I might be able to answer it.
Sorry, yeah, I was musing, really. What was going on for number 91, Ferrari, just leaving the pits now? Because it looked as though all the work had been done, but there was a conversation driver to crew member.
Yeah, and there's now a crew conversation taking place as well. So I can't answer your pondering, but that said, I think you're right to be pondering.
Well, it ticks the box of a routine stop in as much as it was 2 minutes, 2.5 seconds. In there comes 46 Ferrari, by the way. Mikkel Mack has taken the car over, number 91, the very accomplished Ferrari racer, but just seemed to lose quite a bit of time. Anyway, that car back out. In comes number 46 Al.
The car that we thought was going to be the first of the stoppers and comes to a stop now, so it's in the middle of the wave, really, isn't it, that the car has come to a stop. So I did say when I was quizzing them about coming in early, I said, and how do you think this strategy change is going to play out? And they said, well, we'll have to wait and see. And I think maybe the fact that they've come in a little later this time is all part of the strategy that they had previously worked out. So I don't think it's a deviation from what they had planned. They're all standing by now. The fuel is going in, pumping in on the right-hand side of the car, and driver out of the car, and we'll see. And he's indicating, just making sure that Luca Marini was ready to dive into the car as soon as the word was given. He does, and Alessio makes his way into the garage. All the team, including David, keen to have a quick word. He, meanwhile, is keen to get into the chair, sit back, and let everyone else take off his helmet. And very good. So, yeah, pretty tired, I think, after that stint on track. But meanwhile, Luca Marini in the car. The car bumped down off the jacks, and yeah, they're right to be checking the front of the car, because when they bumped the car down, the front of the car actually bumped onto the road, and they were just checking that no damage was done to the front splitter. It was a slightly inelegant way of dropping the car down off the jacks, but I think they were happy with it. On his way, it's left pit lane now.
Okay, so Luca Marini's task is to try and get onto terms with Casper Stevenson's Mercedes, which has got another pit stop due, and it's also got Morgan Tilbrook to get on board. Into the pit lane next is 61. So the Ferrari from the AF Corsa squad of Mark Kvarma comes in. That's been a good stint by Mark Kvarma. He's kept out of trouble. He's done decent lap times. So the American driver briefly third because of number 46's pit stop. That's the next one down at the pit lane, 61.
So Mark Kvarma into the pit lane. Casper Stevenson, really impressed with what he's done over the course of his stint. You're talking about good stint from Mark Kvarma. Well, Casper Stevenson has brought that gap down between himself and Mark Kodrich from 23 seconds down to 8, almost 9 seconds. Also into the pit lane comes the ACA ASP number 64 Mercedes. Mauro Ricci is in as well.
Right, so Mauro Ricci comes in at the end of, for him, 74 laps completed. 73 laps completed, forgive me. Driver change goes on to 61. And for the 2C's Mercedes, what are we expecting those cars to get to? Lap 76 for Kodrich, well, he's on that. 77 for Casper Stevenson. So I would have thought 2C's pit stops are imminent. Well, there over the line goes 66. So that car now is 9 seconds fifth, but I would offer you the leader should be in this time if they're doing 37 laps to a tank of fuel. What is the expectation?
That was the expectation, and it has been green for the whole of this stint as well, hasn't it? So they have been running as flat out as they need to do at this stage of the race. Yeah, so 9.2, almost 9.3 seconds is now the gap first to second place. Pit stop almost done and dusted. Out of the pit lane goes the Ferrari. So that trundles its way down the pit lane and heads onto an outlap. And are we going to see a change of driver? Yes, we will have done. Mark Kvarma gives way to Jean-Claude Sarda. So that is another driver change ticked through, which means that there is just one driver now that is in that 4-driver team that hasn't jumped on board, and that is Trenton Esteep, that at some point will take over. Now, whether we see him out in part 1 of the race is a bit of a moot point, because it may well be that some of the drivers do all of their driving in part 2, David. That's a possibility on the 4-driver teams, isn't it?
I thought you had to do it. I think you had to drive in each part.
Do you?
Yeah, I thought you did.
Just having a quick look through my abbreviated version of the regulations with regards to...
I'll go back to the full one if you so desire, but I thought that was part of it, that you had to do it in each
both
part.
parts. Yeah. Right, okay.
Because otherwise you run that risk, don't you, of, if you like, having an AM race and a pro race for some teams, if they were to use all of some drivers in one and keep others for others. So no, I think you have to do it in both, I'm pretty sure. Ferrari's fight goes on the track, as you can see. AF Corsa's car goes through. Martin Kodrich has stayed out for another lap, so possibly because of the relatively easy pace at which the car has been able to run, so it now is being able to stretch the fuel a little bit longer. But there is now, looking at it, 2C's personnel walking from the wall to the pit box, ready to receive a car next time around.
Yes, they're very much standing by now, so the fuel pipe is over the shoulder of the refueler, and tyres have been coming out and being readied. So, yeah, we're definitely standing by for a pit stop this time at 2C's.
Okay.
So, if they run to the script, it should be the number 1 car in first, Martin Kodrich, and the number 66 potentially in a lap later on, Casper Stevenson, because that was the way it worked when Ben Barnicoat gave way to Martin Kodrich.
I don't think that's the way it's going to work this time.
Is it not? They're going to bring them in the other way around, are they?
Yeah, I think it's Michael Grenier who is standing by and just doing some stretching and squats down here, just getting ready, just limbering up to get into the car. Pretty sure it is. I'll just double check. I think you might be able to see, actually.
It is Michael Grenier, yeah, you're at Sun Energy, aren't you? So that's he's the third driver to go. So the Sun Energy 75 car is the one that we're expecting in. He's got to try and claw back these lost laps from earlier on, as number 61 Ferrari hustles underneath the hotel. Jean-Claude Sarder at the wheel. 88 goes by Christoph Lenz at the wheel of it. You can, if you so desire, as number 1 comes into the pit lane then at the end of lap 78, Martin Kodrich comes in. You can join the conversation. Hashtag Gulf 12 hours on Twitter if you want to throw questions at us or offer your thoughts. Hashtag Gulf 12 hours. Down the pit lane then come both of the 2C's cars. So whereas it was a lap apart before, this time both in together.
Yep, the Mercedes come to a stop and both together in pit lane. Driver doors open, fuel goes in, and it's not until all of the fuel has gone in that all of a sudden we can see a flurry of activity around the 2C's motorsport cars, both of the Mercedes. Ben Barnicoat, now dressed in shorts and t-shirt, calling instructions from the garage, and in fact just indicating on how to approach getting into the car from the rear rather than the front. Once again, our cameraman maybe a little bit too close at the front of the car and gets a little bump from one of the tyres. We make light of these pit stops. These rims and tyres are really rather heavy, and when you are running over to the other side of the car with a wheel in each hand, you don't really want to be slowed down. They are these pit stop crews that practice these pit stops so often are so well drilled, they make them look as if they're light. I need 2 arms to lift up these tyres and wheels. So all of that work is now complete. Number 1 car on its way, and the number 66 car on its way as well.
Thanks, Alan. So good work done by the 2C's Motorsport crew, servicing both cars. They came into the pit lane pretty much together. They will exit the pit lane pretty much together, and they will also head onto their outlaps with Issa Al Khalifa behind the wheel now of the number 1 car. So that is all 3 drivers now cycled through that car, and the same is the case for the sister car as well, because Morgan Tilbrook jumps on board for his first stint in the car as well. Number 75 car still there in the pit lane. And that should be Michael Grenier taking over that car.
Yeah, exactly that, yeah.
So that again means that all three drivers, Kenny Harble, Maro Engel, Michael Grenier, now have all had a stint behind the Sun Energy SPS Automotive car. That thunderous noise, wonderful noise as the Mercedes leaves the pit lane.
Talking of the pit lane, just to go back to a question about do you need to drive in part one? You have to do an hour in each.
Oh, right, okay.
There's a minimum of 1 hour in each part, and therefore a minimum, obviously, of 2 over the 2 hour, the 2 parts. But you can't do nothing in one and 2 hours in the other. It's a minimum for everybody of 1 hour in each part.
Thank you for delving into the full regulations for that one. Yeah,
thank you, somewhere. Yeah. So that means that if you're going to want to be classified for your car, you need to be behind the wheel for a minimum of 1 hour out of the 6 in each part. Right, so number 1 is Isa Al Khalifa at the wheel of it now. Again, as Mark's been making the point, part of the Gulf 12 Hours Bahrain winning crew for 2 Cs at the start of the year, and the car now accelerates up towards turn 16, ready to complete his first lap. And as he, heads out of turn 13, doesn't he, up towards the hotel now, getting slightly ahead of myself. That car not yet at the end of the lap, but it's about to be, with Isa Al Khalifa 6.8 seconds to the good when the cars last came over the line. Now he's up against Morgan Tilbrook in the sister car. It'll be interesting to see how that gap either continues to come down or stretches out. So much of this is in the hands now of Morgan Tilbrook, and how quickly he can learn about that Mercedes. But in fact, he's already halved. How about that? 3.3 seconds now is that lead gap. That's all.
Yeah, so it really has come down, and that's largely due to the stint that Casper Stevenson put in, which was chipping away all of the time at it. But Isa Al Khalifa compared to Morgan Tilbrook, well, Isa Al Khalifa, who is already a winner, the Bahraini driver of the Gulf 12 Hours of Bahrain, that one-off event that we'd had. Morgan Tilbrook, fairly new to motorsport, certainly new to the GT3 spec Mercedes. We've seen him out racing in the UK, a GT4 spec car before, but new team, new car, new circuit, new event, all for Morgan Tilbrook to try and get used to. 3.3 seconds off the lead overall in this race, leading GT3 Pro-Am as well as he sits there in second position. What can he do about trying to catch the sister car? Will they need to do it? What will be the team's aspect if the gap do close up? Will they surely just let the quicker car go through and worry about the longer term aim of the team, which ideally for them would be surely to finish a 1-2, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but it's really interesting to see the way that, I know the safety car has helped to a degree, but the way that car's come so much back into the mix, because Ian Logie had lost a little bit of time in that first stint. Granted, the safety car did bring the car back into the mix, and so too did Casper Stevenson's great efforts, but they're in different classes, but yet it could be a Pro-Am car to win outright, given the way that it's going. 3 hours and 13 minutes to go, so we're almost at halfway, quarter distance coming up in 13 minutes time, as Isa Al Khalifa leads then from Morgan Tilbrook. Christoph Lenz aboard 88 is in third place, and then 46 Ferrari fourth. Luca Marini, of course, MotoGP racer for the VR46 squad, now turning his attention again to car racing. He's had occasional dabbles in it, but he'll be learning fast. He's in fourth place. Number 1 then goes through, Isa Al Khalifa at the wheel of the 2Cs Mercedes. So the Porsche GT3 Challenge Middle East racer has also come from the Pure McLaren GT series, which is perhaps the ultimate one-make amateur program, where McLaren take over a circuit for a couple of days. You've got a couple of races, all the coaching and the hospitality, but it's been a great way of bringing people from, if you like, track days to motor racing into fully blown GT racing. And when you then see them winning things like the Gulf 12 Hours in Bahrain, you can understand exactly what a good, perhaps the ultimate university for motor racing it is.
And straight out of the box, the first flying lap for both Isa Al Khalifa and Morgan Tilbrook, first and second respectively. Morgan Tilbrook was 0.7 of a second quicker than the race leader on the first flying lap. So it looks as though those 2Cs Motorsports cars potentially might just close up a little bit more. We've still got Christoph Lenz in the SPS Automotive Mercedes, sitting there in third position and lying second in Pro-Am. Luca Marini is in fourth place, the number 46 car. Fifth is 99, Dries van Tor, now gaining 2 places on that lap, so past Jerome Policon and Jean-Claude Sarda as things settle down after the at various pit stops. So Dries Vanthoor should, at the wheel of that Audi, looking at who's behind the wheel generally at the moment, should be, I think, on merit, probably, once everybody settles down, probably the quickest driver that we've got out there at the moment as things stand in this particular stint. And just to confirm, still leading GT4 at this stage with about a 40-second advantage, is down in 12th place overall, the number 23 Greystone McLaren. GT4 in the hands of Scotsman Jamie Clark. And I think the only point at which that McLaren has not led GT4 probably would have been on a pit stop cycle. Other than that, I think a bit like the overall race leading car of 2Cs Motorsport, that's the only time they wouldn't have led again, was through the pit stop cycle. So we're concentrating now on Morgan Tilbrook, who is pushing hard at the wheel of the number 66 2Cs Motorsport Mercedes-AMG GT3. The gap between himself and Issa Al Khalifa, 0.5 of a second difference between the pair of them last time through on their second flying lap, so it's now down to 3.1 seconds first to second position. We're still awaiting the arrival of the third place car over the start finish line, which is Christoph Lenz, who is some way adrift now in third position. Leading to Mercedes, certainly from 2Cs Motorsport, seem to have had significant pace over the course of the early stage of the race. What's the gap back to Christoph Lenz? We'll tell you as he comes over the start-finish line at the end of this lap. For the race leader, there is now traffic to deal with, and that is Christoph Lenz, who is desperate to try and stay on the lead lap, of course, now. So Christoph Lenz in danger of dropping off the lead lap, because look in his mirrors, who's there? It's the race leader, Issa Al Khalifa, who is right on his coattails and is just showing the nose of the car to Christoph Lenz, too far away as they're heading towards the braking area for turn number 9. So they will continue through the order. However, we're hearing there is going to be a 5-second time penalty at the next pit stops for the race leader, car number 1, but also for car number 99, Attempto Racing and Dries Vanthoor, both of whom have fallen foul of the officials with regards to the amount of transgressions beyond the circuit limits.
That's the second penalty for that, for number 99, isn't it? So number 1 has been discussed, but that is now the first penalty to that car. That's going to be, I suspect, a legacy of Kodrich's stint more than Issa Al Khalifa, because he can't have done enough laps. But on the totting up, you're now behind the wheel.
You're now behind the wheel. That's the way it works.
Yeah. So, yeah, you win as a team, you take the penalty as a team, don't you?
You can point the finger at the other driver, but matters not. Yeah, and here we're going to see Christoph Lenz in third place. He's going to drop off the lead lap because up the inside goes Issa Al Khalifa. And now that means, is he going to hang on to it on the exit? Yes, he does. So Issa Al Khalifa now places the third place car number 88, in the hands of Christoph Lenz, off the lead lap.
Which I found extraordinary, given how they'd all bunched up behind the safety car, and you had Dominic Baumann in for the last stint, who should have been quick. I mean, he was not hanging around, but those 2Cs at Mercedes are just dominant right now. And 5 seconds would, of course, drop number 1 behind. But on that next pit stop, you put Ben Barnicoat into the car and you put Ian Loggy into 66. They're going to get the lead back anyway, aren't they? So how much of a penalty it turns out to be, we will discover. Right now, though, the number 75 Mercedes, Mikael Grenier, has just gone through in 11th place. That car's still trying to play catch-up after losing all of that time earlier on. And actually, right now, number 66, Morgan Tilbrook, has got a bit stuck here, hasn't he, behind Christoph Lenz. So, look, number 1 is escaping up the road, coming out of the chicane. Morgan Tilbrook perhaps being just a little bit more cautious. Not his regular car. A class win is what matters, so just taking his time, making sure that the gap is there before he pounces on number 88. Doesn't want to lose too much time, doesn't want to get himself in strife, though. So down through the Marsa corner they come. Back onto the power once again, and number 1, all of a sudden, Issa Al Khalifa will have this much bigger advantage come the end of the lap, but with that 5-second penalty to factor in on the next pit stop, of course, therefore, he's going to need to pull away by more than that to preserve the advantage. So out of turn 11 they have just come, but still Morgan Tilbrook is a bit stuck behind Christoph Lenz, still can't find a way past him, whereas in contrast Issa Al Khalifa made this look much, much easier. Into turn 16, this the end of lap number 83. Leaders go by, and so now it's a much, much bigger lead gap, because Tilbrook is absolutely stuck behind number 88, and he's been there now for about 2/3 of a lap.
Yeah, it must be enormously frustrating for Morgan Tilbrook, particularly as he was able to see Issa Al Khalifa almost directly ahead of him before Issa met the traffic and just squeezed his way through. It looked all rather effortless, didn't it, for that overtake, whereas Morgan Tilbrook, in the nicest possible ways, making harder work of it. Here we go. Is he going to have a quick look up the inside? No, he's not. The door is open, but he is not confident enough to dive up the inside at turn number 5, might leave it until the slightly heavier braking area down at turn number 6 and turn number 7. Now, I did see just a couple of times, David, look towards what will be the right-hand rear wheel of Morgan Tilbrook's car. There was something small flapping around. I'm not sure whether it's the safety hook that they put into the centre locking wheel when they put it on there. It just looked as though there was just something flapping around. You have to wait until there's a long shot, a head-on shot, but it looks down the left-hand side of the car. So just every now and again, there's something flapping.
Right, keep an eye on that.
Very, very small thing, but...
Have a look.
No, it might be my eyes. Might be a shadow.
Okay.
Yeah, it might be a shadow.
But he's been there now for over a lap behind 88. Still can't put the lap on him. Alan, yeah.
Guys, we were talking, weren't we, about Casper Stevenson and what a star he is proving to be over the course of this weekend. Casper, first of all, welcome to this form of racing. You've taken to it really rather quickly.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really enjoying it. It's a completely different challenge to single-seaters. But yeah, I'm loving it, and it's definitely the way forward for us.
I've known you from Ginetta Juniors into British F4, and with a young driver, you kind of naturally assume that they're going to go into or want to go into a path of single-seater racing. Is this a change of direction, or is this something to do at the start of a year where there's racing and there's a bit of sunshine?
For the moment, it is a change of direction. Single-seaters was not working for us due to some reasons. So I think this is the best way forward, and yeah, I haven't looked back really.
No, and it's quite an early point in your career to be thinking about this change of direction, which is rather fortuitous that you seem to have taken to the car so well.
Yeah, it is early, but I think the manufacturers like it. I think they like being able to take someone young and still impressionable and still moldable. So I think it plays in my favour. Yes, I'm still a bit of a hothead, but I'm working on it.
Well, you're still very young, aren't you? Remind people how old you are.
I'm 18.
18 years old. You get to come out to Abu Dhabi Yas Marina circuit, which a few weeks ago, presumably you were glued to the television screen watching the culmination of the Formula One World Championship, and now you're here driving the circuit.
Yeah, it's mega. You know, the track is great. I have to say a massive thank you to everyone supporting me, my mum, and yeah, it's just going really well.
Right, plan for the because of course this is a learning process, isn't it? Something very different. Looking after energy, conserving energy. It's a long race. It's a 12-hour race.
Yeah, you really have to look after your energy. I mean, unfortunately, the drink system isn't working for us. No. So yeah, it's really tricky towards the end. It's not as physical as a single-seater, but it's more draining. And yeah, I'm just trying to try and keep it up, because I'll probably do a lot of racing in the last part of the race. So just trying to stay on it, basically.
I'd say in warm conditions like this without a drinks bottle, to be honest, I've no idea what Kimi Raikkonen would say about that.
Yeah, we haven't got the drink here either. So.
Is it not working at all? You can't get it working?
No, not at all. Maybe we can fix it in the brake. I'm sure the boys can fix it in the brake, but at the moment it's not working. So, yeah, I mean, I can survive an hour without water, there's no problem.
You're 18 years old and you're a fit young racing driver, you can, but it's not ideal. Casper, thank you. We'll talk to you again before the end of the race. Casper Stevenson down in the Two Seas Motorsport Garage.
Going an hour without water, any fool can do that, Alan. Going an hour without Belgian beer, that's all very different altogether. Now, we have got a little bit of something, looks like sticky tape, flapping on the side of number 66. Still, Morgan Tilbrook can't get this lap on 88. So Christoph Lenz doing very comparable lap times to those of Morgan Tilbrook, to the point whereby only now does Morgan get an opportunity to come up on the inside, and finally he goes through. But that really has cost him dear, because remember, those two Mercedes were virtually together. Now 8.6 seconds is the margin between them. Interesting just to see how far the two cars went on that last stint. 38 laps for 66, 39 laps squeezed out of that tank of fuel by Martin Kodarich. So we were saying that maybe he wasn't pushing that hard, but a 39 lap stint was really impressive, and might be that Issa Al Khalifa is able to stretch it to about the same. So looking at laps 116, 117, round about there for the next wave of pit stops. This is the fourth place car, which is now being driven by Luca Marini. But of course, it, like the 88 Mercedes you've just been looking at, has dropped off that lead lap.
Yeah, it has. It's now off the lead lap and lies fourth in the race overall, third in GT3 Pro-Am. Luca Marini, who was runner-up in the Moto2 Championship back in 2020, graduated up to MotoGP last year with Ducati, finished 19th in the overall standings. We've seen him here before in the Gulf 12-hour, half-brother to Valentino Rossi, and is a quick driver behind the wheel as well in his own right. The last lap he did was a 1 minute 56.1, which is the same kind of pace as sort of, you know, the cars ahead of him are doing in first, second and third place. But Luca Marini, not huge amounts of car racing experience, lots of motorcycle racing experience as he's graduated through GP, GP3, GP2 and out to MotoGP. But a circuit and an event that I know he and the whole of the VR46 squad absolutely enjoy. He's about to click his way over the start-finish line. Another lap completed at this stage. Morgan Tilbrook lost the best part of, what, 5, nearly 6 seconds, didn't he, whilst he was bottled up behind Christoph Lenz. Now the intriguing thing to see will be, in this car with no drinks bottle and no refreshments, is exactly what Morgan Tilbrook can do. Now he's got clear air, what can he do on pace relative to Issa Al Khalifa, and what's the gap going to look like?
And also 99, which has just been told it's got another 5-second penalty, is being given another investigation for yet more track limit violations. Well, Dries van Thor is behind the wheel of it. It was Dries that kept transgressing in his qualifying session, if you remember yesterday. So now, because he lost 3 lap times in qualifying, Dries van Thor, he's now behind the wheel. He's pushing that car for all he can, but incurring more and more track limit offences in so doing. So it could be that not only is there another 5 seconds to serve, but he could find himself in even hotter water. Behind as well, number 64, Jerome Policon now at the wheel, upping that car's pace. But 46, Luca Marini, 4th overall. He's actually catching Christoph Lenz, isn't he? He's 23.6 seconds back, 2 and a bit seconds a lap quicker. So before the end of his stint, Luca Marini should be up with the Mercedes, I would have thought.
You would have thought so, yeah, the 42-year-old Swiss driver. Being caught by the Italian that sits behind. There's another car as well. You mentioned the 99 that's under investigation for track limits and Dries van Thor, but also Giorgio Seneggiotto at the wheel of the number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. Also exactly the same process going on at the moment. Track violations after warning flags.
Yeah, Seneggiotto has dropped back into 9th place, and I was trying to work out where the time had gone, because I know Tony Hanna had that spin, Tammy Hanna had that spin, but it wasn't that time-consuming, was it? So Giorgio Seneggiotto is an experienced driver, but that car has now fallen to 9th place. Anyway, plenty of time to round back. Over the timing line now goes Mikael Grenier, who is still in 11th, but the frustration there is that that car is 6 laps off the leader.
Yeah, because of that problem with what we suspected was the damper. It's lapping substantively quicker than Luca Marini, albeit Luca Marini, of course, is ahead of it, way ahead of it in the race, but I think it shouldn't be that much longer before we see Mikael Grenier work his way through. Here's the number 99 Attempto Racing Dries van Thor driven Audi in the hands of the Belgian, making good progress. Dries having just set the fastest lap that car has done in the race so far, 1 minute 53.2, and as I suggested when he got behind the wheel of the car at the beginning of this stint, arguably with everybody else that's out there, and that's no disrespect to any other driver that's out there, but Dries van Thor you would have thought would be probably the fastest driver at this stage of the race with everybody else that's out there. And case in point, not only the fastest lap for that car, but quicker than anybody else at this stage of the race.
Fastest lap overall is still Ben Barnicoat from early on, am I right?
I believe so. I don't think that's been bettered yet.
And 10 seconds. The margin now, Issa Al Khalifa in the Ben Barnicoat started car, 2.66 of Morgan Tilbrook. There, number 99 in that camouflage camo livery, the Attempto Audi. Dries van Thor at the wheel, so Attempto winning squad here, Dries winning driver here in the past. And meantime at AF Corsa, they prepare themselves for the next stops. Through comes the Audi now up towards the Marsa corner, but the Attempto car is now 2 laps down. And Van Thor needs to be oh so careful about these track limit violations that he is triggering, because if the penalties come, the time is going to be lost yet more.
Yeah, Ben Barnicoat with the best lap of the race. Casper Stevenson now, 1 minute 52.462 from Casper Stevenson would give him the fastest lap of the race. So yeah, he just eclipsed, not by much, by a few thousandths of a second, the fastest lap from Ben Barnicoat. So we've had Ben Barnicoat leading the race. We briefly had Conrad Grunwald leave the race, but that was only during that pit window. But normal service was resumed when Martin Kodrich took over the number 1 car, and it still continues to lead in the hands of Isa Al Khalifa. So as I mentioned earlier on, yeah, largely that number 1 car has led every lap, barring purely on pit stop cycle. And other than that, it's absolutely gone to plan for 2C's Motorsport. I think we can say the same also for Greystone in GT4, can't we? I think the only time they haven't led a lap, again, was as we've cycled through those pit stops, for which we are now halfway through part 1 of this race. So more than 3 hours in, 2 hours 56 minutes to go. Leading 88 laps completed is number 1, Isa Al Khalifa, who's now got a 10-second advantage between himself and Morgan Tilbrook, who is no longer making any inroads at all. Lost that time with the traffic as he got past Christoph Lenz and dropped the third-place car off the lead lap. And even in clear air now, he's not able to catch, as the gap just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And it's only those front 2 cars that remain on the lead lap.
Indeed. Part of the answer to 51, I'd forgotten about the Giorgio Senna Giotto Ferrari. It lost 5 seconds on the last pit stop, didn't it? Because Tanner Hanna and track limit offences meant that there was a penalty there. And Alex Arca also on his last pit stop to give the car to Dries van Thor copped an extra 5 seconds as well, which is why that car is still struggling, but it is in 5th place. So in terms of a position, the Audi's looking better, but you know, the time lost in the first part, and they've got to get Murad Sultanov back in the car as well. So again, the pace will change. It's still looking at a tougher ask for the Attempto squad. So the 2C's Mercedes are 11 seconds apart from one another, and number 1 continues to dominate. As you look at Jérôme Policon, the massively experienced French racer turned team owner, and that car's next target is the Attempto Audi. It is lapping slower, so the gap widens, but of course the Mercedes is running in the GT3 guest class, whereas it's a pro class car, an overall effort from Attempto. So same spec of car, but different categorisation for the purposes of the race.
So we're looking at that Mercedes still circulating around. Jérôme Policon, who's about to complete another lap. This car at the moment 2 laps off the lead of the race. As it clicks over the start-finish line, it will complete lap number 88, which means that it's now just 1 lap off the lead of the race. So through it goes, up towards the braking area for turn number 1. Jérôme Policon, who we have seen here out racing in the Gulf 12 Hour in the past. 2017 we saw him out, the 57-year-old Frenchman. 2019 he returned, which was the last time that we were here. And you look at Jérôme Policon, you know, he's one of those drivers that seems to have and has been around year after year after year, and despite the fact he's 57, still hasn't lost any of that pace at all, has he?
No, and he also jumps into GT4 as well as GT3 cars. You know, he doesn't do a full season anymore. He jumps in when a customer might require. The main focus is running the team, which, as you'll have gathered from the name, is sort of underwritten by the Ricci family and their business. But Acker ASP has turned out to be one of the top Mercedes teams, whether it's GT3 or GT4, which they run cars in the French and the European championships. But yes, Jérôme Policon, who you can trace his roots back to Formula Ford 1600, Formula 3, the V6 Clios, you name it. Over the years, he was a mainstay at Le Mans for many, many seasons, and very experienced as a team principal as well. So it's good to have him back behind the wheel, actually.
Got as far as Formula 3000, didn't it? And then it sort of, it sort of didn't quite happen for him from there, did it?
Well, he was part of that wave of French drivers, of which there were lots at the time, and they couldn't all go through, and he lost out. But actually, as I say, done a very, very good job as a team owner.
And not just in Europe, all of that driving, but also had good success over on the other side of the Atlantic as well, with Sebring and Petit Le Mans, Daytona, and all of those things as well. So Isa Al Khalifa, continuing on his merry way, has now increased the advantage up to 13 seconds. Further news with regards to time penalties is that there will be a 5-second time penalty at the next pit stop for car number 75. That is the SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes that Michael Grenier is currently behind the wheel of. That is circulating down in 11th place as things stand. Now, it lost a chunk of time with that problem earlier on. The last thing they really need now are more penalties heading their way because of track limits. But I suppose it's 6 laps off the lead. It is 3 laps adrift of even gaining a place at this stage. So, 5 seconds, does it make a huge chunk of difference?
It doesn't. But the problem is that if they get any more, because the next one will be more serious, and the next one is more serious again. And if you add them all up, then you're giving away more and more and more time all the way through, aren't you? So to the end of the lap now comes number 1. booms past the pits. Isa Al Khalifa, who is lapping 55s. The best lap that car has done is a 52.5 and a 52.4 from the sister car. So this, if you like, is the more gentler stint out of number one, isn't it?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, it's a gentler stint. Still work to do, though. Traffic to deal with. And through goes Morgan Tilbrook. And dealt with that car and the lappery of it much more effectively than he did with poor old Christoph Lentz. So he'll be a happier chap now than when he was bottled up behind the number 88 Mercedes.
Absolutely right. Yeah, now he's got clear real estate ahead of him. So you've touched on 75 with its pit. 99, a drive-through penalty now for Dries Van Thorp. So there's the 5-second penalty to come at the next stop. But in the meantime, because he's still at it, there is a drive-through now for Dries. I'm going to run out of paper here on that car, and we're only in part one. But 99 gets a drive-through penalty. So Dries Van Thorp will be even more grumpy. But you could argue he doesn't really have a case to argue against, because he's the man behind the wheel. He's committing the offences. The observers are making notes, reporting those back to race control. The admin team are totting them all up, and so the penalty is applied. Isa Al Khalifa, the race leader, Morgan Tilbrook second. Now, Christoph Lentz, I think I was mentioning a little while ago, was being caught by Luca Marini. So third and fourth, 88 Mercedes versus 46 Ferrari. That gap is coming down little by little by little. Morgan Tilbrook then, new to the Mercedes, but an experienced GT3 racer after his year in Britain in the McLaren, race winner in the British GT Championship, comes then now down towards turns 12 and 13. Through he turns, heads under the hotel, and the Mercedes of number one's just gone over the timing line, so that now puts 92 laps in the book. We're looking at getting the cars to around about 116, 117 laps before the next round of stops for the race leaders. And of course, we've tripped into the second half, part one of the Gulf 12 hours. They're in the pit lane, Kessel team, so that's going to be 33, isn't it? That's well out of sequence now, so that car due a stop, and in it comes, in fact. So number 33 into the pit lane at the end of 89 laps. So that's done 40 laps on that stint, which again is really good on the fuel. And we'll see on the rotation who now gets behind the wheel of that car, because it should be either Evan Zanotti or Alessandro Tarabini for that one. Muhat Chodoroglu gets out. The sister Kessel car that had its accident early on in the race, cover over it, too much damage, officially out of the race. Great shame. Right, Muhat Chodoroglu out of the car, and that will mean now that driver change is performed. New Pirellis go on. Perfect feel for a driver. A set of sticker tyres, brand new rubber onto that car. Kessel, one of the more experienced Ferrari squads. And there, Luca Marini coming under attack from Dries Van Thorp. Now, he's yet to serve that drive-through penalty as Dries. But serve it he must under the regulation. So that has got to happen, come what may. Screen cleared. And as soon as 33 gets to the end of the time, the car controller will be monitoring how long the car is at rest relative to how long it takes at the regulation pit lane speed limit to get to the end, and therefore know exactly when to release that car. You want to be a fraction of a second over the time, definitely not under it. 99 then, Dries Van Thorp comes up to try and make a move against Luca Marini. So there you've got the two fighting now for fourth place. They're on the same lap, and the fight is very much on as they come out of the hotel. So the Audi trying to break into fourth. I think he's going to just about do this before he has to bail for the drive-through penalty. So Dries Van Thorp round the outside, gets the job done, goes through, picks up the place, and comes towards turn 16, stays out there. So into fourth goes the Attempto Racing Audi, heads over the timing line, and so now the call will come, I suspect, to say to Dries, right, well done, you've got us a place, but you've got to give it back effectively by driving down through the pit lane. And given the length of the pit lane, bearing in mind it goes under the circuit coming out of turn one, it is a long pit lane, and therefore it is a slow drive down it and more time lost. So Van Thorp, even though he's escaping, as you can see, instantly pulling clear of the Ferrari. he's going to lose that position, of course, when he has to serve the drive-through. In GT4 currently, it is Jamie Clark, the Ferrari Challenge UK champion in the Greystone GT. McLaren leading the way at the moment from Bradley Ellis in Century's Aston Martin. 22 seconds between those two. Jamie Clark, Scottish Legends champion, occasional Clio racer, but took many years off to build up his business, came back in the Ferrari Challenge, and now coming to the Gulf 12 Hours. So he is the man currently leading in GT4. 12th place overall. On screen, it was a moment ago Dries Van Thor trying to get away as Murat Çağrıoğlu is out of the Ferrari for the moment. Job done. Gets his breath back in the Kessel garage. There is Van Thor. There's not much in GT racing, but Dries has not yet won. But the winner here for Attempto in 2019 with Christopher Mies and Rinat Salihov. That number one is the leading car still. So with 94 laps done, Isa Al Khalifa still looking mighty strong out of all of this. Turns his way up now to the approach towards turn 5, and the margin is 13 seconds. So last time, actually, Morgan Tilbrook a little bit quicker. Isa Al Khalifa having to make sure that he doesn't encounter traffic where he doesn't need it, but also make sure that he does consistently good lap times. Very much the favourite car, that. Most people's money on it as the race winner, and perhaps the task eased now, given that we've had these problems for, amongst others, number 75, the Mercedes in the hands currently of Michael Grenier, with the 3 pit stops on successive laps early on and then time lost with that suspected broken damper. I'm not sure whether Alan ever found out definitively whether it was a broken damper or something else, but that was the suspicion. And that car, as we say, 75, has got a 5-second penalty at the next stop, so it gives an even greater advantage to number 1 Mercedes, which itself has a 5-second stop, but it's got better pace at the moment. It's got a huge gap to be able to mop up anyway. So out of turn 12 comes the leader, heads under the hotel, and then now towards the completion of the lap. 42 is back in, so that was being driven by Alexander Buchanstov, and the one that we haven't yet seen in that car is therefore James Winslow, but it is in at the end of lap 85. Century running different cars, of course, within the GT4 competition. So that gets Buchanstov, and we'll see hopefully in a moment who the next driver is going to be in that car, because just as I looked up, he walked around the back of it. So pit stop cycles through. Century, of course, needing to try and work different plans for the different cars here if they can. So they've got the BMW and Aston in the pits at different times, then it doesn't all become a bit too frantic down there. So number 42, BMW, cycles through the stop. 99, Dries Van Thor staying out, so he's certainly done 2 laps, maybe more since that penalty was put on the timing screen, but the car has not yet come in. Now, whether this is because the team is arguing the case, I couldn't tell you, but what I can tell you is that it's not yet been in and it's not served that penalty. And normally, if it's on the screen, the penalty is there and it's unarguable. Alan. Thought for a moment we had news from the pit lane, but 42 BMW that you're looking at. You said the tyres good to go. So 2 hours 42 minutes, part 1 still to run, and it's very much a Mercedes 2Cs Motorsport benefit at the moment, with the margin being 12 seconds between the two of them. 51 Giorgio Senagiotto just crossing the timing line, incidentally, in 8th place, trying to gain ground back against the Baron Motorsport number 91 Ferrari. Now, still the question mark is over Attempto. When are they going to bring Dries Van Thor into the pit lane? Because he's not come in yet, and he needs to get this drive-through served. The team is aware of it because it's on the timing screen, and it's continuing to alert them. But for the moment, that car not having served the drive-through. Over the line as they're gone, the race leader. So it is Isa Al Khalifa up front. You've got in second spot crossing the line just now Morgan Tilbrook. The margin between them is 12.9 seconds. And we are looking at another 20 laps or so, really, before we need to think about pit stops for those two cars. Third, 88, a lap down, crosses the line now. That's Christoph Lenz. He's lapping slower than the two ahead of him, but is being reeled in by Dries Van Thor, who's carrying on. He's done another lap, still not come in to serve the drive-through. Now, at what point does the race director effectively lose his rag here? Because not only is it on the timing screen, there's also a neon sign over the pits that says drive-through 99. You could argue that it's up to the team to make sure that the penalty is served, to make sure they say, right, in this lap. It could be that there's a radio problem. Could be that they're arguing about it. Go on, Al.
How many laps do they have, David? How many laps do they have in order to serve?
Normally, and again, this is
yes,
sort of off the top of my head without going to the rule book, but normally it's 3 passings of the timing line from when the message is on the screen.
What I understood.
And I reckon it's done certainly more than 3, which is why I'm wondering when Chris Norman, as the race director, loses his proverbial, because, you know, the penalty is there and he's not served it. Now, Attempto might have a radio problem and therefore Dries isn't getting the message, but it is there for him to see. There's a drive-through penalty board, a manual board, just out of my window. There is the neon sign under the Gulf 12 Hours gantry down the pit straight where the start line is. So the message is there, but for whatever reason, it ain't getting through.
Is this potentially a situation where the team could be maybe contesting this with race control before the car comes in?
They could be, but normally in a situation like this, a drive-through penalty like that, once it's on the screen, it's unarguable. But the team, I suppose, has to...
I see.
Again, you could argue the team will try and argue it because they've nothing to lose, have they? Oh, we're just losing you slightly in your garage, I think.
Yeah, I wondered. I'm a little bit from my man, so you probably just missed me. But there are conversations taking place in the back of the Attempto garage. I just can't bring them to you live, unfortunately.
No, fair enough, fair enough. So right now, the situation is that 99 has a drive-through to serve. It's gained a place while that drive-through has not been served, if you like, while the car has still been circulating. And with 2 hours and 39 minutes still on the clock, Isa Al Khalifa leads. 66 Morgan Tilbrook here, getting himself in the traffic, coming up now through turn 6 and 7. And out of the back of the garage, another set of Pirellis being brought forward, being made ready. So Kessel Racing cycling through the used tyres, getting the new tyres ready. And where's the next fight going to come from? Christoph Lenz versus Dries Van Thor for third place on the track is the one to look for. It was 4.8 seconds last time around. And although Dries still has to serve the drive-through, he is lapping considerably quicker, like 2.5 seconds a lap faster than is Christoph Lenz. So maybe he's looking for another place before he serves that stop, but it's all a bit academic because he's going to have to give it back anyway. So the timing line has just come number 1. So the leader goes by. That now puts 98 laps in the book. Leader through. That's the second place Mercedes, just to give you an idea of where they are around the racetrack. Into turn 16 now comes the number 66 Mercedes, heading towards the timing line and goes through 66 then, with the margin being 15.5 seconds. So the gap's going back up again, no question about it. Third and fourth should be 88 Mercedes ahead of 99 Audi, and they are virtually together now. The gap has come down yet further. It was 4.8 seconds last time. Christoph Lenz, quick Am versus Dries Van Thor, very quick pro. They go through together, and the margin is 11/10 of a second now. So it's game on for third place. Christoph Lenz, we saw go a lap down early on in the stint, and now he's about to lose third place also to Dries Van Thor here. So those two cars come through almost as one, but it's going to be on this lap surely where the change comes. Van Thor on the back of the Mercedes then as they crest the rise. Make the run now down towards the hairpin at turn 5. Up the inside goes Van Thor, he's done it, he's gone by, makes the place change then, he's up to third. So the Audi goes through. Christoph Lenz, I suspect, realising that that was Pro-Am versus Pro, didn't need to put up a fight because it's the class victory that he's after. And also, of course, that drive-through will give him the position back anyway. So the SPS team, if they've been on the radio playing it very sensibly, would have said don't fight because that car's got a Damocletian drive-through still to be served, you can just let him go and he'll get the place back, and that's exactly what has happened. So Christoph Lenz gives up third, Dries van Thor goes through. This is the car, don't forget, that started at the back of the grid, so now up into third place. It's taken a while to get there, but it's been a good effort, even allowing for the track limit violations and the like. So 2 hours 36 to go, and up into third place on the road now goes number 99, but still it is a lap down. Now, that kind of pace, however, is encouraging because it's lapping quicker than the leading 2C's car. Depending on how much time is lost in the next stint, can the car towards the end of the day in part 2 get that lead lap back, get onto that lead lap? What you would quite like is for Van Thor to start part 2 and try and jump ahead of everybody off the line, because then he's got his lap back, hasn't he? He'll be ahead of the part 1 leader. So maybe that's also part of the plan. So right now, the Attempto Audi is in third, and it's stayed out. Another lap done. Still, the drive-through penalty is there.
It is rather perplexing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've just come over to the pit wall, to the starting gantry. It is a very large LED screen which says very clearly drive-through 99. It cannot be in question. It's not ambiguous.
No, and it's the only drive-through it's had. It's not that the team think, well, we've already done it. You know, they've had 5-second penalties applied ×2, but this is the drive-through. Like I say, it is there. It's on the timing screen. We're banging on about it, so it is there. Everybody knows about it. It can only be that they are arguing the case, I would have thought, or that there's a radio problem. And either way, Dries van Thor stays out. So, yes, he can see the board, but really, the driver will drive until the team tell him to come in. So, if the team can't communicate with Dries, that's the next thing, Alan, I suppose, is to find out if there is a radio problem, or whether it's that the team is arguing the case.
I need to go on a reconnaissance mission and find out and then report back to you, because I can't get to the back of the garage. So stand by and I'll come back to you.
I would have thought, just before you do wander garagewards, that if it were a radio problem, they would be leaning over the pit wall with signs brandishing to get him in, and they're not. That I can see.
There's no one there.
No.
There's no one on the pit wall at all.
No. So if they're not doing that to get his attention, they mustn't need to. Do you see what I'm heading to on this?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Anyway, the drive-through is still there to be served. The car heading up towards the completion of the lap. And, Dries van Thor comes out of the last corner and comes over the timing line. Goes through again. Doesn't take the drive-through. He likes the circuit so much. Do another lap, do another lap. So through he goes. But, yeah, even looking at the pictures, there's nothing to suggest, from what I can see there, that the team is trying to get him in. 88 goes by there, so Christoph Lenz fourth. Now, where does he stand relative to Luca Marini behind him? That gap is coming down as well, so the VR46 Ferrari is closing the gap. Now, when does that have another pit stop due? It was last in on lap 73, wasn't it? And it was doing sort of 34 lap stints. So that car has got another 7 laps out of number 46 Ferrari before it's due in. And it is 14 seconds back. Laps. It's going to be a tall order, but it is bringing down the gap to try to retake 4th place. And don't forget that they are battling for class position. They're both Pro-Am entries, 88 and 46, as there is getting ready. But the Century squad, David Holloway. It was Alexander Buchanstov, incidentally, that took back the BMW, so we haven't had James Winslow behind the wheel of that car, if ever he will. But number 42, BMW, has gone back to, we are told, Alexander Buchanstov, but I'm sure we'd seen a driver change there. So that might be one to research for the transponder not necessarily being in the right place. But we'll double-check. It might be that he's gone back in. Just quickly, Al, getting a replay. Let me just talk you through this, which is the Aston Martin going off turn 6 up the escape road. That was Bradley Ellis at the wheel of it. And sorry, you've got news from the pits.
Yes, I'm so excited to bring you this news because I've had it explained to me very clearly by the team exactly what's going on. So the reason there was a drive-through penalty is that it was deemed that the the team had not respected the 5-second penalty that they had previously had applied.
Right.
And by not respecting it, they had touched the car. The team claimed that the reason they touched the car was for a reason of safety rather than anything else, that they were doing anything to the car.
Okay.
So therefore that is the counter argument which has been offered to the stewards, and until they get a response from the stewards, they don't have to take the drive-through penalty.
Right. Brilliant research. Thanks, Alan.
Thank you.
Right. Now, Bradley Ellis, by the look of it, has a tyre problem and he's limping to the pit lane. So let me just mention that is happening. We've seen him off the road, but it's a punctured front right, isn't it, for Bradley Ellis, as the Aston limps to the pit. So, Alan, you're going to have a Century car into the pit lane. Dries van Thor, Mark, is up into 3rd place now. He's not done the drive-through, but he's been catching and passing and is 3rd overall, but of course still a lap down.
Yeah, still a lap down, but working beautifully hard to try and see what he might be able to do whilst the conversations go on with regards to the drive-through penalty. Looks as though Bradley Ellis has managed to limp the Aston Martin, the GT4 car, back into pit lane. It's the front right that has punctured on the car. Thankfully, Bradley, I don't think, has caused any further bodywork damage to that car, so utilising all of that experience just to get back to the pits as quickly as possible, but equally as slowly as possible, because what you don't want to do is have any more tyre delamination. So the Century Motorsport crew going to work.
Yes, they do. They're not going to do anything for now because they are still taking fuel on board, so it gives the opportunity for the team to just observe if there's potentially any damage to the bodywork around the right front wheel. Bradley, meanwhile, I think has got himself unbuckled and is ready to go once all of the fuel has gone into the car. The team are standing by with a new tyre for the right front, so everyone is poised and ready to go, as I think you can see. And then the fuel is finished, so Brad can hop out of the car. Just reading his body language, he was pretty disappointed when he came to a stop down in pit lane. He's now assisting the driver change, and I will see if I can get a word with Bradley once he's finished his work, got his breath back, and see if we can find out exactly what happened. But as far as, in fact, I think you can see around the right front there is no particular bodywork damage, so the rubber hasn't been flailing around and damaging bodywork. It's interesting to find out from Brad exactly how that took place. The team, as they always will, just a pat on the shoulder to the driver, and I was wrong to say that Brad was miserable. He is normal, jolly Brad once he gets out of the car, and he's explaining to the Pirelli technician exactly what's taken place. He's still got his helmet on at the moment. The car is ready to go, and the Aston Martin leaves. Brad's still explaining as they look over the carcass of the tyre.
I don't think I've ever seen anything other than a happy, jolly Brad.
No, I know, it's exactly that. I thought he was, so maybe the word that I used was wrong. Maybe the word that I should have used was despondent as he sat in the car, as he brought the car in. But I'm standing by, he's just taking his helmet off, and hopefully I'll be able to get a quick word with Brad and find out exactly what happened. He's explained it to Pirelli. He's got his helmet off, he's got his balaclava off, he's got his earpieces out as well. Hello, Brad. So you still manage to smile. What happened exactly?
Don't know, just on...
I haven't told you to put a mask on, have I? I should ask you to pop a mask on. I'm so sorry. I forgot. That's my bad. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, just... I don't know, just it felt a bit soft going into the last corner. Just the car didn't feel right. And then when I braked into turn one, the car veered aggressively right. So, suspected puncher at turn one on that second to last lap. Well, would have been my second to last lap, but ended up being my last. Yeah, no, I just had to really just bring it back as slow as possible so it didn't damage the car. So yeah, I just ended up right at the end of the lap. I was only cruising back at 30 kilometres an hour. It was a bit hard to be in the car going so slow, knowing you're losing time to your competitor.
I described when you arrived as you looked despondent. Presumably that's after a 30-mile-an-hour ride.
Yeah, just, you know, I don't know what's caused it. So, you know, didn't hit anything. There was no debris out there. There's nothing like that. So it's a bit strange why it went so late on in the stint. But so I'll have to go and analyse it with the engineers and the tyre guys. So
Thoughts on the circuit, Brad, because you're one of the lucky few drivers that's driven on the Yas Marina circuit. Now it's been reprofiled.
Love it. It's really good. High speed flows. It's really good. Yet to have like a dogfight, like a proper battle on it, but just to drive it, just purely drive it, it's really cool.
Brilliant, Brad. Nice to see you. Thanks for having a chat to me. Bradley Ellis down in the Century Motorsport garage.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, so always good to hear from Bradley. Amazingly, 10 years this year since he won the British GT Championship at the wheel of that Dodge Viper. Now, Bradley is out of the car, so it's now been handed over to the driver that started behind the wheel of that particular car. So it is once more David Holloway that jumps on board for his second stint, having started the car. David Holloway is on board, and we'll wait and see as to how that pans out now with regards to the time that was lost as Bradley Ellis was limping that car back round and into the pit lane area. So he's, you see there, just debriefing with the team, chatting through, and yeah, Pirelli, I'm sure, will inspect the carcass and try and understand exactly what happened with that puncture. We're looking at the moment at the VR46 Ferrari, Luca Marini, who is still in third position now in GT3 Pro-Am. Car that is running in 5th place overall. Beginning of the lap, he was not that far behind Christoph Lenz, and as you can see there, as the Ferrari and the Mercedes propel themselves down the straight and in towards the braking area midway through the lap, that again, there's not a great deal to choose between the pair of them. Less than a couple of seconds between the pair as they head through the kinks at turn number 6 and turn number 7 before they open up the taps again through the flat out turn number 8. There's the remnants of the Pirelli tyre that came off the Century Motorsport Aston Martin of Bradley Ellis. Now, Luca Marini was quicker than Christoph Lenz last time through, to the tune of 1.3 seconds. Catching is one thing. We know on the basis of how difficult Morgan Tilbrook found it to pass Christoph Lenz when it wasn't for position. He's not going to make it easy for Luca Marini, because it is for position, those two. They are fighting over what will be 4th and 5th places respectively, but it's still Mercedes ahead of Ferrari. And as they start to flick their way underneath the hotel over the course of this lap, has Luca Marini been able to close the gap ever further? Yes, he was 0.2 of a second quicker through the first sector. He was 0.3 of a second quicker through the second sector of the lap. So Luca Marini should have brought this gap down now to about 1.3 seconds, or maybe even a little bit less than that as they go over the start-finish line, because again, I think he's quicker through sector 3. Yes, it's come down by 1.2 seconds. 0.653 of a second is what exists between these two cars. Now, they are fighting over 4th and 5th overall, but more importantly, that is 2nd and 3rd place in the GT3 Pro-Am category. There's traffic just up the road as well that we'll need dealing with before too much longer. That's one of the AF Corsa Ferraris. Now, is that the 51 or the 61? Is it Giorgio Senegiotti? Seneggiotto, was it Jean-Claude Sarda? Have to wait and see. I think it's Jean-Claude Sarda that they are coming up against. And the one thing that Christoph Lenz can't do is afford to be compromised by that Ferrari. Is he going to be able to work his way through and past it before they get to the end of the long straight? No, not through this particular section, but of course after turns 6 and turn 7 where they're heading now, there's the other long straight that brings them up towards the reprofiled turn number 9, so this might be the opportunity for Christoph Lenz. But again, I'm not quite sure. He's close enough as they head through the flat out kink at turn number 8 and up towards turn number 9. So for Christoph Lenz, he'll be just trying to work out where might be the best opportunity. He might have to leave it until the next lap before he can squeeze his way through and ahead of the Ferrari, but what he can't afford to do is prevaricate over when he wants to do it, because Luca Marini is poised and ready to pounce. 106 laps now completed by the race leader. He leads by, well, over 19 seconds now. 19.4 seconds was the gap last time through. Having had some cars pitting, teams now preparing for the next batch of pit stops to take place. Now Marini using all of the circuit heading out of turn number 14. Wingmer is almost brushing the Armco barrier as they came out of that turn number 14 up towards the end of the lap, and they are now starting to get bottled up behind the number 61 car of Jean-Claude Sarda, who is going to be passed by Christoph Lenz in a straight line before turn number 1. Luca Marini, I don't think he's going to make it though before they get up towards turn number 1, so across in front of him comes Jean-Claude Sarda, and Luca Marini, I think, will look to try and thread his way through. He's not going to do it through turn number 2 and turn number 3. But as they head over the crest and through turn number 4, up the inside at the hairpin, I would imagine is what Luca Marini is doing. But already you can see that Christoph Lenz is just disappearing by a few more car lengths up the circuit. Those are the Ferrari dips. Through goes Luca Marini. Back marker dealt with. And now he can fully focus his efforts back on the coattails of the Mercedes that lies ahead. So the battle just briefly interrupted by the traffic. Now Luca Marini has got to close that gap all over again to get himself right back onto terms with the Mercedes that lies ahead. 2 hours and 20 minutes to go of this first part of the race. The 2-2Cs cars still safely out front and leading the way. Dries Van Toor in 3rd place, however, I think destined for the pit lane before too much longer, because it looks as though Attempto Racing are preparing for another pit stop for the number 99 Audi. Conversation still going on with regards to that drive-through penalty. And for Dries Van Toor, it's not the first time that questions generally have been asked over the track limits of the number 99 car, both in qualifying and the race so far. Into the pit lane does come Dries, so bang on cue as the team were ready. The Audi heads to pit lane and Alan's down there.
Inch perfect, the car comes to a stop, and just 1 centimetre it stops from the lollipop in place. Precision driving, I think it's fair to say. Now, no one can touch the car. I think this is what they've agreed, that 5 seconds before the fuel can go in. And now the fuel goes in, now the netting comes down, and maybe that is the solution. Not taking the drive-through penalty, but you have to serve the 5 seconds again and make sure that absolutely no one touches the car. The 88 car into pit lane as well. Dries Van Toor takes the small seat insert over towards the garage. Just a couple of words before he hands the car over, and only once the fuel has all churned into the car can they get the driver change into action. They do so. Everyone leaps into action now. Off come the Pirellis on those brand new P0s. Labels showing on the face of the tyre. Netting going into place for the driver. There's still helmet on and looking for a safe point at which to... 2 attempts at closing the car door, 3 attempts at closing the car door.
Change of rear brake discs as well,
4 attempts at 4 attempts, 5 attempts, 6 attempts to close the car door. Are they now happy that the door is closed? And as you rightly say, brake discs being changed as well, so this is a more lengthy than normal stop. The fact that the driver's door didn't close for 6 attempts didn't delay them on this stop, because they are already busy with brake changing happening at the rear of the car. So the front tyres are in place. This is unbelievable. So they're trying to change the brake discs. There are small circles in the cement in the pit lane, which presumably take poles for infrastructure, and they have dropped something down one of the holes where they are working. I guess it's a wheel nut or something similar, so they were trying to pull it out of the hole using a long rod, and they weren't able to do it, so into the garage, find a replacement and then come out. So how bizarre is that? And with hindsight, it was the wrong place to stop, because there are 3 holes right where the wheel was coming off, and they're still looking down this hole, to try and work out where this thing is that's lost. I can't work out quite what it is, but even Dries Van Toor is having a look down the hole now, and that quite bizarre. I've not seen that sort of thing before. Dries, what have they lost down there?
I have no clue, actually. A bolt, I guess. But it's quite unfortunate. We had a broken rear right brake disc. So it was quite tricky to drive, to be honest, but yeah.
was a really peculiar session because you were driving through, you could see drive-through penalty, car number 99 come in. You knew the team were having a conversation about, well, we think we did respect it, but we were trying to keep the car safe.
Yeah, I mean, I actually found out at one of the last laps, actually, because you don't really never look at.
You don't look up?
No. So, and I now asked, like, oh, why do we have a drive-through? But, yeah, it wasn't me, it was my teammate, so, but apparently he did something for safety, so nothing happening there. And, yeah, I think we should just let each other race.
This has been quite a peculiar race so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, just a bit unfortunate. It's been quite unlucky for us so far. I mean, with this brake disc, we lost a lot of time again. All the time I tried to gain, we lost again. So, yeah, it is what it is.
It is what it is. Dries, thank you for talking to me. Thank you very much indeed, Dries Vanthoor. Sorry you weren't seeing pictures from that, but I stayed with him while he was looking down the hole in the concrete. I've never seen anything like it.
I assume it's one of the retaining bolts off sort of the brake disc or the bell or the rotor or something.
I guess so,
yeah.
And I don't know if I described it perfectly what they are.
Perfect.
These are holes in the concrete where presumably you would put an awning, where you would put the pole in and then an awning would attach to it. But unfortunately, you could have picked maybe 100 metres to the right or 100 metres to the left, but these 6 holes in the concrete happen to be where the right rear wheel of the Audi was.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, so the pit stops all concluded. We've seen another couple of cars come into the pit lane subsequently. So the number 91 Michael Mack driven Baron Motorsport car heads into pit lane. The number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari also heads in the hands of Giorgio Senaggiotto. The AF Corsa number 61 car has now been taken over by Trenton Estep, and the other drivers that have taken over. Number 88 now is Valentin Pierberg back behind the wheel. And the number 99 Attempto Racing Audi, with the failure on the brake disc that brought that car into the pit lane. Alex Acker has now taken over, Alan. So that's the change in the order of those. You can see the pit stops still continuing for the 2 Ferraris that sit there in the pit lane currently.
Yeah, 91 Ferrari is fired up and just waiting for the word to leave pit lane. Man with stopwatch holds the board just in front of the car. Taken away. I didn't want to talk over the noise of the engine, you see. That would just be wrong for me to do that.
You've got Luca Marini in as well from 3rd place by the look of things, Alan.
Have I, by Jove? Yes, I have. A look over the left shoulder, and to a stop comes the VR46 car now. That livery works. I don't really know so well what the livery works like when it's on the circuit, but up close, it looks absolutely spectacular on the 46 car. Really, really good. Very striking indeed. And the fuel is going in as we speak. Still it plugs in, so it's the calm before the activity at the moment.
My anorak tells me they've gone 2 laps longer on that last stint on the fuel, despite the fact that they were slightly quicker. It might be, of course, that they get a bit more confident with the driver, push the envelope a little bit more, but it was a good stint by Marini, wasn't it?
Really, really good, yeah, and quickly out of the car into the back of the garage. I think it's fair to say after the second of the stops, Alessio Salucci looked really, really tired after his stint, because it was an earlier stop and then a later stop, wasn't it? So Salucci did quite a few laps at the wheel of that car, and not surprisingly, again, you just hear the bump of the front splitter when the car is unceremoniously dropped down off the... It's just a slightly aggressive drop, really, on this 46 car. But the word is given for the car to leave pit lane.
But Alan, those splitters, they're only thousands of euros a throw, you know.
Well, precisely.
Easy come, easy go.
and I understand they're made of a terribly durable material, so advanced materials in motorsport, that's what it's all about.
There you go. Just another idle thought. Temperatures, because, you know, we're over 3 hours into the race now. How much warmer is it than when you ventured into the pit lane at the Cracker Sparrows this morning? Right.
Difficult to tell. From the point of view, it's a really comfortable working temperature, because the whole of the pit lane is in shadow. It's a huge building, the pit building. So actually in pit lane itself, all the way up to the pit wall, we are continuously in shadow in the morning. So it's a very, very comfortable, just wear a shirt kind of weather. On track, so when I go into the paddock and walk somewhere in the paddock, then all of a sudden you realise just how hot it is. It is warm. We've had clear skies all day. We've had sunshine all day. So yeah, the temperature is creeping up, ever creeping up.
It's all part of that clever design of the circuit, isn't it? Purposely designed so that the hottest part of the day, the circuit is in shade. Now, David Fuminelli this time has taken over the VR46 Ferrari. Now it's been vacated by Luca Marini. So that is David Fuminelli back behind the wheel for his second stint in this particular race. We've still got out front Isa Al Khalifa leading the race. That's now 112 laps completed with a little over 2 hours of part one of the 10th edition of the Gulf 12 Hours here at Yas Marina Circuit still to go. And surely Isa Al Khalifa and Morgan Tilbrook will be heading towards the end of their stints before too much longer.
They've got 5-6 laps, there or thereabouts. A gap, as you've been saying, widening, 19.4 seconds now between those two.
It's almost back to what it was when Martin Kodrich and Casper Stevenson took over the cars, wasn't it?
At the start of the stint.
At the start of their stints, yeah.
It's interesting this, because out of the two different driver combinations, it's wrong to say they're the weakest link. These are probably the less quick.
Yeah.
But yet they're not that far apart in terms of their own pace.
No.
So
I just want to have a quick word, if I can, guys, with Alessio Salucci.
Go for it.
I was going to have a chat to you, Alessio, after your stint, but then I realised it was a very long stint, and I'd give you a few moments to recover.
Yeah, it's not easy for sure. 1 hour and 10 minutes inside the car is not easy because it's very hot now. But anyway, the car was fantastic, especially at the beginning. In the middle of the stilt, the car became a little bit more heavy to drive. But anyway, we are happy, and also Luca is now doing a very good job. And now Fuma for sure is our fastest rider and driver, and we'll see what's happening. The race is very long.
The race is very long. We're still in the first half of the race. It's a lovely event to be involved with. You got the podium last time we were here at Yas Marina. It's something special, this meeting, isn't it?
Yeah, Yas Marina was a fantastic track. 2019 we won our category. We make a podium with the Assoluti. And we'll see what's happened today. We'll try to push at the maximum. We'll see what's happened in the next 9 hours.
I wish you the very best of luck, and thank you for talking to me.
Thank you, grazie. Ciao to everybody.
Here we go, Alessio Salucci down here in the VR46 garage.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, always good to hear from Alessio Salucci. Let's see how that car fares now. It's in the hands of David Fuminelli once more. We see it out on track, pressing on. David is on his first flying lap this time through, having just completed the out lap and is about to thread his way over the start-finish line. It'll be in the 1 minute 50-second bracket. We can see in the pit lane that we've got one of the 2Cs Motorsport cars in. It's the number 66 that is in, which is Morgan Tilbrook giving way, and also 64 is in from Acker ASP, which is Jeremy Polacon just heading down pit road. Another car that's also in is the Greystone GT McLaren, which was in the hands of the Scotsman, the number 23 car, and that being Jamie Clark, it's now back in the hands, by the look of things, of the starting drive, which is Ian Campbell, who's jumped on board for his second stint.
That's slightly short, that stint from Morgan Tilbrook, 35 laps. So it's less than they could have done, and it's the first time we've seen the number 66 Mercedes in before number 1. Now, it might be that Morgan was starting to flag in the car. It might be that the car had picked up an issue that they wanted to attend to. Alan might be able to tell us more, but I'm just slightly intrigued, slightly concerned by why that came in a bit earlier than normal.
They came in at the same time last time, didn't they? They were both in pit lane together, but the car is released. I haven't got an answer to you why, but now it's one after another, because one goes and the next one arrives, unceremoniously bashes the stop board out of the way when it comes to a stop, and fuel going in. Driver's door is open on the number 1 car, and barely a graze where it bashed the board out the way when it came to a stop. Just preparing the Go on.
I was going to say 36 laps, so slightly down on what was projected for a tank of fuel, but it's got a lap longer than 66.
So, Isa Al Khalifa out of the car, and word is given as soon as the fuel is finished for the driver change. Speedily into the driver's seat as the tyres have popped onto the car. Left front just getting into place. What are they indicating? Indicating something at the right front. Just to have a look under the front of the car. They're checking underneath the left front of the car now. So it's the guy that's standing right at the front of the car that just indicated to the team, just have a look down here. And they have done that. Nothing is being done. Maybe just wanted to check something. The clock is still counting down. The engine fires up. Nothing is being done to the car other than the regular stops. They're obviously happy that there's nothing to worry about. First gear, number one on its way. That gives me a thrill. Just being so close to the car when it leaves pit lane. It's these are exceptional cars, aren't they? We kind of take GT3 cars for granted, but when you're this close to them, you realise just what a wonderful piece of machinery they are.
It creates the right soundtrack as well, doesn't it? The GT3's Mercedes, yeah.
Beautiful.
So back out and serviced are both of the 2Cs Motorsport cars. Ben Barnicoat has jumped on board the number 1 car, so Ben is out for his second stint this time through. And as for the number 66 car, well, at the moment, there is no driver name being displayed against that one, so I think it might be in between 2 points of the switch on the transponder, potentially.
It should be Ian Loggy, though, shouldn't it?
It should be Ian Loggy if they cycle through the same thing.
I would have thought they would, but we'll double-check once it gets to the end of the lap. Alan might be able to find other drivers in the pit lane, and therefore we can work it backwards. 75 is in. Mikael Grenier brought the car in. And it was Kenny Harble that started it, so they've had a turn each. So again, on the rotation, you would anticipate that it's Kenny Harble back behind the wheel of that car.
Who did a good job in his first stint, didn't he? He dropped a little bit of pace as the stint went on. But
which you might argue was the possible broken damper that as soon as Mario Engel got in the car, he was concerned about. But yes, he did do a good job as expected. So there is 75. Kenny Harble to get back behind the wheel, we would suggest. The Kessel Racing number 11 that had that accident early on, sadly, retirement from the race. The damage too great. So some of the Kessel personnel, therefore, have decided to go and have a day on the beach, I think, from here on in. 99 after its brake disc drama, now down in 8th spot. So you just never know what's going to bite, do you? You know, here are top teams, and out of nowhere, yet more problems come. Did Alan ever get an answer while I was away to the reaction of the stewards and the drive-through penalty?
Yes, as the number 99 car came in, they had to, I think, wait for an extended period of time before they could work on it. I think Al will confirm.
Right.
I'm sure that was what he referred to, but I was only just back in and trying to get up to grips with the race again myself. So back out of pit lane goes the number 75 SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes, Mikael Grenier, having given way, and back on board the car. Are we going to get the confirmation it is the driver that we were expecting, Kenny Harble? We'll wait and see.
66 is now being shown, in fact, as Casper Stevenson. So the prediction of Ian Loggy is not.
Proved wrong,
yeah. So Casper Stevenson back in for a second go in that car.
And as for the other car, it is now Valentir Pierberg who has taken over the number 88 car. So Valentir Pierberg is now back on board for his second stint in that SPS Performance car. So Mario Engel has taken over the 75, I should say. So Mario Engel has now taken over for his second stint on the 75. It's the sister car to it. So that keeps us up to date with all of the drivers. And we are now at the point, David, where we're sort of two-thirds through part 1.
It's gone quickly, hasn't it? Yeah. So 2 hours to go. Just a couple of British GT type races, normal length races to go, or World Challenge Europe sprint races to go in part 1, and then the teams have a very short break and regroup and go again, where temperatures will be going the other way, dropping towards the evening. The light will be fading as well, and the circuit will have a rather different feel to it. Number 1, though, Ben Barnicoat pushes on. He's kept the lead, but of course he'd quite like his fastest lap of the race back, I suspect, wouldn't he? He lost that in the earlier part of the race to Casper Stevenson. Now he's got an opportunity to try to prove that he's fastest again.
and not unsurprisingly, with only having had the one safety car period so far, which was around about 25, heading towards 26 minutes that we were under safety car. But because it is a shorter circuit and a faster circuit, at the moment, if we stay at the kind of pace that we've seen for the past 4 hours and remain like that for the next 2 hours, we will certainly eclipse the previous record for the number of laps completed in part 1 of the race, which was back in 2019. 158 laps were completed in part 1. At the moment, project it forward, we're on for there or thereabouts. 170, 175.
Not bad, not bad. But that safety car, that accident we had in the early part of the race came out of nowhere, and you never know what might bite. So we've had mechanical problems for some, we've had accidents for others, and of course the other Kessel car losing time early on with a rub with another car that did a bit of damage and affected a tyre. Ben Barnicoat then back into the 2C's Mercedes and starts to try to build up the lead once again. Third over the line in front of us has just gone David Fuminelli at the helm of number 46 Ferrari, and let's see whether now he's going to be able to start to increase his pace and therefore try and close on the second placed Mercedes. Getting a replay of Mercedes to the end of the straight, sliding into the Marsa corner, turn 9. That was Ben Barnicoat just getting the car on coldish tyres, slightly unsettled.
Very edge of adhesion almost, wasn't it, that? So yeah, Ben Barnicoat straight on it, trying to push immediately, and is enjoying what is around about a 12-second gap between himself and the sister car, Casper Stevenson. And that's a good benchmark, isn't it, for Casper Stevenson? New to this car this weekend. Ben Barnicoat, not that familiar with the Mercedes AMG, but huge amounts of GT3 and sports car racing experience. So for Casper Stevenson to benchmark his times against someone like Ben Barnicoat, it's not a bad place to be, is it?
Absolutely. Absolutely right. Ben, with that car looking a bit more nervous in this early part of the stint. Hustles on now up towards the end of the lap.
I'm not sure what they're doing down at SPS,
right.
But they have a pit board which is on the floor. Oh, I see. So they have made letters to spell radio,
yes.
And now they're working out what letters. So they have made the R, the D, and the I out of an existing plate which goes in the pit board and some luminous yellow tape. And oh right. So the pit board says no radio, and that's what they're about to take over to the pit wall. So that's for one of the SPS cars, I know not which.
Right, we'll have a look at which one it is brandished at in a few moments. So that sort of takes us back, Alan, to the conversation we were having about the Attempto Audi earlier on. If there was a radio problem, you'd expect them to be making their own arrangements.
Yeah.
And here's a different team.
And the resolution of that was really interesting and explained to me beautifully by the Attempto team, because what they were doing was they were told that they hadn't respected the 5-second penalty which had been applied because they touched the car during that 5 seconds when it came into the pit lane.
Right.
The argument from the team was that they had to touch the car for reasons of safety, and so therefore, when the car then came in to the pit lane to do its next pit stop, they did leave the car alone for a full 5 seconds before they did anything. So we can assume the resolution after having taken that request to the stewards was, okay, fair enough, we won't have a drive-through penalty, but you can serve that 5 seconds with no one touching the car all over again.
Okay,
that was
makes
the
sense.
resolution.
Right, thank you very much. Trouble is, there's another driving standards flag being shown to number 99, so it might be heading for another drama before long. This is Alex Arca back at the wheel.
Can I suggest that they don't use that defence a second time?
Yes, quite. Yes.
No radio pitboard is going out now, so which car is it that's going across the line?
It's the Engel Harbour Grenier car, number 75.
Right, there we go.
New fastest lap of the race last time through goes the way of the very rapid Casper Stevenson. So the number 66 car running in second place overall, 1 minute 52.1 1:09.8. We were wondering whether Ben Barnicoat might be able to eclipse the fastest lap of the race, which was with Casper Stevenson. Well, we've answered that, haven't we? Casper Stevenson has just bettered his own fastest lap on that particular lap. And Maro Engel, despite the difficulties with the lack of communication and the radio issues on the number 75 car, he has just posted that car's best lap of the race so far, 1 minute 52.772.
That's because he's now in splendid isolation. He's got nobody in his ear.
Nobody whittering away.
Yes, leave me alone, I know what I'm doing. Or he's just on his personal best lap. Quite right.
That would be Kimi Raikkonen's favourite pit board, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it just? Wouldn't it just? Yeah. Like a weight lifted off his shoulders in Kimi's well, that, yes.
Worth half a second a lap.
Yeah. I mean, Alan, can you imagine it? An entire afternoon having an irritating voice in your ears. Welcome to my world. Yes.
A good point, well made, if I may say so.
Right, leader, 10 seconds to the good. Casper Stevenson was not complaining, but making the point after his first stint that he's got no drinks bottle. Well, none of them have a drink bottle working in that car, so it's going to be a physical hour and a bit for him, isn't it? And he's going to need some liquid to be taken on board at the end of it, especially, Mark, if he's going to do fastest laps of race like that he's just posted on a set of tyres.
And he also made the casing point is that he wanted to get hydrated because he knows he's going to do quite a lot of driving in this particular event. So, evermore. But he's a young man. He's only 18 years of age. Morgan Tilbrook's in his 30s. Ian Logie, of course, is the elder statesman. He's, 59 nowadays is Ian Logie. So, Casper Stevenson is just a slip of a thing. Quick replay. This is the Attempto Racing Audi. You just see it, beautiful four-wheel drift on the way out of the corner, sliding the car out. Alex Arca pressing on. Did you spot something there, David?
I think the door was slightly open, wasn't it? Or the door was flapping.
They did have trouble closing the door in the pit stop. I think Alan said 4, 5, maybe even 6 attempts made to close the door.
6 attempts it was, yeah.
Okay, well, more tank tape needed maybe on the next stop because it looks like the catch might have broken, and rattling it over the curb isn't going to help the mechanism in that. So the Audi, its catalogue of woes might be continuing. Number one, in the meantime, it's almost too good to be true, isn't it, for this car? Apart from a 5-second time penalty in the pits, the 2Cs Mercedes are just going metronomically.
That's scuppered it for them now, hasn't it, though, however? So let's hope not. Let's hope not. So on to lap number 120 now goes Ben Barnicoat. As for Casper Stevenson, that 1 minute 52.150 being the fastest lap of the race. Well, let's see what he might be able to do this time through. Casper Stevenson is pushing beautifully, beautifully hard as we look at the moment at Ben Barnicoat, working his way up towards the conclusion of another lap. About another 20 seconds time, he'll be over the start-finish line, turning his way out of turn number 14, up through the gears and up to the turns number 15 and 16, another reprofiled section of this Yas Marina circuit. And this is now lap number 120 about to be completed for Ben Barnicoat. Through he goes, 1 minute 53.3 the previous lap. That was back to the 1 minute 52s once more, 1 minute 52.9. But what can Casper Stevenson do? He was 9.7 seconds adrift of the race leader. The charging teenager pops in a 1 minute 52.8, so the gap comes down. Not by a great deal, just by a tenth of a second. It's down to 9.6 seconds at this stage. Third is number 46, which is David Fuminelli in the VR46 Ferrari. Fourth is number 88, SPS Automotive and Valentir Pierberg. Fifth is number 91, which is Baron Motorsports, Team Patron, Philip Baron behind the wheel. And sixth is number 51. I haven't really mentioned him since he took over that car, which is Eddie Cheever, another driver that was a late call-up to this series. Rino Mastronado ultimately not able to compete this weekend, so Eddie Cheever the third, the 28-year-old Italian, jumped in, and as David and I were suggesting during qualifying yesterday, and again, a very, very quick, a very, very adaptable driver, and another one of those that sort of flies under the radar to a degree, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, and he's done a lot of miles in Ferraris in assorted GT events and championships, so he knows these cars very well. Interesting that he was here as a driver coach, and yet you don't think he's been around that long to be a driver coach, but clearly he is in demand. Cheever family, good racing pedigree, not only his father, but of course his cousin Richard Antonucci, regular in Lamborghinis these days. Used to see him in British Formula 3. But yeah, Eddie Cheever will be worth watching in that car for sure. He's bringing that down nicely, as you say, to Philip Baron.
Could I just finish up on the Audi, the Attempto Audi? Something that I forgot to say, David, when I was just recapping the story. When I spoke to Dries after his session, when he brought the car in, he said he was only aware of the penalty, because obviously if the team were arguing, exactly like you said, they wouldn't have told him on the radio there was a problem. He wasn't aware of it from the gantry. He said, you simply don't look up.
Yeah.
When you come across the line, you don't look up. So he only became aware of it in the last couple of laps when he was out on circuit, and then he sort of thought, oh right, have I got to drive through penalty? I wonder what that's for.
Does show, doesn't it, how the team all operates and how much the driver puts his trust in the instruction coming in his ears. So that's Dries Van Voor's tale, and Casper Stevenson's story gets ever more impressive, Mark.
It does, yeah. He just keeps pushing on and pushing on. It's another new fastest lap of the race for Casper Stevenson. This time almost into the 1 minute 51 second bracket. So it's a 1 minute 52.045 for Casper Stevenson. The charging teenager now 9 seconds adrift of Ben Barnicoat. So whilst that's good news for them, there are slight woes for others, I'm afraid, because there are more 5-second time penalties at the next pit stop for track violations. One of those goes the way of the number 15 Century Motorsport Aston Martin, which leads GT4 at this stage. In the hands of David Holloway. The number 51, Eddie Cheever, we were just talking about, Eddie, driven AF Corsa Ferrari, will also pick up a 5-second penalty before work can commence at the next pit stop. And also, number 75, SPS Automotive, currently in the hands of Mauro Engel. That is another car that will have to remain stationary with no work taking place for the first 5 seconds at its next pit stop. So that sort of brings you fully up to order. We have had a subtle change of position as well that time through, because up to 4th now has come the number 91 Barron Motorsport car of Philip Barron. He's got himself ahead of Valentin Pierberg on that particular lap. So shuffle for 4th and 5th there. And also, did we see a gain of position for Benjamin Ricci? Yes, I think we did on the previous lap. The number 64 ACA ASP Mercedes now up into 7th position.
Although Net, I'm a bit concerned about that, because it's sort of fallen away, although that arguably is because he's not as quick as is Jerome Policon, who was in the car before. The Attempto Audi is overdue or has a transponder glitch. But we are getting slightly concerned about the Attempto Audi, for it has not yet recorded a 3rd sector time. But we had this earlier on, don't forget, with 88 Mercedes, and it turned out the transponder was having a moment. So we'll need to cast an eye around the circuit and see where the Audi is. It might be, if Alan walks past the garage, that he can read the mood of the team and whether there are worried faces at Attempto. Alex Arca is the man behind the wheel of the car, but timing and scoring doesn't have that car having finished the 3rd sector, nor therefore having done the lap.
My experience of the team thus far has been, whatever happens, there never seems to be a worried face.
Right.
I find that really rather impressive. Even while the appeal to the stewards was going on earlier on, there was no real worry. I've got Bradley Ellis. We've only just seen him get out of the car. I've also seen him having a little bit of massage work done to his lower back, but he is standing by to get back into the Century Motorsport car. So let me see if I can carry on walking down and get down to Attempto.
Yeah, it's gone from being overdue, because you get this ETA on the timing screen on this system, to a question mark. So it's well overdue, is the fear. Now, is that related to the brake dramas of earlier on?
It begs the question, doesn't it? Yeah, absolutely. I still keep casting my eyes at every shot that we get from the cameras and what we can see out of the commentary box windows, but at the moment there is no sign at all of where that Audi might be, which is causing ever greater concern for us up in the commentary box. But the poker-playing team with their faces, Attempto Racing down in the pit stops, as Alan suggested, maybe still not giving anything away.
Yeah, but there's a team ready in the pit lane.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure which one that is, to be truthful. But yes, there's nothing obvious. If it's anywhere, it's in that last sector, as far as we can piece it together from the data that we have. But the Audi is losing laps, and once you get to that point, it never looks good for the longevity of the car, does it? And yet Audis are normally pretty bulletproof. So after a brake problem, full course yellow is being called for. So that does suggest there is a car stationary out on circuit. So on this lap 124, we go full course yellow. 124
and
full
the
course
team
yellow.
and the team don't know what the problem is. So there was no particular worry, but slightly puzzled expressions. And
Right.
and Dries Van Tour just sort of shrugged and said, "I really don't know."
And that has really gone against the number 15, Aston Martin, because it had just come into the pit lane and the team has waved it through because it doesn't need to be in now for one of its imposed pit stops because they don't count under this aspect. So that car's been waved out again. 100 laps between the safety car coming out and the full course yellow. It was lap 24 when we went safety car, 1:24 when the FCY boards appear full course yellow. So everybody has to slow right down now to the 80 kph, slowly make their way around the circuit, and all of this, as we piecing it together, is to try and get number 99 from out of harm's way. Alex Acker behind the wheel of the car.
Yeah, it's been a troubled weekend for Attempto Racing, who were the previous winners here at the 9th running of the Gulf 12 Hours at Yas Marina Circuit. The only Audi win we've ever had since the running of the event. There's been one win for Audi, there's been one win for Mercedes, that was the Black Falcon car back in 2003. Other than that, every other win here at Yas Marina, at least, Yas Marina Circuit, has gone the way of a Ferrari. Of course, we did have another exception to that when we had the Gulf 12 Hours at Bahrain, where it was 2Cs with their McLaren that won. Alan Hyde is down there in the pit lane. Alan, more news? No, it's just the ambient that I can hear. So, Century Motorsport, having had David Holloway in, wave him back out. Full course caution. Everybody more than slowing down and easing their pace. And of course, we are highly unlikely to see any further pit stops over this period of time, for the very valid point you made, David, just as it came out, is that they simply don't count. So you can come in and do whatever you want, but it won't count as one of the 4 that you need to do if you're a GT3 car in part 1 of the race, and one of the 5 that you need to do in the GT4 cars.
Although that said, the Kessel Racing car has come in, so might be able to get away with it under a full course yellow rather than a safety car. Anyway, we'll come to that in a second, because a greater worry still is the Attempto Audi and exactly where it is. We still haven't been offered a shot of it. So there, number 33 in the pit lane. So fuel goes on board and that car sets off. So not one of the imposed pit stops, but you can take the opportunity to make a pit stop for anything else. So what that's done is therefore put a bit more fuel in the car, which will cut down the refueling element of the next imposed pit stop. And that, for that car, is pit stop number 4. So it's got one more imposed pit stop to do. How much benefit it is to actually do that, though, given, there's the Audi, given that they're timed pit stops, remains to be seen. So the Audi we have found, it is off the road. Doesn't look damaged, does it?
It certainly doesn't look damaged, but driver is out and recovery is awaiting for Alex Arker's car. And difficult again to tell from the angle that we're getting that shot exactly where that is on circuit. It went missing in sector 3, didn't it, or sector before?
I reckon it's just near that bit of barrier where the gates are behind it.
Well done.
Thanks.
Well, as helpful as ever, Addison.
I do try. Yes.
Yes, you are.
Trying, yes. Recovery rope attached to rear of car. Flatbed arrives on the scene.
It looks like, there's clearly no damage to it because they're just going to simply winch it onto the flatbeds. That suggests all 4 wheels are rolling, for sure.
So the Attempto Audi is at turn 14, we understand. So turn 14 brings you from underneath the hotel back into that final couple of corners. So it's in that area where the car has come to a halt. And full course yellow now is called for. So everybody crawls around. Let's see what this does to affect any situation right now. 88, Valentin Pierberg gets right back onto the tail of number 91 of Philip Barron, doesn't he, in that fight for 4th place. So those 2 cars now in GT3 Pro-Am, 3rd and 4th in class, absolutely together on the racetrack. This also has the effect, of course, of helping the fuel consumption a little bit. So the drivers that we were anticipating, for example, the leading 3 pit stops from sort of lap 145 for the Ferrari, 148, maybe a bit longer for Casper Stevenson, 150 for Ben Barnicoat. You can stretch those a little bit further again because they're now using less fuel under this full course yellow period, so the consumption becomes a bit better. 99 rather rolls onto the back of the flatbed. But that now has cost that car, or collectively, incidents have cost that car 5 laps. So even if it can get back into the race, it is a somewhat forlorn hope. It's lost so much time. And that's the big problem of losing so much ground even early on in the race. And of course, against a reliable team, you're never going to get it back. You know, if everybody had the same kind of issues over the course of the race, it would sort of balance. But if you have an issue and nobody else does, then you've got no way of coming back from it.
There's nothing you can do, is there?
No.
Nothing you can do other than try and make the best of the hand that you've been dealt on that particular one. So it's taking a while. A long time to get the cars all sort of bunched up again, isn't it? Everybody's circulating at a similar pace. It's almost as though it's a virtual sort of safety car, isn't it, really?
Well,
so everybody is staying at that same pace.
Yeah, you can't close the gaps under full course yellow.
Right.
You run at that speed. What you might find is that depending on how long a full course yellow period goes for, the race director calls for a safety car at the end of it, because you can go faster behind the safety car than you can under a full course yellow. So by going safety car, going faster, brings the tyres up to temperature, brings the pressures back up, safer restart. Flip side of the coin is everyone's then together. So you might get incidents on that restart. But no, under the full course yellow, everybody has to go at the same speed, and therefore the gaps, in theory, should remain the same.
Remain exactly the same.
But yes, if the full course yellow period is a longish one, so that the race director feels that tyre temperature has become, the loss of tyre temperature has become a safety element, it happens quite a lot in World Challenge, for example, then a safety car will come out to give them 2 or 3 quick laps, bring everything back up
to temperature, and off
let
they
go. Yeah. But no, you're right, it is in Formula 1 terms, a VSC, in our parlance, a full course yellow.
Code 60, you know, it's similar kinds of things.
Here goes, yeah. But it has the effect of course, slowing the pace quickly and allowing the officials to do what they need to do.
And it begs the question as to, is that the problem for the number 99 car? Is that because of that braking issue? Is it an entirely different issue? You know, the team will, of course, be investigating that. Of course, there might not have been a great deal of communication because of the issues that car is having, so from driver to team. So it might be a voyage of discovery for them only when the car arrives back in the pit lane. But I'm sure that as soon as Alan has had the opportunity and attempt to have had the opportunity to look at the car, we should be able to see what's going on. This is the view that Eddie Cheever has at the moment. So this is the number 51 Ferrari that's running around in the hands of the Italian in 6th position, and he'll be hoping that he might be able to propel that car a little bit further up through the order. It's running around in 6th place. That would put it 5th in GT3 Pro-Am, the way things currently stand, and very impressed with what Eddie Cheever did yesterday, considering that he was the late call-up, considering that he hadn't seen the track before. He was mighty impressive, as you would expect in qualifying.
Yeah, thrown into the car for qualifying. Very, very impressive. And yeah, I can remember quite a few years ago, well, it feels like a few years ago, Andrew Marriott had been to one of those Creventic 24-hour series races and said, came across another Eddie Cheever, can't be the Grand Prix driver, must be a relation. And he was almost unknown in those days. But now he has done, as we were saying earlier on in the weekend, so many different championships, so many laps, pretty much exclusively in Ferraris, apart from his Euro NASCAR exploits, that he's become yet another master of the art. And you do find this in GT racing, that drivers become linked to one manufacturer and stay there. There are relatively few that move around. Lawrence Vanthoor actually has been one, you know, from Audi to Porsche, for example. Kevin Estre, another, from Porsche to McLaren, back to Porsche. But you know, you get a lot of them that go to a team or a manufacturer, and there they stay. Right, Eddie Cheever's view is of clear real estate at the moment, but the full course yellow period is potentially coming to an end, because it's going to be within 1 minute that the full course yellow is brought in. The car in question, the Attempto Audi, is back in the paddock. Full course yellow will end within a minute, but by the inference, it is not going to be to a safety car to restart. It will just get the race back underway. So the leader has gone through. 126 laps are now done. 97 minutes and a bit remain of part 1 of the race. And so far, it is just the 2 teammates on that lead lap.
Yeah, and a 19-second gap between the pair of them at this reduced pace as things currently stand. But Casper Stevenson had been slowly edging up. We go green once more. We get the race back underway. So all of the cars are now starting to build things back up again. A little bit of weaving just being done from side to side from the 2Cs Motorsport car in the hands of Ben Barnicoat. So just getting a feel for what the car's going to do in these subtly reduced tyre temperatures. You can see even at the reduced speeds as he went round through turn number 5 for the first time at this restart, that he again was just trying to feel the car, and there was a little bit more lateral movement as he turned his way in towards that left-hander last time through. So with just over an hour and a half still remaining at the conclusion of the second safety car stroke full course yellow period is concluded, we get the race back underway, and the question mark following that surrounds exactly what happened with the number 99 car. We were just over 10 minutes under full course caution, 10 minutes and 8 seconds that we had in that first full course yellow of the race so far.
Righto, so the leading car storms through the traffic. The next one to look for is going to be where we stand 4th and 5th, because they were only half a second apart when that full course yellow period began, 4th and 5th being 91, and it's changed already, in fact, because 88 Valentin Pierberg has got himself ahead of Philippe Baron. So up into 4th overall comes 88 Mercedes, down to 5th goes 91 Ferrari, and right with him is 51 of Eddie Cheever. So there's a really good little battle going on now for 5th and 6th. We've got another pit stop due, have we, because in has just come the Aston Martin of David Holloway that was coming in before the full course yellow and got waved through, if you remember.
Absolutely, yeah, that car had taken up lead of GT4. It's now into the pits for its 5th time in this race, but of course, you know, one of those was simply a wave through in reality. So 4th scheduled stop, fuel is just going in at the moment, and once the Century Motorsport team have gone to work with placing the fuel in the car, they'll then go to work with the servicing of the rest of it. There's already new Pirelli tyres being bolted on. Now, Philippe Baron coming under enormous pressure from the number 51 car of Eddie Cheever, who takes as wide a line in towards turn number 6 as he can. He tries to get a better drive coming out of turn number 7. The speeds build again as they head round through the flat-out kink at turn number 8. I think the inevitable might happen, and we should see that number 51 car up into 5th position. But down there in the pit lane, we can see that change going on in the Century Motorsport crew. Well, Eddie Cheever hasn't quite made it through as yet. Turn number 9, where those cars take those differing lines through, is always really intriguing. That's I think the one corner that the drivers have continually said, as I alluded to yesterday, varying lines there, all of them sort of tend to work as well, so it really offers up possibilities. But for the moment, it is still Valentin Pierberg, Philippe Baron, Eddie Cheever, Mercedes, Ferrari fighting over 4th, 5th and 6th.
And Pierberg should get away here, shouldn't he? Because those two Ferraris tripping over themselves to an extent. They're starting to hold up one another. So Pierberg now trying to break away from the rest as he comes now up towards the completion of the lap. But the leading Mercedes then, like I was saying earlier, expecting another 23 laps or so before the next round of pit stops. Might be a little bit longer because of those laps under the full course yellow. So the leader looking strong, but 91 looking like it's under attack. The Baron Motorsport Ferrari then, with 51 chasing after. It's Baron versus AF Corso. It's Eddie Cheever on the back of Philippe Baron. There is the Aston Martin into the pit lane.
Yep, and about to be released back out onto the circuit. That is the only car other than the Attempto Racing Audi that's in the pit lane currently. So Philippe Baron, in that dichotomy, wants to try and attack Valentin Pierberg's car ahead, but I think might struggle, and we'll start to see that Mercedes disappear up the road. But the 35-year-old Austrian will be more than conscious that he is coming under pressure from Eddie Cheever behind. Philippe Baron, who was it the best part of 12 years ago now, won the Pirelli Ferrari European Championship.
It was a Formula 3 racer briefly, wasn't he, in the early days of the Euro Series?
Yeah, he did Euro Series F3, did Italian F3 as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
Did Philippe Baron. There's David Holloway safely out of the Century Motorsport car. A smile and a nod to the camera as David Holloway, I'm sure, takes a well-earned drink. But as for Philippe Baron, he was under attack from Eddie Cheever a few corners ago, and now he's caught right back up onto the coattails of Valentin Pierberg. So 3 of them still absolutely together. Good value, this fight, isn't it?
It is looking good. It's nice. And you've got then Philippe Baron really in this awkward place. He's trying to attack, he's trying to defend, so it's not easy for him as the cars now head through turn 12. but that's the part of the circuit where we've had track limit warnings earlier on. In fact, number 51, the Eddie Cheever car, was running off the road there right at the very start of the race, wasn't it, when we had that car being driven in the first stint by Alessandro Cozzi, who will, in theory, get on board next in the rotation. So Philippe Baron in the middle of this, trying to attack the Merc, trying to fend off the similar Ferrari run by a different team. The grunt and go Mercedes able to stretch its legs coming past the pits. It's through the twiddly bits where the Ferraris make up the time again, but Valentin Pierberg knows that within the first part of the lap, he's got two long, fast sections where that Mercedes might just be able to edge away a little bit.
Yeah, but for the moment, it certainly looks as though they're all bottled up together, and there's no real opportunity as yet for one to try and outfox the other. Now, a flash of the lights from Eddie Cheever, that's not going to worry Philippe Baron at all. Flash your lights as much as you like, but Philippe Baron will be concentrating on what's going on ahead of them. Of course, you don't necessarily in these GT3 cars particularly need to look in the mirrors. Most of them will have an in-car camera which affords you the view as what's going on behind, so there's no need to sort of look at what's going on in the mirrors. You just concentrate on, if you want to, glance down at the CCTV footage from what's going on behind. But of course, down the straight, Philippe Baron picks up the toe of the Mercedes. He's looking for the inside line. Too far away, David, this time as they head through turn 6.
And the other danger is that if he tries and fails, he leaves the door open so Eddie Cheever can nip up and pass him. And Cheever is on the attack, but he's also just waiting to see, I think, what Philippe Baron can do about that Mercedes and see whether an opportunity presents. And again, an hour and a half of this section, plus 6 hours to go. Do you really want to get yourself in a battle and risk any damage? You know, is it really worth it? It's not worth dive bombing, I wouldn't have thought. Into turn 9, then on the inside line goes Philippe Baron through the master corner. Good line, but more grunt coming out the other side, drags the Mercedes back round the outside line and keeps the position. So Valentin Pierberg feeling the pressure, no question about it. He's a little bit wide there, though, look, going up through the approach to 12. Yeah, but he's hanging on to the place, and this time around, it's Cheever that gets his nose up the inside of Baron's Ferrari.
Fantastic stuff between all of them. Yeah, Pierberg didn't exactly make friends with the apex, did he, as they went through turn number 15 that time through. So Pierberg with a mistake, then Eddie Cheever almost nipping up the inside of Philippe Baron. However, through all of that, with an hour and a half to go in part 1, the order still remains the same. Mercedes from Ferrari, that being SPS Automotive, Baron Motorsport, AF Corsa. Over the start-finish line they'll go. They've now completed 128 laps, this little trio. They are all only just one lap off the lead of the race. All three of them are separated by about 3/4 of a second as they carve their way for the 129th time over the crest at turn number 3, back down into the newly reprofiled section at the hairpin at turn number 5.
Philippe Baron still trying to do something about the Mercedes, and every time he makes a move, there's Eddie Cheever behind. You can almost hear him saying, "Leave me alone, I'm busy, I want to try and get back ahead of this Mercedes, stop pestering me." But Cheever's Ferrari looking the quicker of the two cars there, and that is the Attempto Audi, which in a sense is good news that it's back in its pit box. But now the team tries to work out what really was the cause that put it there. Now, here once more, Philippe Baron down towards turn 6, looks at the inside, can't make it work.
No, despite everything at the moment, can't make it work, but also conscious if he tries it, Eddie Cheever is poised and ready to pounce and try and nip his way through. A bit like an annoying wasp in the summer, aren't they? As far as Valentin Pierberg is concerned, Philippe Baron's not going away, and as far as Philippe Baron is concerned, Eddie Cheever's just not going away as well. But all three of them in towards the brake area at turn number 9. Let's have a look at the lines they take this time. All very similar lines through that turn 9 section this time through, so no advantage or disadvantage for any one of the three. And whilst this is for 4th, 5th and 6th overall, remember this is for 3rd, 4th and 5th in the GT3 Pro-Am category as well.
And they will also, in theory, pit in this order. So the Mercedes will bail first, then it will be 91, then it will be 51. So not for a few laps yet, but they will eventually come in the order that they are currently racing in. So 88, 4th overall, hangs onto the place. In the meantime, by the way, we've not really touched on the Mercedes for a while, but only a 10th between them in terms of lap times. Casper Stevenson fractionally quicker than the overall leader, Ben Barnicoat. Now, this time around, it's Cheever that looks the more towy of the three, wanting to get up the inside of Philippe Baron as they get to the approach through turn 1, now turn 2, the road just slightly uphill over the brow. Attempto's worried faces continue as they stare into the workings of the R8.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know as to exactly what the problem is. Is it still a braking issue? Might it have been the way they were spinning the wheels? Might it have been a drive issue, potentially, that brought that car to a halt? But, of course, whilst that sits in the pit lane all of the time, it's just dropping down like a stone through the order. It's now down to 11th position overall and is now 11 laps off the lead as well at this stage. A car that arguably should have been right towards the sharp end of the order had it have not encountered the problems that it did. Now here comes again Philippe Baron. He's a little bit closer this time to Valentin Peerberg, but the door is still not quite open enough, but Peerberg makes a slight mistake heading in towards turn number 6. Philippe Baron gets himself alongside on the exit of turn number 7, then runs wide on the exit, and through will go Eddie Cheever to take the place away. Baron tried to fight back through turn number 8, but Eddie Cheever, ever the opportunistic driver, grabs the place.
Baron put himself on the wrong line. He said going for the undercut. He tried to go around the outside. Cheever storms past Peerberg. Baron follows suit, and Valentin Peerberg, in a sense, almost let them go there. The speed of the Ferraris at the end of the straight, there was absolutely no coming back from that. But Philippe Baron, really, by trying to go around the outside, coming through turn 7, put himself on the wrong line and gave that place to Cheever. Alan, yeah.
How much do you know about the 99 Audi?
Go on.
It is a question mark over the gearbox, I'm afraid.
Oh dear.
So they are investigating at the rear of the car at the moment. It's in the garage. There is no huge amount of work going on the car. It is just at this stage an investigation process, but that's not good news, is it? Gearbox.
It's not good news, and the fact that there's little work is equally worrying, because if
exactly
they
that.
don't have anything to replace it with, then that's race day over. And we won't see the car in part 2 potentially. Replay of that move, which was Eddie Cheever diving up the inside. He was coming through, no question. Almost like Valentin Peerberg didn't expect it, because he didn't put up any fight.
No, absolutely. No, he sort of left the door open, didn't he? Through came Eddie Cheever, and well, Philippe Baron thought, well, whilst the door's open, I'm going to give you a little choice as well. I'm coming through as well. So Philippe Baron, he both lost the place and, 2 corners later, gained the place again in reality. So the 2 Ferraris now ahead of the Mercedes, and of course that shuffled not just the order for 4th, 5th and 6th, but also as to who is 3rd, 4th and 5th in the GT3 Pro-Am category of this one, with now less than an hour and a half to go in this race. As for the lead of the race, well, again, Casper Stevenson is doing what we've seen Casper Stevenson do in every stint so far, just chipping away at that lead advantage. He was 0.4 of a second quicker than Ben Barnicoat, the race leader, last time through, so the lead advantage down to 6.6 seconds.
But is Ben Barnicoat worried? Because it's going to be Martin Kodrich up against either Tilbrook or Loggy, and you would anticipate that that would stretch back in favour of number 1. 42 is back into the pit lane then, the Century BMW. So that car brought back into the pits by James Winslow, and the Century squad, Nathan Freak's team, ready to receive it. They've done a really good job with these cars in the British GT Championship over the last 12 months. Alan?
Yep, in goes the fuel, and not the big rigs that take the fuel in via a pipe that we see for the GT3 cars, but cylinders of fuel which are attached on the right-hand side of the car. They glug in a pretty impressive rate. One canister already gone, 2nd canister is in, 3rd canister standing by, and there's a 4th standing by as well. And then in the meantime, driver just preparing the car for a driver change, about to see the 4th and final canister of fuel about to glug into the car on the right hand side, and once they've done that, then they can get to work and prepare the car for the driver change and the turnaround. That's it, the fuel is complete, and driver change about to be assisted by, once again, James Winslow. That every time I see him come over to assist in this, it confuses me, with a race suit and a race helmet on. It's almost double vision with 2 drivers seemingly about to get into the car. However, it's James that's just assisting in the driver change here, just doing up the buckles. Meanwhile, the team, once again, as we described earlier on, diligently going around and slowly but surely making sure all 5 of the wheel studs are done up on each corner of the car. 20 wheel nuts in total, and once that's done, and it is, we are ready to hold the car at the front, just making sure that the straps are fully tightened down. As we say, James Winslow in charge of doing that. Into place goes the netting, he almost forgot that, the netting at the side of the car. It goes on now, driver door is closed, and I think already the car is released. Yep. 42 BMW back out and in action.
And it makes a good noise, that car, doesn't it? It's still...
It's lovely.
it still looks a bit more like a touring car than a GT car, but they have been so successful in GT4 events for a number of years now, those cars. So
it is amazing. I mean, not just the M4. The M6 got a little bit closer to looking like, but it still looked as if it could be a touring car as well, didn't it?
That's right. Yeah. So a hot and bothered James Winslow. Once he's got his breath back, Alan, it'll be good to hear from James, because he's, as I think I said early on in the day, still a much underrated driver, and made a big name for himself in Formula 3 in Australia, and then that got him a touring car ride. But it's really thanks to drives in things like the Asian Le Mans Series that he's been able to come back into the European radar through the World Endurance Championship. But he's a proper driver, is James. So that car, number 42, taken back out by Amir Feyzulin, who was the first driver of it. Number 1, Mercedes here, which has, at the hour mark, not been headed throughout the race. Powers on. And there, 46 Ferrari coming in the background of the shot in 3rd place, and a lap adrift down now towards turn 15. But the number 1 Mercedes then continues to dominate. The gap last time, though, 5.4 seconds. Another 6/10ths pulled back by Casper Stevenson. But as we've been making the point, this car can, for the moment at least, number 1, just drive to a pace and get through the first 6 hours without drama. Then, if it needs to turn up the wick, it can do so in the second part of the race.
And your wish is my command, David, because I've been able to get a quick word with James Winslow.
Hooray!
You are synonymous with this place for me, because there are the highs and lows of motorsport all summed up in your experience with this event.
Yeah, this is my 4th Golf 12 hour. I've managed to win it twice, and this is my 4th, so I'm hoping we can make it 3 from 4. Obviously in 2017 there was a brake failure and a life-changing moment for me. Six months in bed after that, and yeah, so it's the extremes of winning a race and almost dying in a race, I guess. That's what we kind of do as racing drivers. Fortunately, it doesn't happen all the time.
No, exactly right. And you didn't know that you were going to be taking part in the event this weekend, did you?
Absolutely, yeah. I came along to coach a couple of my guys from the Radical UAE series here, and one of the guys got COVID. And then had a negative test the following day. So I was kind of driving, then I wasn't driving, then I was driving again. So it's nice to be in the car, and yeah, nice to support Century and John Corbett and Alex for their campaign in the golf.
They're a nice team, aren't they? Nice people to work with.
Yeah, I've known Nathan since the beginning of my career, so it's really nice to come and drive for his race team.
Yeah, it really is. And you didn't need to acclimatise to this lovely sunshine and blue sky weather, did you? You were already acclimatised.
Fortunately, I've had a couple of months here already, so yeah, I was all ready for the weather, and yeah, it's a very nice place in the world to be.
Right, now, how are things going for the team?
Pretty good. There's obviously like a limited number of cars in the GT4 class, but we've made a position there. We're running 2nd. The guys are enjoying themselves. Yeah, so it's all going extremely well, to be honest.
Brilliant, James. Thanks ever so much for talking to me. You confused me earlier, because of course you're assisting with the pit stops, but dressed as a racing driver.
I know, I'm strapping drivers in, I'm helping. I'm wearing a lot of hats today.
You certainly are. Enjoy every minute of it. Thank you, James. Always good to have a chat. James Winslow down here at Century Motorsport.
Alan, well done. Thanks for that. Yes, James, like I say, is much underrated. Good to hear from him. And he walked away. But yes, it was a terrifying accident that he had, and it's good that not only is he back racing, but back racing here, and he's quite happy to put it behind him. And James Winslow then very much not just on the mend, fully mended, and as quick as ever. Driver coach, as you've heard, and somebody that knows this circuit very well with all the miles he's done around it, so he's been in demand, and the same for Dubai for the 24-hour event that's there next weekend. Now, what about this lead gap? 3.9 seconds. This is genuine pace by Casper Stevenson. I still would suggest that Ben Barnicoat is untroubled by all of this. The aim is to get to the end of the 12th hour in the lead, not necessarily the end of the 5th. But the car is starting to be caught by the sister one of Casper Stevenson. So number 1 with the pink mouth pink lipstick around the front for Ben Barnicoat, number 1. Accelerates his way out of turn 7. Casper Stevenson was in the background of the shot, and he's closing all the time. Was that a squid of tires, I heard, or was that somebody just running a bit deep into a corner? So
it might have been me squealing because I have news. I've just been told, and I'm about to go down and see it for myself firsthand, that Attempto are going to change the gearbox on the car.
Right, okay. Which in a sense is good news because they have a spare and want to get the car back out. Bad news because there's going to be more time lost. But if we can get the car back circulating, that's, I think, positive on the whole, isn't it? So thanks for that, Alan. Things like that will accede to your squeal. That's all right. So the race leader heading up towards the end of the lap. Need to try and find you another driver to go and see what news you can get from as well in a few moments. We'll see who else we need to hear from. But I suspect once they're out of the car, they hide themselves away, don't they? Go and find air conditioning and find liquid.
They do rather for a little while, and I realised when I had a chat to Alessio Salucci, I realised probably the best thing to do with the drivers that aren't top of the tree pro drivers, to give them the chance of one stint to recover.
Yes.
Because obviously their recovery is takes a little longer. It is hot out here. Once you get into the sunshine, so for example, when you get into the car, it is incredibly warm and physically really very demanding. So yeah, speaking to drivers is possible, but not always directly after the after the stint. With the likes of Ben Barnicoat and when he got out of the car, it was stunning. The first session, the first stint that he did, when I had a chat to him, he was, as you saw, he was jolly, he was eloquent, he went and found a mask, he was running around to find a mask. He hadn't even broken a sweat. And I'm absolutely serious. He didn't look as if he'd been in a racing car.
No, it's amazing, isn't it? Really is. One for your list at some stage over the next 7 hours or so is Jérôme Policon, because he's, if you like, player manager, isn't he? He's driving the car, he's running the team, and he has been there, done it, and got so many T-shirts over the years. It's just not true, is it?
Yeah, it's a very good point. Yeah, I shall put him on my list.
Good man. Right, the leader is on lap 138. He's only at the start of it, 3.2 seconds to the good. We are still over 10 laps away from the next round of pit stops, but the two Mercedes are going to be together before much longer.
Yeah, the way that Casper Stevenson has just been continually bringing that gap down. Through goes Ben Barnicoat over the start-finish line. 138 laps now completed. But even on that lap, he was still 0.6 of a second slower than Casper Stevenson. So the gap now comes down to 2.6 seconds between the pair of them. David Fuminelli still, of course, in third place, but off the lead lap at this stage. So it's only the two 2Cs Mercedes that remain on the same lap at the moment. But for our race leader, Ben Barnicoat, he will want to keep pressing on. And for Casper Stevenson, what he needs to do is try and work his way past the next little bit of traffic, which will be the Valentin Pierberg-driven number 88 SPS Automotive Mercedes, which he is catching. He's sitting in the slipstream of it as they head down and in towards the braking area for turn number 6 and 7. Jinks out from behind, has the inside line. Valentin Pierberg sees him coming, lets the race leader go through. Job done for Casper Stevenson, so might have lost just a little bit of time to Ben Barnicoat, but he did catch that car in the perfect position in reality, so was able to squeeze his way through rather effortlessly, and somewhat aided by the fact that Valentin Pierberg made it rather easy for him. So conscious that he doesn't want to hold up the race leaders, focusing on what he needs to do at this stage of the race. So shortly up to conclusion of another lap, it looks as though more pit stops are being readied, and this time it looks as though Mikkel Mack is suited and booted and will be very shortly able to jump on board the number 91 Baron Motorsport Ferrari, currently in the hands of team patron Philip Barron. It looks as though Mikkel Mack is next up. So Tommy Lindroth, who started that car, has only done the one stint so far, but I think Philip Barron's been in for 2. Mikkel Mack has had 1 stint already, so he'll be in for his 2nd stint. So at some point, I'm guessing in part 2 of the race, Tommy Lindroth might do the lion's share of the driving amongst the 3 that are allocated for that car. So over the start-finish line comes Ben Barnicoat, Casper Stevenson in 2nd place. Alan Hyde has news in the pit lane.
91 Ferrari then comes to a stop, as you rightly say. Mikkel Mack has been limbering up, getting ready to get into the car. It won't be for a while. They're popping the fuel in at the moment, and Philip Barron can exit the car on the left-hand side, just get the straps ready for the changeover once all of the fuel has gone in. So just pops the left shoulder strap over the left-hand side of the seat, and vice versa on the right-hand side. So that prepares for the entry, which is about to take place now. So Philip Barron makes his way over towards the garage, leaves the team to get Mikkel Mack comfortable and safely strapped into the car. Like I was saying a little bit earlier on, these are hard stints, and once you finish your stint, pretty much the driver needs to get his breath back, have a bit of alone time in the garage after finishing a stint, and just get your breath back and rehydrate as well. And Mikkel Mack, meanwhile, is set to go, getting a quick clean of the windscreen. The car dropped down, I think rather unexpectedly for the poor chap who was cleaning the windscreen. And now they are just watching the clock, waiting for the moment that the car can be released to get back on the circuit. This is the number 91 Ferrari, the Barron Motorsport Ferrari. The 488 fires up now. It's set to go down pit lane, about to rejoin.
Yep, so with Philip Barron out of the car, in jumps yet another star in the entry list this weekend. Mikkel Mack trundles his way at the wheel of the number 91 car down the pit lane. That was running in 5th position. Over the start-finish line come our leading pair, so Mikkel Mack will probably feed out directly ahead of what is a race-leading battle now, because it is almost down to a second, the lead advantage. 1.1 seconds now is what Ben Barnicoat leads Casper Stevenson by, and the gap came down by a further half a second last time through. Casper Stevenson continually in the 1 minute 52s, mid 1 minute 52s. Ben Barnicoat was a 1 minute 53.0 that time through. So for the 141st time, they head round through turn number 5 and then accelerate their way down the big long straight up towards turn number 6. Now, Ben Barnicoat, I'm sure, won't be overly concerned with regards to the fact that the sister car is catching him behind. He will maintain the pace that they need to do at this stage of the race. Casper Stevenson may well be getting different information as to how hard he needs to push based on what they need to do. Of course, this is also not just for the lead. These are cars that are not fighting over class position, because Ben Barnicoat's car, the race leader, is in GT3 Pro. Casper Stevenson's is GT3 Pro-Am, because of the driver combinations that they have with the number 66 car over the course of this weekend. Morgan Tilbrook and Ian Loggy, of course, sharing the 66 car. Ben Barnicoat partnered up with Martin Kodrich and Issa Al Khalifa. And of course, that car that leads the race is the winning combination of the team and the driver lineup, at least, that won the Gulf 12 Hours Bahrain as well. But of course, that was in a GT3 McLaren, utilising this GT3 Mercedes AMG GT3 for this weekend. Again, just look how wide Ben Barnicoat was, using all of the track and almost the wing mirror brushing the Armco barrier as he came out of turn number 14. Traffic just up the road as well they'll have to deal with, which will be the GT4 Century Motorsport car. Amir Faisalin back behind the wheel of that car, having been into the pit lane. They won't quite catch the GT4 car before turn 1, though, and are going to be faced with having to thread their way through on the run up towards turn 2, which is what Ben Barnicoat has done. For Casper Stevenson, I think he just had to blend briefly out of the throttle, and round the outside of turn number 2 and turn number 3 and up towards 4 is where he finally manages to squeeze his way through and past the Beamer. So the lead advantage, less than a second that time through for the first time. It's now down to 0.9 of a second between the pair of them, but with the GT4 traffic having been met in the earlier part of this lap, I would imagine that the gap has just come out of shade through the first sector of this lap. Yeah, it was 0.6 of a second that was lost by Casper Stevenson as he threaded his way through and past the BMW, whereas for Ben Barnicoat, he met it in the straight line, so it was no compromise at all to the way that he started this particular lap. Another 8 minutes will be into the final hour of part 1 of the 10th edition of the Gulf 12 Hours here at Yas Marina Circuit. Other than the cycle through the pit stops, the number 1 two-season
team get the straps ready for the driver change. I really rather like the lighting just either side of the windscreen going up the car on the pillar, green, white and red. Essentially the Italian flag on the Ferrari, and the light's already on. So the fuel is in, up goes the car onto the jacks, driver change happening. Really quick to get these Pirelli P0s changed. The right hand side of the car is done, the left hand side of the car is next. Left front wheel nut taking a little bit longer to disengage. Now just to the left rear of the car they go to work. That's going to be all 4 boots in place. They are incredible, these pit guys, the way they pick the wheels up and make them look light as a feather. They are far from that as they bring them down to a place of safety. Last couple of things being done, they're just doing something, changing the drinks bottle, I think, for the car. A drinks bottle machine that works. Ferrari leaves in fine style as well.
Fantastic also, the onboard shot that we're getting whilst the car is in the pit lane, David. It gives you an idea, doesn't it, of exactly what the drivers have in terms of the information available to them. We ride back on board once more. It's not just a normal dash you'd get in a car, but we were talking about the rear view CCTV system. They've got the Race Logic system, which gives them the lap times, it gives them the deltas and whether they're up and down on their other times. And there's another screen to the right of that, on the far right, for which I'm not quite sure what that one is, but you know, a raft of information available to them. And simply from a fan's perspective as well, you know, all the buttons on the steering wheel have a job to do.
And this whole process, isn't there, when you get to the pit lane, you've got to reset this, you've got to change the transponder position, you've got to get out, you've got to make sure the belts don't get caught behind the seat. You know, we've seen people lose time in pit stops because of that. And yeah, your work doesn't stop when, as the exiting driver, you come down the pit lane, because you've still got all of these processes to do, and the team will be on the radio saying, right, do this, do that, do this, do that. Owen Zanotti arrives for the AF Corsa team, and we'll get out in a minute.
And we've got the 33 Kessel Racing Ferrari in as well. So,
which, now that it's been repaired, that's been going quite nicely, hasn't it, 33?
It rather seems to, and it's holding up the honours for the team now, isn't it? With that really rather poorly Ferrari parked at the back of the garage in the paddock. Just briefly, you see that the covers off that car, it's just taking off the bodywork at the front of the car, presumably to prepare it for transportation rather than anything else. But it really did look, no one wants to see a Ferrari looking in such a poorly state. So yeah, the 33 car, going really well.
Yeah, just a shame it lost those 2 laps early on. In is coming the McLaren, the GT4 McLaren as well. So that's Ollie Webb bringing the Greystone GT car to you, Alan.
It does need a little bit of tape being applied to the left front of the car. They drop it down. Still, we've got that flapping little piece of bodywork on the front splitter on the left-hand side. Well, I'm not worried about that. There's nothing they can do about that for now. So they sent him on his way. They just needed to apply a couple of bits more red tape. And the 51 Ferrari leaving pit lane as well.
Right, okay, so you've got Barnicoat, Stevenson, Fuminelli, the top 3, and out goes number 51 then. So there now, we can use this for the first time really, is the battle for the lead. Casper Stevenson on the back of Ben Barnicoat, 0.7 of a second between the two of them. So Casper Stevenson belying not just his lack of knowledge of the Mercedes, but of GT3 in general. And is Ben Barnicoat going to make this easy for him? I suspect not, but equally you don't want the teammates to tangle with one another, as in also now comes 88 Valentin Pierberg.
Yeah, the cardinal sin, isn't it, if they tangle. Valentin Pierberg is there in the pit lane. I think Alan Hyde's down there as well.
I certainly am. Just watching Valentin step out of the car, hop out of the car. The fuel is going in. That's the only thing that can take place while the fuel is going in. A driver can get out of the car and the fuel pumps in on the right. The driver hops out on the left-hand side, and they're standing by for the last of the fuel to go in. It has. They can jack the car up, they can change the wheels, they can change the driver. A little booster seat is popped in. And assisted with the straps as well. Just make sure that nothing extra is being done to the car. Remember, this was the car that earlier on was having a little bit of the bodywork around the exhaust on the right-hand side pulled out, and still, of course, that damage from earlier on evident. Meanwhile, just ahead is the VR46 car, has come to a stop and is going through its pit stop now. The fuel going in as we speak. Luca Marini, wasn't it, that was... No, it was David that was back at the wheel, wasn't it?
Yeah.
In the 46 car.
Well, that's in slightly early, 143 laps now done, rather than the projected 145.
Oh, well, that was clearly that was Plan D.
Yes.
They said earlier on when the early stop, that was all part of a strategy. Well, the plan hasn't really followed any kind of easy to follow symmetry, has it? It seems to have changed.
Yeah. Can I send you to number 1? Because the leader is in. The leader is no longer the leader. But that's a short stint. That was 31 laps from Ben Barnicoat, by my reckoning, and that's obviously coming a bit earlier. So has he been losing pace because of an issue or something, you know, I think he's happy to run to a pace or, but that car's just in a bit earlier than I'd have anticipated from the lead.
Okay, well, I can investigate. My legs aren't quite as brisk as they were first thing this morning. So
right.
It'll take me a couple of moments to get there. They're still reasonably brisk. I can hear in the background behind me that VR46 is on its way. It is. Goes down pit lane, does the Ferrari, and about to rejoin. Meanwhile, the door is closed on the erstwhile race leader. It's open again now, and Ben heads over to the garage. Car is dropped down. Ben takes the helmet off. The Mercedes fires up and gives us a bit of a growl, and on his way. So the number 1 car down pit lane. Ben is having a chat to the team, as you can see, and I'll see if I can get a quick word with him to find out perhaps why that would have been a slightly shorter stint. Certainly he's doing some explanation at the moment.
It was 31 laps by my reckoning, which is a bit shorter than normal.
Okay, well, well done, very good. Standing by with a face mask, that's planning if ever there was some. Ben, was that a slightly shorter stint?
No, that was our normal plan. Obviously, hour left in the race now, so maybe 1 or 2 laps. But yeah, I mean, it's a good stint. Casper was very fast, as I'm sure you could all see. So credit to him, he's doing a great job.
It's impressive, you know, isn't he? Goodness me.
Yeah, he has, you know, straight out single seaters, young, fast. Yeah, hats off to him. He's taken to it all very well.
How vital is that for the world of racing that you are in, that we are in here at Yas Marina, that experience that you gain in single seaters?
I mean, I was a single seater driver myself, and I think you know, it's definitely a must-do for drivers. But saying that, you know, there's people who come through Ginettas and stuff. It's no real right or wrong, but yeah, I mean, I think Casper's a credit to junior single-seater racing and how tough that is, because he's jumped in here and doing a great job.
Yeah, and sees it as his future.
Yeah, you know, I think we all do. I'm very lucky now to be a professional, and I'm sure that's where he aspires to be. And if he has the right attitude, you know, he's definitely got the speed, as we can all see.
Now, I was very complimentary about you after I spoke to you after your first stint, that you got out the car, there wasn't a bead of sweat on your forehead. You didn't look as if you'd been doing an hour's stint at the wheel of one of these GT3 machines. Now it's a bit warmer, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit more pressure that time, as you can all see. I'd be lying if I said I didn't have any, but yeah, you know, it's hot out there, a bit hot now in the afternoon, but looking forward to the night. Looks like it's going to be a show out of our 2 cars. Yeah, great for the team. Really happy to be a part of this 2 skis squad.
Thank you, Ben. Great to have a chat to you. Thank you very much indeed. Ben Barnicoat down in the 2Cs Motorsport Garage.
Thanks, Alan. So yeah, it was a little bit shorter, but not for any concern. So I think it was really more to sort of marry up the stint times, wasn't it, to give the final hour of this to Martin Kodrich?
Yeah, because they're a GT3 Pro car, they don't have to worry about minimum driving requirements per driver in that respect.
No, as long as you've done your minimum hour.
Absolutely.
6,
you're good to go. And again, now you just listen to Ben Barnicoat. He's the full package, isn't he? Not only is it a good-looking guy, he's a very quick racing driver. He talks so eloquently as well. You know, he ticks each box, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And he's also very good as an esports competitor as well. You know, and he can talk eloquently about that. He was runner-up in SRO's eSport Championship 2 years ago.
Most of them were good before lockdown. Everybody was very good after lockdown.
True.
Alan?
And briefed his girlfriend to this time have standing by a mask so that he could chat to us more briskly. That's brilliant.
All part of the package, like you say. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, his SRO Esports Championship went down to the wire between him and Louis Delatraz. So it was the reverse of the Renault.
From Nürburgring.
There was no virtual fog, so he had to actually go and do that race, and Louis won the championship. But yeah, it's fascinating talking to him about that. And I posed the question: what do you sit there and? It might be a strange question, but what do you wear when you're doing esports? And he said, well, you know, I wear racing gloves, I wear my racing boots, and the thing I've invested in most recently was an anti-glare pair of specs, because you've got all these bright screens, huge screens around you. He said, so I've got these sort of blue tinted anti-glare sunglasses, really, to wear while he's driving the virtual car. Sister car is in. Casper Stevenson has had his turn in the lead. That lead will now go back the way of Martin Kodrich, but he has been, Casper Stevenson, really the standout driver of the first 6 hours. A star is born in GT terms, so he will eventually extricate himself. It's all quite leisurely while the fuel goes in, and of course, with this being done to a time of the 110 seconds, there's no real rush.
Interesting to see what he might have been doing. Whilst, of course, we saw the sister car in the pit lane, if Casper Stevenson was pressing on in the laps, he was so close to Ben Barnicoat that could we see the overlap take place in the pit lane? It's a possibility.
It is possible. It is possible. Ian Loggy gets ready to take the car back. So, bookending the race, Ian Loggy. And more pats on the back for Casper Stevenson, who the Van Amersfoort Racing young gun can now go and take the liquid on board. New set of Pirelli slicks go aboard 2C's Mercedes. And we've got 55 minutes of part 1 to go. So we've had plenty to talk about, some interesting little battles, and Casper Stevenson is only going to be even better still when he gets back in for part 2, isn't it?
Absolutely, and considering how hard he's been pushing and the fact that he took up the lead of the race, he's hardly breaking sweat as he's got out of the car.
Alan is our sweat monitor, so we need to discover whether he's sweatier than a Barnicoat.
I would say it's equal on sweat.
Okay.
But he's just learning what it's like to have an awful lot of time at the wheel of a physical car. The team are coming over. You're going great guns, Casper.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, we nearly got the lead there, which would be great. But yeah, Ben wasn't having any of it. But I tried, and yeah, it was close. I caught up really fast, but then when you got behind, it got tricky. I started losing the fronts. And yeah, it wasn't worth a massive lunge, but yeah, it was still fun.
Do I get the idea that you're having the time of your life?
Yeah, it's really good. It's hard, so a mix. But yeah, I'm loving the performance. Just need to maybe spend a bit more time in the gym now. But yeah.
I was going to say, it's the first time you've discovered what doing an hour at the wheel of a car, having a little while off, and then getting out and doing it again. It's pretty relentless, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm kind of wishing the laps to go down, but they keep coming. Now I've got a bit of a break now, but I think I've got a lot of running in the afternoon, so I'll sleep well tonight for sure.
Oh, you certainly will. Casper, thank you very much indeed. There we go, Casper Stevenson. He is becoming an emerging story of this race, isn't he?
Very definitely, and history will relate that car is now in the lead. It was in the lead at the 5-hour mark, so it was there on the bulletin, but the car has taken the lead on the pit stops. So Ian Loggy in 66 leads Martin Kodrich in number 1. So we have had the lead change between them. I still think Martin's going to be able to battle his way back through, but having said that, he's not exactly come storming by on this first flying lap for the number 1 Mercedes.
Yeah, I mean, all of that was down to what Casper Stevenson was doing on those couple of laps whilst the sister car was in the pit lane, and I did wonder whether the overlap would happen. So fantastic performance from him. Ian Loggy and Martin Kodrich on pure pace. I agree with you that I think Martin Kodrich on paper should have the upper hand over Ian Loggy, but the runner-up in the British GT Championship last year, Ian Loggy, when he was partnered up in a Mercedes with the factory driver Jelmer Berman, is going to be a force to be reckoned with. You can see Kodrich weaving around behind race leader Ian Loggy, who of course is a lap or two shorter into his final stint. Didn't exactly pick up the apex at the final corner there as much as I would have thought as well. So nose to tail over the start-finish line there will come. Kodrich is too far back. It's not really an overtaking point at turn number 1. It's not from quite high speed down to a low speed corner. It's still a reasonable pace that you carry through turn number 1. We've also got, by the look of things, more time penalties now occurring as well. This time for the number 51 car, which is the AF Corsa Ferrari, currently in the hands of Eddie Cheever, who I think double stinted that car, came in, fuel, and I think he remained behind the wheel of it. 5-second time penalty to be taken for that car at its next pit stop.
Which is its third of those, right, at least. So it's been totting those up. The good news is there's the reset, of course, when you get to the end of part 1, which is 51 minutes and change away.
Quick question for you. When did Maro Engel last come in the 75 car or take over that car? Because I think that's quite a short stint for him, the number 75 car. He's back in. He is the only car in the pit lane at the moment, barring the Attempto Racing Audi, which is still in the process of having its gearbox changed.
I didn't log every stop for that car because it had become a little bit academic.
Yeah.
I
don't think he's been in that long, but it's back in. It's another driver change.
Yeah. So he's in on lap 143.
And I think...
Bear with.
I think it's because they'd only done the 3 changes, so it's to make sure they'd done the 4th. Yeah, otherwise they wouldn't tick that box. So we'll wait and see on that one. Nose to tail for the lead of the race. Ian Loggy still doing a tremendous job of keeping the flying Croatian behind, Martin Kodrich.
I'll come back to the Engel car in a minute just to tidy that up, but we'll worry about the leaders for now. 50 minutes to go. The gap has come right down, hasn't it? So Ian Loggy, to be fair to him, doesn't need to make a big fight out of this for part 1 or his class lead. Yes, he wants to keep the car in the mix, but he doesn't need to be defending overly strenuously. The 2 cars go booming past the pits as Maro Engel's car is about to rejoin.
And the car that's behind them is Eddie Cheever, who, with those 2 squabbling for the lead of the race, was the best part of 3/4 of a second quicker than the leading pair of Mercedes.
Fantastic. So 50 minutes of part 1 to go, and they're swooping way wide is Ian Loggy. So to a degree, he could just afford to let Kodrich by, couldn't he? But he wants to have a battle here. He does go wide, he does go deep into the corner, but Martin Kodrich accelerates out the other side. Ian Loggy is not rolling over, though, here. They're going to run side by side all the way down the back straight. Kodrich is going to go through, but look, Ian Loggy can match him pretty much pace for pace, can't he? Heading down towards the chicane at 6 and 7. He's going to be on the outside line, but he's got the grunt to go back ahead on the outside there. Kodrich is going to have to brake late. Loggy goes back through.
Yeah, fantastic. It's up the Scotsman, not giving up here. Croatian has to settle for second, but then a little bit slow through the first part of turn number 6, compromises his exit out of turn number 7, which allows Kodrich to draw himself back alongside again. And this time they will go side by side through the flat-out kink at turn number 8. Now Ian Loggy will have the inside line for turn number 9, but Kodrich finally goes through. Loggy blends out of the throttle. Eddie Cheever goes through to unlap himself from Ian Loggy. So that's split the 2 Mercedes now, with Eddie Cheever in the Ferrari ahead. And I think, yeah, Ian Loggy, you know, whilst he was keen to try and not have the place taken away, all of a sudden I think, yeah, it's either with information from the team or himself just thinking, right, don't need to do this at this stage. It's only part 1. We've still got 6 hours to go.
Indeed so. It's a sensible option, isn't it? But of course, that number 51 Ferrari is another Pro-Am entry on a different lap, granted, but it does bring the car a little bit closer in the grand scheme of things. So Eddie Cheever displaying good pace, and now almost being able to match Martin Kodrich, look, as they come down towards turn 16, because having got clear of Loggy, the number 1 Mercedes hasn't gone storming clear. It is still having to fend off the Ferrari. 48 minutes and change now on the clock. There is the race leader once again, so having lost the lead at the end of the 5th there, it's back there in the 6th. Here's the replay. Ian Loggy defending the inside, making the move around the outside for Kodrich, but he did it and then I think Eddie Cheever got a bit of a toe as well there, so he was able to come storming past. When you see an overtake going into the Marston corner there, you suddenly realise just how fast they're approaching it.
Yeah, it is. Of all of the changes to the circuit, I think that's the one that from a neutral point of view, a spectating point of view, a commentary point of view, it's the one that I've absolutely thoroughly enjoyed watching. And when we did our sort of walk around the circuit as well over the course of yesterday, yeah, just interesting to see how that aspect of the circuit has changed with the subtle banking that exists there as well. So we're heading towards the final 3/4 of an hour in part 1 of this 10th edition of the Gulf 12 Hours at Yas Marina circuit. Martin Kodrich back into the lead of the race. Ian Logie down into second position. Those are the two cars that still remain on the lead lap of the race. Alessio Salucci is there in third position. The Baron Motorsport car now in the hands of Danish driver Mikkel Mack. The number 91 car is fourth. Eddie Cheever is in fifth place, but of course he is the car that is right behind the race leader Martin Kodrich. Now, for the moment, the number 51 car in the hands of Eddie Cheever is 2 laps off the lead. If he's got the pace and he can get past Martin Kodrich, surely, David, he would want to do so, because that would gain at least one of the laps back, wouldn't it?
It would, yes, and you need a lap back if at all possible, especially with the way that the race works in part 2.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you can unlap yourself, go for it. Cheever will be hustling on. It's well worth doing. That's absolutely right. But that gap is just creeping up between the pair of them as they head over the timing line now.
As for GT4, just to update that at the moment, it is the number 15 Century Motorsport Aston Martin in the hands of Bradley Ellis that has now taken up the lead in GT4, and that now leads by just over 13.5 seconds from the Greystone McLaren that's in the hands of Ollie Webb. Of course, we saw that car more recently come into the pit lane, and the second of the 2 Century Motorsport cars, the Beamer, is in the hands of Amir Faisalim. That is currently running as the third of the GT4 cars, so that gives you a quick update on GT4, and I think the BMW might have gone off the lead lap now in GT4. We'll have to
Kodrich, again, is a class act, as we've seen from years past in Lamborghini Super Trofeo. He was seemingly going to be part of that Lamborghini stable for a time, but it didn't quite work for him, so he's gone off to drive other brands, as you see, and hustles his way on now towards turn 13. Around the back of the marina, underneath the hotel, he will come. Ian Logie hanging on in there in second place. Now, he, in turn, is lapping slightly quicker than the third-placed Ferrari of Alessio Salucci, so he's going to be safe there, barring any problems. But number 1, Martin Kodrich, continues to look almost impregnable up front. And in fairness to 2Cs, not only are these cars quick and competitive, they've not missed a beat, they've not done anything wrong in the pit stops. You've had a penalty to number 1 of 5 seconds for track limits, but yeah, that's it. You know, nothing, where's the wood to touch, nothing mechanical, nothing administrative in the pit stops. It's all been beautifully put together, both on track and in the pit lane.
I think the gap that we need to watch potentially at the moment is what Mikkel Mack is doing at the wheel of the 4th place, number 91 Ferrari. So he's in 4th position, that gives him 3rd in GT3 Pro-Am, but he is subject to what's going on with our race leader Martin Kodrich. Mikkel Mack is at the moment the fastest car out on circuit, and Alessio Salucci was on that lap, I think with a little bit of traffic involved, 2.5 seconds slower, albeit 21 seconds up the lead from Mikkel Mack. But that gap is coming down, and that potentially could be several laps away. It might even only be towards the end of the checkered flag, but I don't think there potentially might be a great deal to choose between those two cars come the waving of the checkered flag for part 1 in what, the best part of 3/4 of an hour's time now. Mikkel Mack pushing really, really hard in his second stint.
Yeah, he's become another really impressive Ferrari driver in a pretty short space of time, representing his country in the FIA Motorsport Games at the back end of 19. And there, number 1, then, the leading car, Martin Kodrich at the helm of it for 2Cs. The Croatian has split away from his teammate now, because the gap's already up to 5 seconds as towards the marina he comes. Into the pit lane has just come the GT4 leading Aston Martin, so Bradley Ellis back in. Actually, that lead that he's got has been impressive, given that he lost time with a puncture early on and had that slow in lap.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where the Greystone McLaren sort of lost its time, because the Century Motorsport Aston Martin just seemed to very quietly work its way through into the lead of the GT4 category. So fuel going in, looks as though it's one of the scheduled stops for the GT4 Aston Martin. And you bear in mind that, of course, the GT4 cars have to complete an extra stop, don't they, over the course of the 6-hour Part 1, and I think that is now their final scheduled stop with 42 minutes remaining.
And we've now done 2,000 laps of the race if you add everybody together. Wow. So 2,000 laps completed. So as the Century squad goes to work, doing a little bit here in the sense of what the French CMR team does by running GT4 cars in the same race but from different brands. CMR has Alpines and Toyotas. Here you've got BMW and Aston Martin. But the crew cycling through the stop.
We're also only 4 laps away from breaking the number of laps completed as a record. 158 was the record in Part 1 of the race 2019, but as I mentioned earlier on, shorter circuit, faster circuit, not unsurprising.
No, and actually, it's been encouraging, hasn't it, the fact that we've managed to get through with relatively little interruption. You know, that full course yellow and the early safety car periods aside, it's been relatively clean, but it's certainly not been dull, that's for sure, with some good battles and some good stories coming out of the first 6 hours, and then we do it all over again because they get the checkered flag. There's then parc fermé once they arrive in the pit lane until the signal is given and the scrutineers have done what they need to do. Then the cars go to the teams, then they get that repair time in readiness for the second part, which will be from a really sort of safety car start all over again, effectively like a second race, but carry on.
It is, yeah, absolutely. You just carry over the total number of laps completed from Part 1 into Part 2, and the finishing order of Part 1 of the race gives us a starting order for Part 2. So, yeah, at the moment, if the checkered flag were to fall now, it won't, because that's still 41 minutes away. But, yeah, the two Seas Motorsport cars would line up on the front row of the grid for Part 2 of the race, both on the same number of laps. And the car that is in third place currently, which is the VR46 Ferrari, would start third, but would be a lap adrift in Part 2 already.
Yes, but equally, if you were on the lead lap and you were a minute and a half behind,
you get all that
when you go racing, you are not a minute and a half behind because you're on from the grid start again.
And this, you know, as far as I'm aware, globally, this is a unique format for that. I don't think there's many other races.
Yeah, I know there's a crimting race, isn't there? Which was it? Is it Zandvoort, where they do sort of 3 hours and then have a break and then do 9 or something like that? But I might be wrong in saying that. But again, whether you add Part 1 to Part 2 or carry on, as it were,
don't know the detail, so Mikko Mack, we were saying, you know, watch out for what he's doing, and is he going to catch the third place Ferrari, the VR46 Ferrari of Alessio Salucci? Well, the answer is he's still chipping away. He was 1.6 seconds quicker than the third place number 46 Ferrari last time through. So there goes the very rapid Dane up towards the braking area for turn number 9, pushing as hard as he possibly can. It looks as though there are more driver changes about to occur as well. That is, I think, Century Motorsport, who are poised to have a driver change shortly, or have just conducted a driver change. It's just showing that Bradley Ellis is now on that out lap, so it must be the sister car that's coming in. And the BMW, which is the sister car for Century Motorsport, heads out of turn number 14, moves out of the way of the charging Michael Mack at the wheel of his Ferrari, so a little bit of time lost as they went underneath the hotel here at Yas Marina Circuit. But for Michael Mack, over the start-finish line he will go. About to start lap number 155. Lap number 155 as far as he is concerned. And do we see the BMW head into the pit lane? Because we saw Century Motorsport were poised. Yes, we do. So into the pit lane comes the Century Motorsport BMW. And that is another scheduled pit stop about to be ticked off.
Oh, beautifully stopped just by the board, not this bashing into the board and kicking it out the way that we've seen in some other pit berths. It was beautifully done, beautifully judged.
Is that James Winslow there, Alan?
It is James Winslow that is helping.
Oh, right, okay. Just checking.
And no, you're not, are you? You're trying to further confuse me, and you know it.
Here to serve.
and it works very well. Alex is getting into the car, so and is just about to be strapped in by James Winslow, and that operation taking place now on the left-hand side of the BMW.
In that case, can I ask a silly question?
Yes. Go on. I'm good at silly answers, so.
Okay. Well,
go on.
By my reckoning, John Corbett's only done one stint. And
okay.
Are we convinced that that is a good thing? Is there a reason why he's only done one stint? If I'm right in saying he's only done one.
I can find out instantly. I'll go quiet for a moment and then return to you. Enjoy the pictures of the pit stop change finishing. And I'll come back with an answer.
Okay, I could describe this in the style of Alan Hyde, couldn't I? Hang on. Right, go in the pit lane.
Go on then. I'd love to hear this.
No, to be truthful, I don't have the shoes for it. The BMW awaits release anyway. The lights go on, engine fires up, and as soon as the car controller is happy that we've got to the right point in time that he can release it, and then the rest of the 110 seconds is made up of the drive time down the pit road, then the car's going to be released. Alexander Bukhanstov, I think we've been told, he's getting back in, replacing Amir Fezulin. And so the BM burbles away, ready to be released in this GT4 battle. Second when it came in. The Aston Martin went to third after its recent stop, but the bark of the BMW engine is audible in the background as it fires itself down the pit lane. It drops under the tunnel, of course, to then come out the other side onto the circuit. Really about the only climb there is to speak of is going up from turn 2 to 3. It's number 1, Mercedes then, 10.7 seconds to the good. Continues to run at a pace, tick off the laps and get to the end of part 1 without dramas.
Yeah, and as for Mikael Mack, just to pick up on his progress as well and his potential charge towards the third place car of Alessio Salucci, that gap still keeps coming down. Remember, it was 16 seconds not many laps ago, whilst that Century Motorsport pit stop has been happening down in the pit lane. It's now down to 12 3/4 seconds, and the previous lap again, 1 minute 53.3 from Mikael Mack, 1 minute 54.8 from Alessio Salucci.
Alan.
I have an answer for you, and it is on the distribution of stints for the BMW and why John Corbett has only done one stint today. You're absolutely right, he has, and it is because there are 4 drivers, so it is just the way they have distributed the stints. He's going to be busier in the second stage of the 12-hour race.
Fair enough. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, and I'm very disappointed I didn't hear I was rather looking forward to hearing a pit stop in the style of me.
I'll work on it for part 2. How about that?
If you would, that would be very kind.
I'll tell you one thing, it'll only work on radio.
Well, in fairness, this is the best I've ever looked on TV, wearing a full face mask.
Do you know what? That's what the internet says. The leader is now 12.5 seconds to the good. And over the timing line has just gone the number 66, Ian Loggy, class-leading Mercedes. So it is tempting to keep thinking of this as the overall fight. And yes, it is, as James Winslow adorns mask, so he can look like Alan Hyde. But of course, leading in Pro-Am, the main thing here, and Ian Loggy, Morgan Tilbrook and Casper Stevenson looking good. So out of this, it's going to be 2 stints to 2. This is across both of the 2-seat cars, and only 1 stint for 1. So Morgan Tilbrook and Mr. Al Khalifa in the first part do 1 stint, the other 2 drivers do double.
Yep, that's the way it should work if they cycle it all through as is expected. And for Ian Loggy, he'll be probably feeling rather hot and tired. He's the slightly older member of that team.
He's probably the fittest, given what you were saying earlier on about doing the Tour de France.
Absolutely. Well, he was saying it, you know, I was talking about this Tour de France that he's doing, you know, 2 weeks before he's doing the amateur version of the Tour de France, follows the same course, still 3,500 miles, but he was telling me, you know, he trained for it because it should have happened last year. Because of COVID, it didn't. Yeah. You know how many miles he did in training in this last year?
Something like 10,000.
18,000 kilometres on a push bike he's done.
I just like the time. Never mind.
It's no wonder he looks, you know, very fit, very slight, very healthy.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm not surprised. Not surprised. And is still as quick as ever, and he's very focused on making sure that they bring that car home in a strong position. Ideally, a win in GT3 Pro-Am, an overall win if they could. But we know his focus domestically, you know, 80 races he's doing both in the Middle East and back in the UK. But the focus will be the British GT Championship next year as well, won't it? Where he'll be hoping to go a step higher, finish runner-up with Jelmer Berman once the championship.
Very definitely, yes. And hopefully Dennis Lynn will be back, because he's a great character to take on the opposition. So, with now 159 laps in the book, the leading gap is 14 seconds. But we're now getting to the stage, really, I suspect, with what we have 33 minutes to go, of drivers of teams now starting to run at a pace just now, tick off the laps, get to the end of part one. You've got this far. It's a major step in itself. I mean, any 6-hour race is demanding, but to then have a relatively short break and go again, it takes a lot out of the car, it takes a lot out of the drivers, it takes a lot out of the people in the pit lane.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine psychologically, what you want to do is keep going, because you're in the zone, you don't want to relax, and you've got to pick yourself up and get going again. We're looking down at what's going on in the 2Cs Motorsport Garage. Alan, any updates? No, just the audio that we're picking up. So you can see all of the information that the teams have.
Not my audio. I'm not with the cameraman, right. But I'm very pleased that you've told me where he is, because I've lost. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you lost your friend, did you?
Yes,
like putting out a supermarket announcement for a lost child.
If anybody finds little Alan, could they please return him to his cameraman at the 2C's garage? Ding dong.
I can tell you, because I'm next door now,
yes.
In the Attempto garage, that they are indeed with gearbox components standing by, and they have set to work on the back of the Audi. And do you know what would be very nice is if they are able to replace the garage, replace the gearbox in the garage, and then they are able to have a faultless race, because it's been really one thing after another, what with qualifying last night and the race so far today. If they could have a trouble-free second part to this race, that would be really good news.
What they'd also like, I suspect, is to get this done within the next 15-16 minutes or so they can get the car out for a couple of installation laps and know that it's all working, because otherwise the only time they're going to get any knowledge of it will be to the grid for part two. If they can get any test mileage out of all of this, that would be a good thing, because they're very nearly 46. Alessio Salucci nearly trips over the Kessel Ferrari in the hands of Alessandro Tarabini, who has left his stint to the very end. How is Salucci getting on relative to Michael Mack? 8 seconds now is the gap between them, and the gap continues to come down. So there is Alessio Salucci, but within half an hour, I suspect that Michael Mack will be able to get that third place.
Yeah, just the rate of close is sufficient that he'll catch it. It's then whether he's either able to or really wants to work his way past. He's done all of the hard work, and I'm sure he'll ideally want to start part two of the race from a position higher on the grid, if at all he can. There we can see the work going on to the tail end of the Audi of Attempto Racing. So the crew still with a huge chunk of work to do. And here is that replay of that very close moment between Alessandro Tarabini, who swept across the nose of Alessio Salucci, who came from a fair way back, actually. He was quite committed to the cause, but I think at the last minute realised that Tarabini was going to chop straight across the nose, because he was taking his regular racing line into that corner.
And that's an experience thing. I would have thought that other drivers will think, well, look, I'm coming to a slow corner. I've got the pace. I've got another long, fast section coming out of this corner. I can make the move there. Whereas maybe Alessio thought, I'm catching, I need to get past.
Yeah.
And then realised it wasn't going to happen. But, he's got so much more lap. He's got another half an hour to get past what is a discernibly slower car. But anyway, the job is now done. Having said that, he doesn't want to waste time, because he is being caught by Michael Mack. So the Danish driver hustling on. It's Michael Mack rather than Mikkel Jensen, which is his full surname, so as to avoid confusion with Mikkel Jensen, if you follow all of this.
There are two of them, aren't there?
Yeah. This way we know who's who. And this is Ferrari specialist Michael Mack. In turn, he's got Eddie Cheever hustling on behind him. And Eddie Cheever, not at the moment as quick, but still turning in good lap times nonetheless. So there is 33. That is 9th, having been last early on. But 4th is number 91, the second of those two Ferraris. And that is the charging Baron Motorsport car in the hands of Michael Mack.
And just to pick up on GT4 once more,
Yes.
because of course we did see the Century Motorsport number 42 BMW come into the pit lane. As a result of that car pitting, it is now the Greystone McLaren that has picked up the lead once more of GT4 in the hands of Ollie Webb. So with the full cycle through all of the pit stops now in GT4, normal service is resumed as far as Greystone are concerned. Number 23 leading GT4, and the gap between himself and Bradley Ellis at the wheel of the Century Motorsport car is going to be knocking on the door of a full lap there or thereabouts, I would have thought now.
Yes, possibly so. Possibly so, come the end. There's 91 Ferrari then, fourth still. There's over the timing line has just gone Alessio Salucci in the third place VR46 entry. That last lap from number 46 was a 55.0. From the Baron car, a 54.0, so we're down to 5.1 seconds. It is when, not if, that's going to change now, because Mikael Mack is flying, no question about it. So it's the battle for third overall, but second within Pro-Am in GT3.
Yeah, absolutely. The Italian being caught by the Scandinavian, Mikael Mack, who, since getting on board this car, has consistently been one of the quicker drivers out there. His pace hasn't really dropped off much more than any of the others. The quickest car out there is still our race leader on the last lap, Martin Kodrich, but other than that, it's the car in fourth place that has continually been either the quickest or second quickest, as he was in the case of the previous lap. So down towards the braking area at turn number 6 and 7 will come Alessio Salucci. There is the all-red Ferrari in the hands of Mikael Mack. Gap ever closing between the pair of them. And behind them is Martin Kodrich, who has just managed to place another lap on the number 33 Ferrari, I think that is, of Alessandro Tarabini, who moved out of harm's way and allowed the Croatian to work his way through. So what we could be tasked with very shortly is Salucci getting caught by Mikael Mack for the fight for third and fourth, while they're both being caught by Martin Kodrich, the race leader.
That's right, yeah. And Tarabini late into that car, in a sense, the way that they've operated 33, partly by its dramas at the very start of the race, is that they've done a longish stint. Everyone's got one. So the way that it's been distributed in other teams different, but Tarabini finally gets to go behind the wheel of that car, delayed early on. 9th it is now, and 6 laps adrift of the race leader. Mikael Mack then is effectively a lap down on the race leader, but his real task at the moment is to try to end part 1 in third place overall. Dives up the inside of the GT4 BMW there, coming through on the inside of Amir Fezulin at the end of the lap. Breaks the beam now, does Mikael Mack, and what was 5 seconds is now 2.2. So he is on for third place.
Yeah, absolute charge, isn't he? And the only car that was quicker again was Martin Kodrich, the race leader once more. So Mikael Mack, based on closing speeds between the two of them, should be right up onto the coattails of Alessio Salucci. Not quite possibly by the end of this lap, but certainly will be by the end of the next lap. 25 minutes to go, 163 laps completed by the race leader. Just to confirm, in GT4, the Greystone McLaren does now lead by a full lap from the GT4 Aston Martin, the number 15 car of Century Motorsport, in the hands of Bradley Ellis, who is a lap adrift, and Emil Fezulin in the third and final GT4 car that we've got in the entry list for this weekend is also a lap adrift. So up towards the braking area, Alessio Salucci coming under increasing pressure from Mikael Mack through the first part of this lap. Mikael Mack was half a second quicker in the first sector than the car that is trying to hunt down the VR46 Ferrari. Kessel Racing Rum in the hands of Alessio Salucci, and you can see the two of them absolutely in the same shot now as they charge their way up towards turn number 9. Different line taken in towards the corner. Alessio Salucci was right down onto the apex on the way in. There's about a car's gap between the apex and Mikael Mack, those differing lines that we've continually seen throughout the course of this race, and he's done such a fantastic job of catching David. You could argue that was the easy part. Now he's got to try and get past.
But he's got so much more racecraft in his armoury, you know, with respect to Alessio Salucci. Even if he's quick behind the wheel, he has not done anything like as many races as Mikael Mack, and so if he's got any sense about it, again, just preserve it for part 2. Don't make a big fight of it. You're going to be on the second row of the grid. So you know, the lap he's on is the lap he's on, so he can afford to give Mikael Mack an easy time of it.
It's that endurance racing mindset again, is it? You've been caught by a quicker car. It's clearly quicker than you. Rather than slow yourself down by trying to hold it up, let it go through, learn something from it.
If this were the end of part 2, it's a worthwhile battle.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah. But right now, Alessio Salucci Okay, he doesn't want to make life overly easy for Mikkel Mack, but by the same token, he doesn't want to get himself embroiled in a battle that is going to cost them dear. There's a gap on the inside, although Mikkel Mack there thinks, well, I could have had a go, but I'll just bide my time.
It's an earlier turn-in for Alessio Salucci. It was a later turn-in for Mikkel Mack to try and get a bit more grunt coming off the corner and get on that power a little bit earlier. Sits in the stream of Alessio Salucci, jinks out to the left-hand side. He's going to work his way alongside and will be ahead by the time they head in towards the braking area for turn 6. Alessio Salucci trying to just sort of fight back, or at least maybe distract Mikkel Mack, but the writing, I think, was always on the wall, and Alessio Salucci, made it difficult for a period of time, but I think, was probably destined to always see that car had caught him at such pace. Always sensible to let it go through.
Indeed. So now Mikkel Mack will get away, and that gives him second in Pro-Am. So, of course, now, were the 66 Mercedes to hit problems in Part 2, suddenly that car is back at the races.
Yeah.
And you never know. So as the two Ferraris then storm out of the Massa corner, aka turn 9, heading to the Marina through the right, working their way now through the sort of quick kink at turn 11 into turn 12. Underneath the hotel they come. Mikkel Mack straight away starts to pull the advantage out, doesn't he, now, over the fourth place VR46 entry. Now, what about fifth? Eddie Cheever is a further 9 seconds back, and he was also lapping quicker. So in 22 minutes, Cheever might yet be able to take another place away from Alessio Salucci. He's just gone across the line, and interestingly, he's about to lose another lap because the leader is right on his tail. Eddie Cheever goes through. The last lap of Salucci was a 1:56.6, and Cheever a 53.3. So Cheever has a real chance of gaining another place before the end.
Yeah, can he catch Alessio Salucci and then squeeze his way through up into fourth position? He'd become a higher achiever then, wouldn't he?
He could be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've also there. Thank you. We've also had a change for 9th and 10th place as well, because Michael Grenier at the wheel of the number 75 SPS Automotive Mercedes has gone through and ahead of the number 33 Ferrari of Alessandro Tarabini that time through. So that is the GT3 Pro car getting ahead of one of the GT3 AM cars. Just to pick out the class leaders at the moment with 20 minutes to go. Leading GT3 Pro, the overall race leader Martin Kodrich, who you can see on your screens at the moment. He is the race leader. In second place is number 66, the second of the 2Cs Motorsport Mercedes. That is the leader of GT3 Pro Am. The leader of GT3 Am at the moment is in 7th place, which is number 64, the ACA ASP Mercedes, in the hands of Jerome Policon. And leading GT4, as I mentioned a few moments ago, is still the Greystone McLaren in the hands of Ollie Webb, number 23 car.
Those GT4 cars, the puncture for the Aston aside, and again, fine wood to touch, but they've all gone, as we perhaps expected, really well. They don't have the pace of GT3, so don't try and claim big scalps. Just run your own race, and they all have. They have gone round and round and round, which is exactly what manufacturer-built GT4 cars are intended to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And there were a good investment, certainly the BMW for Century Motorsport. That has been you mentioned it earlier on, a very successful car for them. 2 British GT Championship wins in the GT4 category over the last few years. And looking at livery on that number 42 car, that is the car that won the British GT Championship this year, isn't it? 'Cause it's got the gold livery on it.
That's right. And hopefully they will be back, and the GT4 contest will be as good as ever for British GT next year. But yeah, I mean, that's been such a success as a category, whether it's been as a class within a championship or the standalone class like it is in France, for example. So there, number 51, Eddie Cheever, goes by, and he is now 8.2 seconds back, so he's managed to claw back another second and a half or so over that last lap. At 2Cs, they look on. Jasper Stevenson watching what's going on as well, of course, from the point of view of his car, as there Cheever gets past the McLaren, Ollie Webb at the wheel of it. It seems strange to see Ollie in a GT4 car, but there aren't many things he's not raced over the years.
No, he's been, again, another one of those drivers that sort of has been very adaptable, has jumped in many cars over the years and just seems to be quick again in whatever he drives. So many drivers, again, that sort of cut his teeth in Formula Renault, but as I mentioned earlier on, he was one of the drivers, the first ever sort of junior Formula that we had for circuit racing in the UKT cars. He was a member of that, wasn't he?
Yes, he was, yeah, along with the Tom Chiltons and the Tom Boardmans in his early days.
Phil Quaife was it as well?
Phil Quaife, yeah. And then Jolyon Palmer and Alex Brundle after a few years.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Ryan Lewis, remember Ryan Lewis?
We're putting our anoraks back on again, aren't we?
He got to Formula 3, so yes, he came out of that, one or two others.
And Dan Laddieman.
Yep.
There we go, right, anorak off. back
Lots
to
of
the
people
race.
think, what's T-Cars? Because it's long since disappeared, sadly, but it was the original junior saloon car championship.
For 14 to 16-year-olds, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something that oval racing had been doing for years and years and years, but finally was given dispensation by the governing body of motorsport in the UK. Of course, now you have it more common for single-seaters as well to try and bring on drivers from an early age rather than spend too long in karting. Right, this is your fight, because look at the gap that has just absolutely disappeared. Over the line goes Salucci, over the line goes Cheever, and 2.2 seconds now is down further as they come over the timing line. So Eddie Cheever hustles on. 0.8 of a second it is now between the pair as they go by, and the Ferrari in the hands of Eddie Cheever, the second of those cars in the what you might call proper livery, red Ferrari, is going to be on for the move probably before the end of this lap.
Yeah, I think he'll be able to squeeze his way through. Alessio Salucci just seems to have struggled for pace a little bit towards the latter part of his stint. Eddie Cheever that little bit quicker again, exiting turn 5, picks up the tow from the VR46 Ferrari that lies ahead. He's going to sit behind it for as long as he can before he jinks out, but is it going to be on the run down in towards the braking area? Eddie Cheever jinks out. He's looking to try and squeeze his way through, but realises that maybe, again, that experience, get a good run through turn 6, propel the car out of turn 7, because you've then got another opportunity to bring yourself that little bit closer as you head up towards turn number 8. And again, Cheever, despite the good drive out of turn 7, I'm not sure he's close enough, is he, David?
No, but he's been so good on the brakes into this corner in the past. The move kind of starts in the braking zone, but Salucci covers it off, tight in. That's going to push him out wide. Eddie Cheever thinks, right, let's just see where you are going to go next, and I can work out my move. But again, he's got here 16 minutes to go. All this is going to do is get him one place on the grid.
Yeah.
But the racer in him wants to achieve it. Through he goes up the inside, coming into turn 13. And he's done it. Eddie Cheever goes by then. Underneath the hotel they come. Cheever pops out ahead. So the AF Corsa Ferrari goes ahead of the Kessel VR46 car, and that puts Cheever up to 4th and onto the second row for part 2.
Yeah, fantastic stuff by the 28-year-old Italian, the GT Italia champion in the GT3 class back in 2016. Finished 3rd in the NASCAR Wheeling Euro Series, driving the big V8 engine machines some years ago as well. That was back in 2014 in the Elite 1 Series, which is the top category of NASCAR racing that we have in Europe. So job done for Eddie Cheever. The one good thing, this bodes really well for part 2 of the race. Not so much for the lead battle in GT3 Pro-Am, because that is now on its own, really, running second overall, the number 66 2Cs car, a lap ahead of everybody else in GT3 Pro-Am. But for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th in GT3 Pro-Am, part 2 of the race, it's going to be titanic fighting, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got some really good battles building up. It'll be interesting to see exactly how many are on the same lap as one another throughout the field when we get to that point, because we could still lose a lap or so here with the pace of the leader and, of course, incidents around. Quite a long time ago now, you asked me about number 75, Mauro Engel, and pit stops. I did miss one, but the ones that I'd logged were enough laps apart, divisible by 2, to be 2 stints. So
Right.
I don't think there was a problem.
Right, okay.
But I'm happy to be corrected on that. But I think it was okay. The biggest problem that car has had is all the time lost in the early part of the race with repeated pit stops to try and work out what the problem was before they nailed it as a broken damper, and then the time lost in changing it.
Absolutely, yeah. It's probably me then. The difficult thing is you concentrate on one little battle, don't you? Time ticks away, and before you realise that a stint's coming to the end. You can see the work that's going on down there in Attempto Racing. Busy guys still they are.
They are indeed, and the second-placed car is being given a penalty. Now, number 66 Mercedes will have a 5-second time penalty to be served at the first pit stop in part 2, because it doesn't have any more imposed pit stops in part 1. The reason for it, it crossed the pit exit white line, which makes it sound like Ian Logie at the start of his stint went across the white line. So it's a 5-second time penalty to be served at the first pit stop of the second part of the race.
And is that the first time penalty the 66 has had?
Yes, pretty sure it is.
I think so.
Number 1 had one, but for 66, that is its only sort of finger wag.
So they did have a clean sheet. It's just now got a slight smudge on it. And that won't overly worry Ian Logie. He'll be able to press on. You can see.
I think you've got a Casper Stevenson in your armoury. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Don't need to worry too much, do you? And yeah, it looks as though they are almost there. I think looking at the state of that Audi, Alan, which they are putting on rear suspension onto the car at this stage. They're not
Yes.
that far away, but are they going to be able to get it out before the checkered flag? That's the question.
From a technical point of view, I don't know by looking at it, and I don't know how much more they've got to do. What I can take a feeler from is the back of the garage and how many people would be around the computers getting ready for a car to be on circuit. So there aren't many at the moment, so it would suggest to me that they are preparing the car for, as many of the teams see this second part of the race, we refer to it as part 1 and part 2 of a 12-hour race. I think a lot of the teams see it as 2 races. So, and the reason that I get that feeling is that I've just seen some brake discs which are standing by to be put on one of the car, and they have a taped message on them, race 2. So they do see it as 2 completely separate entities, if you like. This presumably seen as a qualification race for the second part of the race, if you see what I mean.
Absolutely, and you can kind of understand why the emphasis would be placed on part 2, because that's where the result is going to come from. As we've been saying during the course of part 1, race 1, this is the bit that gets you into the game for the second part. Stay on the lead lap, don't lose time, and then you're good to fight in the second element of the race.
A very long way of doing qualifying.
Yes, it's whatever the opposite of a sprint race is.
The other thing we do need to watch, David, as well, we're talking about, the titanic fight that could be brewing for part 2 of the race for what would be 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th in GT3 Pro-Am. Well, I'm going to throw into the mix that Dominic Baumann, who is 5th in Pro-Am at the moment, the number 88 car running 6th overall in the race, is catching also Alessio Salucci and Handover Fist as well. He was 2.3 seconds quicker than Alessio Salucci and is now only 10 3/4 seconds adrift.
And with 11.5 minutes to go, could do it.
Yeah.
That would be... for the same row, it would put him to the inside, not the outside of the 3rd row. So, as we've been making the point, you don't carry these times, you just carry the laps in to the second part of the race. But the Mercedes has looked quick in Dominic Baumann's hands. That's his 2nd stint in that car, isn't it? So he got into it after Valentin Pierberg early on, and then it went to Christoph Lenz. So he will do just the 1 stint, Christoph Lenz, as far as part 1 of the race is concerned. So as long as you've done your minimum of an hour in each, that's fine. But of course, the complications for drive time come in things like the Pro-Am or the Gentleman classes in GT4, where you've got more bronze drivers having a part to play.
I think it's worth mentioning that drive time as well for each driver is purely the amount of time the car is on track. Whilst it sits there in the pit lane from pit in to pit out, that doesn't count as part of the hour as a minimum, for instance.
No, that's right. A stint is from when you cross the pit exit beam to the pit in beam, yes. And there is a regulation on the stint time, so that has to be addressed as well. Just making another point, which is, if you remember at the start of this stint, Ian Loggy led Martin Kodrich, and they were nose to tail for a lap or so. Now the margin has opened up to 39 seconds between them. So again, you could argue it's Ian Loggy who comes here towards turn 16, driving to a pace, getting to the finish of part 1, no dramas. Fine, I accept all that, but just to illustrate how the course of the race ebbs and flows, 39 seconds now plus is that margin, 40.7 on the next lap through that lead gap. So within this stint, Martin Kodrich had to catch, pass, and he's pulled away to the tune of 40.
of an exploration behind the wheel on the right rear. Oh, no, they don't seem to be able to get the new right rear on. So now the wheel is away from the car. No one is doing anything to the car at the moment.
We can see some. Sorry, Alan. We can see some damage under the wheel arch on that right rear corner. You won't be able to, but where your cameraman is, sort of peering into the wheel arch, it's.
Can see.
Yeah, that's the concern.
I can see it now. They tried to put the wheel in place. It didn't work, and now they've got the wheel in place. I think that's another wheel.
Right.
So, and very quickly it's sent on its way. So there was something wrong with the rim that they brought out. It didn't fit. It didn't fit right. They weren't able to put the wheel nut on. So a new wheel was found, and it's on its way. Phew.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. So it's lost another lap, but it could have been a whole lot worse. And the incident between that car and 42 has been noted by race control. Each will say that the other car crowded it, but contact was certainly there. But we've been talking, haven't we, Mark, about the pro drivers and patience and racecraft, and you could argue that was a touch of impatience.
Yeah, it was just, I think it was just one of those things, wasn't it? We often see, when the GT4 cars are being lapped by the GT3s in various series, sometimes drivers not quite aware as to the positioning of the other car, and I think it was just one of those things. It was light contact, but Baron Motorsport, other than the slight delay with the change of the wheel, did the right thing. And into the pit lane comes Martin Kodrich, the race leader, with 3 minutes to go. Kodrich is into the pit lane. 2C's Motorsport, we're expecting him.
Splash of fuel, maybe?
Can only be.
Comes to a stop now. I'm a bit brisker than the cameraman, so you probably only get audio for this stop. They're taking off the left front tyre. Cameraman catches up, and that's all they've done.
Okay.
Change the left front.
So maybe Martin Kodrich felt that the car wasn't handling right, like a slow puncher, a deflating tyre, or something wrong with the balance. The easiest way to get around that problem, if there's a feeling of the car not handling right, just change the tyre from that corner. But rather than live with it for 2.5 minutes, put a fresh tyre on. He's got time in hand. He should rejoin still ahead of 66.
Yeah. I'm watching the team looking at the surface of the tyre, rolling it very, very slowly and investigating. So something clearly wrong. They're now photographing one particular area of the tyre, and I can see the wall is slightly pierced as well. So something clearly quite not right with that tyre. Exactly what? Well, we shall leave that to Pirelli and the team to discover.
Okay, well, yeah, you can guarantee the Pirelli technicians will be on it to try and assess what it is, whether it's something in the tyre or something that the car has run over. So what does that give us? Well, it gives us 1 minute and 48 seconds and counting, and it brings down the gap once again between the two leading Mercedes. But Martin Kodrich, I think, did get out just ahead.
Really good call, that, wasn't it? Any question mark over it, then bring the car into the pit lane. And even had they have lost the lead, which they haven't, then all it would have meant was they would start part two from the opposite side of the grid. They'd still be on the front row. So good, sensible team management there by 2C's Motorsport. Still a little bit of traffic to be dealt with. That is the Century Motorsport BMW that has just been passed by Martin Kodrich and Ian Loggy. And they will be heading round through turn number 9 with, in a few moments' time, just 60 seconds to go before we see the checkered flag in this first part of the 10th edition of the Gulf 12 Hours here at Yas Marina Circuit.
Alan?
And Pirelli were able to confirm to me it was a very slight puncture on the shoulder of the tyre, the outside shoulder of the tyre, and they detected that. They could hear the air coming out of it, so it was just the slightest of punctures, but a puncture nonetheless.
But slight is enough for the driver who knows that car after an hour plus intimately to say, something's not right here, we need to do something. And so car in, tyre changed, goes out, keeps the lead, and on the next lap, of course, on a fresher tyre on at least one corner, so the gap starts to pull clear again.
Yeah, for Martin Kodrich, as soon as he leans on that tyre through a right-hand bend, it'll load up that left front, and that's exactly what he would have felt, that it wasn't quite doing what he expected anymore. But whilst it was a disappointment for them, it actually isn't, as long as they stay as they are, isn't going to have any effect at all, because of course it's total number of laps that count when we get to the end of this one for part 2. So whether he was 40 seconds up the road or as he is now following that tyre change 2.5 seconds up the road actually won't matter, will it?
No, indeed. still be on the front row, still take the battle into part 2. Interesting to know what comes out. There's the break, obviously, now for a couple of hours or so for the stewards to look at the incident between Mikael Mack and number 42 BMW. Amir Fezulin had given that car over, hadn't he, to Alexander Bukhanstov. The last pit stop, so it was Bukhanstov and Mack. So, part 1, race 1, if you like, coming towards its close. The leader heads towards the Marsa corner. It's turn 9. But an absolutely fantastic display in the race thus far by 2Cs Motorsport. And the first car to take the flag at the end of part 1 is going to be number 1, seemingly, which is Martin Kodrich, Ben Barnicoat and Isa Al Khalifa, having done an absolutely stonking job.
Yeah, fantastic job by them. Remember, they are the defending champions in the Gulf 12 Hour, following their victory in the Gulf 12 Hour of Bahrain, that one-off race. And as they turn their way for the part 2 of the race. Finishing in 5th place, VR46, and in 6th position, that was the leading gentleman class car home, so GT3 AM in reality, which was the number 64 Acura ASP Mercedes. They will start 2 laps adrift, as will the number 61 AF Corsa machine, which finished in 7th place, 2 laps adrift. 3 laps adrift for part 1 will be the car that finished in 8th place, 91 Baron Motorsport, with their issues towards the closing stages of the race, and more problems also for the car that finished 9th in part 1, which is the number 75 SPS Performance car in the hands of Kenny Habel, Grenier and Maro Engel. 10th was number 33 Kessel Racing, and then 11th was the winner of GT4 Part 1, number 23 Greystone McLaren. 12th place went the way of Century Motorsport and the Aston Martin. 13th was the number 42 Century Motorsport BMW. And problems, gearbox issues for the number 99 Attempto racing car. Hope to see that car back out for Part 2. And of course, we know gone for the weekend with a large accident and damage is the number 11 Kessel Racing Ferrari. That is out for Part 2 of the race, we are afraid. So that gives you the results for this one, for what was an intriguing part 1 of the 10th edition of the Gulf 12 Hours here at Yas Marina Circuit. So let's look back at some of the highlights from part 1 of the race. The race having got underway earlier on this morning when the ambient conditions were nice and cool, but it all went the way of the 2C's Motorsport car. Ran outside, picking up places in the early stages of the race, went Ian Loggy at the wheel of the sister car, whilst the battles ahead all started to unfold. There were problems early doors for one of the Ferraris. Damage to the front corner of it brought that number 33 Kessel Racing car into the pit lane early. They would ultimately finish part 1 in 10th position. Fights going on down through the order, including the number 91 car of Baron Racing, Mikael Mack, bringing that car towards the checkered flag. Whilst in the early stages of GT4, it was the Greystone McLaren that was leading the way. The car having been started by Ian Campbell. A brief safety car period as a result of the incident that occurred. That unfortunately putting out the number 11 Kessel Racing car in the hands of Roberto Pampanini, the starting driver, in the early stages of the race. It was all done under braking. There wasn't contact, but as Pampanini speared sideways, there was contact with the barriers, and then the car also hit the outer wall as well, meaning that brought out the safety car, and it was also meant that the number 11 car was out for the weekend. Once the safety car came in, there was a flurry of activity in the pit lane, because any pit stops that are done while safety cars are out there do not count towards your tally. All the way through the race, it was really the number 1 2C's Motorsport car that was dominating the way. The only time they didn't lead the race was during the pit stop cycles, and whilst there was a brief overlap between it and its sister car. There was good squabbles going on as well. Dominic Baumann, SPS Automotive Performance, and their team looking to try and carve their way through, but the pressure was telling. Valentin Pierberg behind the wheel, allowing Ferraris to work their way through and gain the places. In GT4, briefly, the Aston Martin led, but up front, again, the 2C's Motorsport cars going together. Eddie Cheever, who was a lap adrift, trying to unlap himself, squeezed his way past Ian Loggy, thought that he might gain a lap back, but as it was not to be. The continuing battle between the 2C's cars would see, regardless of who was behind the wheel, the cars ebbing and flowing. With subject to the driver combinations, they would close up on some laps, they would start to pull away on others, so the gap was always like a little piece of elastic. Close towards the end of the race, Tarabini almost chopped across the nose of Alessio Salucci. Alessio Salucci was struggling towards the end of his stint, and it would see the VR46 Ferrari drop his way down through the order, being passed by Mikael Mack, and also later on towards the race being passed by Eddie Cheever and also Dominic Baumann. But on the whole, the race went to plan for the vast majority. There were several drive-through penalties. There was a little bit of contact towards the end of the race as the Century Motorsport BMW got into the side of Mikael Mack or vice versa, bringing that Ferrari into the pit lane. But for the number 1 2C's McLaren, it all absolutely went to plan. They win part 1 of the 10th edition of the Gulf 12 Hours at Yas Marina Circuit, meaning they will start part 2 from pole position later on this afternoon. So that concludes our coverage of part one. David, plenty to talk about. You know, we might say at the beginning of the weekend, yes, we're a little bit down on entries, but that did not detract at all from what was a fascinating part one of the race.
As we rather expected, because so much can happen, so much did, whether it was battles, whether it was drama, whether it was incidents, whether it was because of penalties that shuffled the order as well. So now we have a slightly different form for the grid going into part two, because we know what the situation is with cars having lost laps, but there's still 6 hours for which time can be gained back, time can be lost, and so although the Mercedes of 2Cs are looking very strong, there are still lots of fights to be resolved.
So looking forward to that one. So that's it from David Addison, Alan Hyde down there at 15:55. Part two of the race will get underway at 16:20. Thanks for joining us for part one, but for the moment, from everybody here at Yas Marina Circuits, join us for part two later on. Until then, goodbye.